Damn 2 years. You see this? I quit. I opened my own hotel.
Hello, chatto! It's Tuesdat, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków, it is FM Christmas, so get ready to unwrap your latest Mexican from Monterrey. Hopefully you won't have as an offensive name as that last guy did, because that was a little bit crazy. In other news, Lech Poznan are still in Europe, and they are our final hope of getting any more points for Poland. In even better news, Italy are losing every team this year, which means we still have a chance of getting top four. Man City stand between us, all that and more, coming up today on Building a Nation with Wisła Kraków. And skip it with me, if you will. Make that camera shake and such. The title code. Hey, that's all you need. Wait, there are Twitch notification emails? I thought it was phone stuff. That's where I get mine. I say get mine. I haven't actually had one today, but that's where they're supposed to be, technically. How are we, friends? On a genuinely lovely day. It is glorious out there right now. It's just like walking around out there. I mean, I'm not doing that right now, and I should be, but it is beautiful.
Hello,
I wish I was running today. Gromalone! Thank you for the 2 months, my friend. That is super kind of you. And swinging back around, Brody as well. Thank you for the 24 months. I see you down there too. And Swiazbez. Hopefully I've said that correctly. I probably haven't, but thank you for the follow. I appreciate that nevertheless. There's a Pizza Hut. I know. I've just called out Disgraceful David. Speaking of Davids, I was reminded yesterday when writing the script for the recap that Man United have a player in this save whose name is David, and it's just nice to know that that exists again. I'm just reminded of his existence. James with the 64 months got in the end.
64 silly little months watching this silly man getting silly bad
silly little months,
intakes.
What can I
Have
say?
you tried just getting a good intake kappa?
I'd love to. Working on a video about that at the moment. I say at the moment. I started working on it yesterday after I'd finished writing the script for the recap. I say writing the script. The script up to this point. I haven't written what's going to happen today. Or have I? In fact, I'll tell you what's going to happen today. Since I've already written the script, of course, I would already know this. Lech Poznan are about to go on a crazy run to the Europa League semi-final where they'll be knocked out in extra time, which is going to be a big pivotal talking point in the video. We, on the other hand, will unfortunately lose our quarter-final match to Manchester City, as unfortunately we just get XG lauded, and it sort of happens. But we'll have more than you'd expect in the FM Christmas thing. Our new tactic starts to pop off, and all in all, the vibes are going to be excellent. That's what I've heard anyway, but don't take it from me. It's already a heel. Yeah, and underneath this, imagine there was a Tenerife shirt under there. Do I want to see him? I mean, you're going to show him to me anyway, aren't you? So let's be honest. I've not got a choice in the matter, but I would like to see him. Yes, I would very much like to. That would be very good, actually. Let's get off of this. Right. Smashing Pumpkins, that worked. Nice to see. Hell happened there? Spoilers! Heiko Hunting. Even his name is Oh, my. You need to be studied. How are you getting these? He's 50. He is better than any player I've had in an intake in FM for... Actually, no. The only players that would probably rival this lad are some of the guys that were actually in our intake with Tenerife. Probably. But other than that, I can't remember the last time I had a good intake player. Maybe Janosch Toth in a Building a Nation save. Like, Matthew Side was fine, but I mean, I think the best like regen player we've had in the Building a Nation has got to be Janosch Toth for the longest time, because there was nobody that great in Ireland towards the end of that save. And then you have to go back to Norway with your likes of Sandberg and the lads, you know? It's all I can think of. A pallet lenser that New England has a shooting gallery. That's incredible. It's a bit like how Columbus Blue Jackets, they have a giant cannon at the stadium too, and they fire that. And I believe there's a football team that does that too. This is wild. That's... Lean into that kind of stuff, MLS, because that is interesting. That's how you do it. Stop trying to copy European fan culture or South American fan culture. Build your own shit, and it's cool because it's shit like that. I just think that's kind of awesome. Like, put that twist on it. That will be way better and way more, like, genuine and earnest than some of the things you see with it. It seems a bit forced, whereas, albeit you could argue this is forced too, but at least it actually is sort of relevant. It's just way more fun. The only player we got that was worth talking about in Malta was Matthew Side. And I think in the end, he actually did have like 140 PA, which is very, very high for Malta. But no one ever got as good as the guy that Hadrian got when we were testing it, unfortunately. Oh, see you later, Leprechaun. Hope you're well, my friend. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. Oh, a pirate ship in their stadium. That's what I want to see. That kind of stuff. Minutemen. Yes. Speaking of Minutemen, that's that new tactic thing we're trying as well. Not the tactic, you know what I mean. UCL final. I mean, I hope so. I don't know. I really just don't know where we stand as far as the European level. I know we won the Champions League last year, but it's so hard to put it into perspective as to whether that was a fluke. I mean, I say it was a fluke. We played really well, and we tacticsed our way through some of those matches, but I don't think our squad is even close to the level of some of the teams that we were able to beat. I think we got a little bit fortunate in places, considering we'd never won a Champions League game in the knockouts until last season. That being said, we do look kind of poggy this year as well. It's not like the top 8 thing was a fluke by any means. Did Arsenal lose it? Yeah. Well, I'd argue that it's probably a little column A, little column B, on account of the tactical changes, but also the accidental lack of tactical changes when I forgot to take off Michael Fieler, and it turned out to be the greatest decision in the world, because ultimately we don't get the chance to score that winner if we don't score the equaliser. Club World Cup going to be played? No, the Club World Cup isn't until right into the summer, because I don't even know when the Club World Cup happens in FM these days, because I've not played it since they've introduced the new version, I don't think. Oh, I have. But that isn't until like June. So if we were to reach a Champions League final, it would be after that. And ultimately that would be into next season, because like the recap videos and stuff. Just a dressing change. Okay, that's good to hear, man. I'm good, Hazard. How are you, my friend? How, Lewis? How's it going? Oh. So we have a couple more seasons. Yeah, that's the thing. See how we do in a couple more years? Post-loan renewal, that's useful then. I mean, this might be the first season in a few years where we're actually not having to finish... Well, we're not having to have things from the previous year gleaming into the following year. Because the last 3 years, there's been a European final of some sort. Like, we've had... I need to pay out the points, don't I? We've had 2 finals for our own back in the last couple of years. No, 69% on no as well, which is great to see. It's like you kept it balanced. Will he mess up the intro? No, he won't, because he's a pro. An absolute professional. A consummate pro. I did actually have a chance to test this tactic out yesterday. Not on purpose, but I just needed to have a tactic put into my team while I was doing some simulation tests with Ferencváros for a youth intake video I'm working on. Because I just always seem to use Ferencváros now. You definitely do need to have the right types of players to play this. We were still winning with it, but also we're the best team in the league likely, so that's always likely to be the case. But it was very heavy on the goal scoring and quite heavy on the goals conceding as well. Also, I didn't realise this, but the sheer amount of games this season that we've won 6-1 is probably only like 3, but 3 is still quite a lot of times to win by a very specific scoreline that isn't like 1-0 basically. Let me think about this. Yeah, so we won 6-1 against Cracovia there. We won 6-1 against Polonia Beaton there. We won 6-1 against Piasklewice there. We won... These are all competitive games, mind you. And then there was a 6-1 against Katowice, GKS Katowice there as well. 4 different times this season we've won 6-1 domestically. It's a very odd scoreline. It's annoying that we don't ever keep the clean sheets in there anymore, but we do have to give up a lot of opportunities to make this work, sadly. Yeah. It definitely feels like weaker teams would suffer from it. I have put the tactic into the new tactics pack, so now if you use the tactics command, the newer version of the tactic will be in there, the one we're using at this exact moment with the extra CM, DM malarkey nonsense. It does save on the clean sheet bonus, although I suspect it might also be partly down to Diakite just being kind of... I think it's the reflexes, because the rest of his attributes are actually pretty decent for what I'd normally be looking for. The only thing I think that really lets him down as being an elite guy with our teams is that reflexes. Only 12, and he's only 20, so hopefully it will improve. We are training it as best we can. But that's the sort of thing, because I think he does have quite high PA. But that's the one thing that might just hold him back at some point. Senegal on an African database, damn. I mean, there is technically a an African coefficient chart. I would imagine Senegal would probably start quite high up on that one, right? Because you've got your Generation Foots and teams like that, although their players tend to leave quite soon. Mostly to me, as it happens. Funny Shanghai, I sure hope so. It could be a defense. I kind of want to progress with it for the rest of the season in Europe as well, because ultimately, I like having tactics that can kind of do a bit of everything. And it's kind of fun to try to just outshoot people in many ways. That's just... I think if we are getting a bit good, then it actually gives us more freedom to try out some crazy ass shit more than anything else, which is part of the fun of FM. Right, a couple of quick little lookups. And then FM Christmas is tomorrow, so I deliberately stopped obviously a day early to make sure that we didn't skip over that. There he is. At Nacional still, with his big face. Yeah, he's just a... These days, outside of that one sort of outlier season, he has been starting a bit more. Oh, they got relegated. Which actually makes this look even worse, if you ask me, because he's now scoring similar goals to the levels he was getting in the top flight with Nacional, but he's doing it in the second tier of Portugal. Sadly, we don't have Portugal switched on, so we can't have a deeper look at that, so to speak. Aaron Ramsey's retired. How old is Aaron Ramsey these days? Last two streams. So the last two streams, we actually haven't covered as much ground because we were testing some tactic stuff, and then we had like an Easter Sunday stream where it was a little bit truncated just because I decided I'd spend some time with Pog at some point. The biggest thing is we've changed the tactic quite a lot, and we are through to the quarterfinals of the Champions League, where we've already knocked out Brighton. It was quite a game. I think we won 7-4 on aggregate, and Lech Poznan, the one remaining team in Europe for us, 35. Okay, that's a reasonable age for a lot of players to hang their boots up, I guess, right? It's... Some players hang up even earlier than that, I guess. It does seem like people are going longer and longer these days, understandably, though, with the sort of upgrades in sports nutrition and whatnot. So you are at Shanghai Port, and you are at least playing. Now, of course, it was a January move, wasn't it? So, wait, hang on. Performance tab's the better one to see this information, isn't it? Oh, wait. Sorry, I was looking at a different screen before stream. There we go. It's better when you're looking on your own players because then you can actually get more information on the screen. But that is still quite a good thing to be able to see on players that aren't on your club. I love the fact that the skin just has that by default. Motor Lublin. That was the first game that we played with this new tactical idea. And you might think, well, you lost 4-1. Why on earth would you keep it? Because weirdly, we played really well in that game, but it happened to be a very rotated team, and they scored basically every chance against us that they got. It was a very strange match. There was a lot of errant defending. Did you just lock out the top three? Damn. That's the whole podium wearing Vitesse shirts. None of them are old enough to drink. Or are they? No, they're all old enough to drink, in fact. Are they all Dutch? No, they're not, are they? You've got a Bartosz there as well. You'd love to see it. Is Dofar from Oman in your team report list? I don't know. I mean, probably not, honestly. Just because Oman aren't one of those countries I even look at as being a decent youth-producing nation. But let's have a gander. Imagine if they were. No, they're not. Interesting. Let's see. They've got some regens in here. In fact, they've had a nice little batch of them down here. I might just, for the memes... just get a bulk report on these lads here, because that way because otherwise they'll be coming through in like a year and a half from now, right? But that's interesting. One of the things I definitely need to put on my list of things to do is to go through and not restart, but re-up the team report priorities list, because I bet we've lost a few in here, and it's probably down to like, yeah, it's down to 425 now. This needs to be upped a lot more. I want to get it up to about 750. To me, that's about the sweet spot, 700 to 900. So I'll just use the method I was doing before to get them. Lots of owls in there, which is fine. I mean, the ratings suggest that they're not having the best time of it so far, but yeah, unfortunately, the ones that are playing are actually the slightly older guys, but still, any extra players it can get us is never a bad thing. Hello, Wills! Kids are running about. You love to see it. I hope the weather is as nice for you in Wales as it is right here, because it is gorgeous. Yesterday, Pog and I, well, my plan, because obviously Pog was off work because it was Bank Holiday Monday, but I was working to catch up on stream stuff, basically to catch up on the recap scripting. And plan was to go to the football afterwards, but I just couldn't get it done in time. But after that, we went for a nice little walk, went down to the river, nice little that, and then we went out for dinner. Pog and I don't do that very often, so it was very, very delicious. It was just nice to spend time with Pog and just go to a restaurant for once, which we really just never do. which is very nice. Killing me slowly. Reduce budget mid-season for the 5th season in a row. Oh, this is one of those things where you've got to, if that keeps happening, I think the only thing you can do is try to make sure that you spend the budget sooner. Now, if they're reducing your budget into the negatives, then there's really nothing you can do about it. But that would sort of be an indication that you just kind of need to spend the money when you get it. Because what I assume is happening, you're getting that bump at the start of the season. They're giving you a budget, and then over the course of the year, the finances are not working out, and then they're reducing it. 3 million in debt. Yeah, that's the issue. I mean, I would be trying to clear that as fast as... But what league are you in? Because £3 million of debt in England could be cleared quite quickly with the right transfer strategy, I would have thought. League One. Oh, I think you could do quite well with that. Least 6 matches. Yes. Annoying that we missed the game, actually, because the goal was scored right after half-time. But that is a huge goal for City, because we were 3 points behind them, but our goal difference is much better. And this would give us home advantage for the playoffs, and it still gives us a chance of catching Haverhill Rovers. Except our last 2 games of the season are against first place away from home, who are 20 points clear and are basically already promoted, and then 5th place, who are battling for a playoff spot. So it's getting a little bit tetchy. Last day of the season, though, in a couple of weeks, home game, that could be an interesting one to get to instead. But it was a big win. I think it was quite a big crowd too, which is pretty cool. So yeah, that's you. That's your success so far. 5 million on a new stat. Yeah, when you're bored of spending money out from underneath you, there's not a lot you can really do. But you must have a couple of players that you could maybe start to... I don't know. I find that there's, particularly League One, with England tax, there is a way to make money. Be it clauses... Top team might be on the beach. They could be. I mean, they are genuinely way too good for this division. Like, so much better than it. I think they were relegated last season and just, yeah, way too good for the division. Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. Picking up some released talent, immediately trying to sell them on in like 6 months to a year, you could make some money. Particularly if you put clauses in. Hello, U-shaped sofa. Change crossing styles for one specific guy. My tactic produces mostly cutbacks on little... Put on his head when he's on the pitch. So... I've actually been interested in this. I don't know. But what I will say is I'm pretty certain that our tactic has low crosses as part of it. Or it might not do anymore. But I swear it did. Yeah, so we have low crosses. Think of the amount of times that Michael Feeler has scored back post headers from non-low crosses this season, especially off of Alvarez. So I think that more expressive and taking more risks might potentially allow them to do that a little bit more frequently. And the target forward thing might work as well. Although I wonder if that's more to do with the position than it is to do with the actual type of cross. But I have noticed that this season we've been scoring a lot more crosses, and they're not low ones either. They've been whipped to the back post. It feels like when I watch the highlights back and record the videos, the amount of like headers at back posts that Michael Feeler has got is actually surprising. Like a really, really strong amount of them. What screen am I even on here? But yeah, that's the best you can kind of do. I think it would be really cool if you could have different crossing strategies for different players. Because at the moment, all you can really control is how early they cross and where they're crossing from, but not the actual types. So I think it would be kind of cool if you had, like, say, a 2-striker system with big man, little man, and you want your crosses from, like, the left-hand side to be lofted, so you can target the striker at the back post, but you want your sort of driven low crosses from the right-hand side so you can get those runs across. I think it would be a nice element. It's the sort of thing that maybe we'll see in the future. I don't know. It depends on if they get their act together, those things. Round of 16 of the Champions League and now a new stadium. But see, I've heard people tell me about this with Wisła in this save, that someone said the club got some money from like a Champions League win or something, like what we got, and then they went and built a new stadium with it. Now, that hasn't happened to us yet, and we've been sitting at around £100 million for a while now. So I'm hoping it's not going to happen, because I don't think we've been entirely selling out all of our league games or anything like that yet. The problem is, because our stadium's so big as well, if they were to build a new stadium, it would be enormous, and it would cost us, like, I don't know, 50 million quid, which... Think of all the players I could buy out of Romania that aren't actually any good for that kind of money, you know? When is Feeler back? I think he's nearly back, in fact. I believe. I saw a news article about it. Let's just check the medical centre. See what the current situation is like. So, oh, she's not as back as long as I thought. So, yeah, Peña's still going to be out for another 2 to 5 weeks. He's basically missing the whole season because, realistically, even if he's back in 5 weeks, he's not actually going to be back. He'll have 0 match fitness, 0 anything, and he's going to be so likely to re-injure that I think we probably pretty much just have to sit him for the whole season. Feeler, on the other hand, 11 days. That's not bad. But at least 3 guys with that. Maybe 2.5 if I leverage it the right way, you know? And obviously Currens as well, who is another one of those players that never quite gets into our team, but he's actually a really decent looking striker that just never found a chance to get into the loan farm, basically. No worries, got Chinese. Hopefully it was successful and helpful. Hopefully the next one will be even more successful and helpful. He's consistent at least. He's one of those guys that just never quite got into the loan farm. And as a result, I think maybe I signed him too old more than anything else, because he's an absolute monster for the second season. He's one of the Spanish Scourge players too, yeah. And I'm really glad that, especially from this summer onwards, our scouting won't feature any of those kind of guys. At least if nothing else, some of the other Polish sides would have been able to pick up a couple of these dudes and maybe they'll make some money off of it. But frankly, it doesn't seem like they have. Some of them have got them, but they sold them quite early. I think all the best ones probably got plucked away early on with those sort of £4 or £5 million sale. The only big sale we've had was that Bugenhagen dude who was German.
I've already called out this sub-anniversary, but Twitch disagrees.
Twitch be doing the Groundhog Day moments. Thank you very much for the 26 months, friend. I hope you're well. Real Sociedad in the second season, our stadium was apparently not up to standard. But up to La Liga standard? That's bizarre. Yeah, no, I have no understanding as to why that would happen. I also love that, despite all the extra goals we're scoring and how many goals we'd had by Christmas, Fila actually still only has 22, which is not that many more than Catalar got in previous years. That being said, I do feel like Montparnasse is going to bag over 20, and I think Dusan could get kind of close too. It's Catalar. It's just, can he catch up with his XG? That is the task for today. Can Catalar finally catch up with his XG? He's got a lot to catch up with, but if anyone could do it, it probably isn't him. But he does have 10 assists this year as well. So he's not exactly a slouch on the creative front. We've certainly produced him into a good player. If that. Oh, it could be UEFA, but I would have thought Real Sociedad would have been absolutely fine on that side of things. What was I going to show you as well? No, I think we're actually caught up now. So, FM Christmas is literally tomorrow in-game, which is why I came back at this exact day, because we've actually got a Cracovia game in before the Man City game, but we'll insta that so we can get past City first. I suppose the question is, two things actually for you. How many players do we have in the next gen this year? And I think this might be our best year yet. And, of course, who is number one on the next gen list? I keep thinking it's going to be one of our guys, but I don't know if any of our new guys are it. David Disgracia? Imagine if it actually was David Disgracia at Mexico Monterrey. Do you know what? I might even join you in this one, chat, and predict Mexico Monterrey. Mexico Monterrey? Excuse me, I'll turn this to Jonathan Ross for a moment there. I'm actually going to have to hit continue a few times, so you've got a moment. Did I just see a takeover bit? Oh, this is interesting. So, as far as I can tell, there are no sugar daddies currently. And maybe they're not allowed in here. I think they are, though. And the only one that was original around was the Wodge one, and that seems to have disappeared from what I can tell. This one is fascinating. A stock market stake for Brookbet. When that happened to Dundee United on one of my previous saves, they became an absolute monster. That would be something worth keeping an eye on. Particularly as Brookbet are kind of good this season anyway. Aren't they still managed by Marta? Yes, they are. She's actually kind of cooked in this save. That multiple jobs with success and actually moving her way up. That's so cool. Hello, Terry. Yeah, we get the takeover rumors basically every year, but it's always rubbish straight away. But it's when they're more specific about it, that's usually when you can start to take it more seriously. The ones we get is just like they're looking to step aside and they've been listening to offers. It doesn't usually mean anything. But when they actually notably point out specific things like a stock market thing or something like that, that's when it actually is starting to be a bit more real. Marley Star, because Saber Samfo playing for the second tier is actually kind of wild to me. Thank God I didn't have an international cap clause for him. And Tomaszewicz just got his first goal for Poland. Speaking of Poland, that's what I was actually going to show you. Shout out to him, though. 21 caps he's got these days. But the Polish national team has got a couple of naturalised players in it now. I was looking through it yesterday because I saw one and I noticed he was Polish now. If I just sort by age, you'll see that obviously we've got some Poles in here, which is cool to see. But then as you go a bit further down... Wait, they got rid of them. No, there they are. Two guys at Motor Lublin, both of whom are Spanish, have both declared for Poland. And I think the reason this has happened is because they were like the first club that started picking up those Spanish Scourge players. Because I remember us seeing these dudes in their lineup like 5 years ago in the top flight and being like, damn, okay, they've been shopping. Well, it turns out both of them have declared for Poland. So our Aritz Trevino, who's wanted by Katowice, they're not the best of the bunch, that's for sure. Might get promoted. Maybe. There is at least this year a chance of that happening. And obviously Raul Marti, who was the slightly better one, who has actually got 2 caps now for them. And he's also wanted by GKS Katowice. they're good, but they're not like the elite ones, it would seem, because those ones will obviously be playing for Spain. But it seems like Poland's national team might be taking a step in the right direction there. At least they've got some regens in there. A couple of our own. Weirdly, a couple of our loanees are also in the national team squad now, which is kind of cool. A guy at Bayern, and then 2 more at Legia. It seems like Legia are actually getting good youth intake players. Although these guys would have been a few years ago still, because they're all like 18, 19. In fact, no, 19, 20. So that's probably before we took over as the best team, essentially. But yeah, as for the second tier, I believe Pushtin and Pormitsa are still in the battle. They have dropped off a bit. Yeah. So this year, there's a really strong chance that we do get some new teams. Out of the 6 teams that are in that battle there, the only 2 that would technically be new in this save would be Pushtin Pormitsa and Swansk. Because both the Wodges, Szczecin and Płotsk have all been in top flight. Yeah, Volta Poznan haven't had the best season, have they? Oh my days. Looks like Tiki are going down as well. Luis Garmendia, do they? I don't know what you're talking about. That's just several different guys, all called Luis Garmendia. You just got, it's a good year for them. Who did he score against? Good question. Imagine if it was the same game. That'd be a bit strange considering they were all first team players. Where would I even see that information? Oh, it just keeps picking back and it will take us there eventually, won't it? Yeah, nice. Krishnovsky. Krishnovsky doesn't have any caps. Sorry, doesn't have any goals for international games. He's got 21 caps, which is exactly the same number as Damashevich, but sadly no goals yet. He's won by Al-Ittihad as well. I keep forgetting he's still actually on loan and isn't a permanent transfer there. I wish he would just move to Rakov permanently, given that he is playing week in, week out for them. But such is life. Pazos is hurt. Oh god, wait, the Woz wage rises. That would have hurt me a lot more were it not for the fact that we've recently brought him in to the first team now. He hates big matches though. So he's perhaps a stopgap in this role, but we can find the guy at least. That kind of sucks. And he's susceptible to injuries too. He's basically here until we find a better version of him that isn't going to bulk at Champions League matches and be injured every 3 weeks. I don't really feel like I've seen him get injured that much, but then sometimes you just get a bit of luck on those guys more than anything else. What's the value? The value is quite low, isn't it? Has he got no relegation release scores? No release causes. It is a little on the low side, actually. Which maybe suggests that he might be closer to maxing out than we think he is. Sometimes the game can lie a little bit there. But either way, he's become like patient 0 for this new role idea, and I'm really curious to see what he does over the rest of the season. What he'll probably do is get a massive injury in our next game and then never play again, but then we'll find someone else to do it. Because all we really need is a guy who's decent in the air, can tackle like crazy, and has reasonable passing ability. And I mean like only okay, and maybe decent enough work rate. If anything, having better work rate and aggression, I basically want a tall N'Golo Kante type guy. That's like, yeah, essentially a centre-back DM kind of fella that's got reasonable outfield pacey physicals maybe, just to get around the pitch, can work rate, and maybe is okay on the ball. Because all his job is going to be to get the ball and give the ball to Jens. So if he's got, as long as we're seeing double digits on passing, I think I'd be okay with that. Maybe. And Tolo Kante, exactly. This was your last summer. That's Sunderland. Jesus. Well, Tony Jameson's just lit up somewhere in the world. Forest in the Europa League, I guess, isn't so. Spurs in the Europa League is more surprising, if anything. Sunderland in the Champions League. 1, 2, 3. Fuck. Wait, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams in the Champions League. England about to drop on the first 57-point season in coefficient points. That's always good for them, isn't it? Good Christ. Right, Pazos' injury. That's okay. Right, okay. Next Gen Christmas. Next Gen Christmas? Next Gen Day. Got them in the end. Thank God. There it is. Jeez. All right, we're going to just progress all the way through, apparently, FM. Sometimes it does that. It would just be like, no, we're going 3 days today. Hold on to your hats, friends. Contracts get to expire. Anyone good in here? There's probably some good wages that we'll get back at least. Players like Golnek. I like him. He'll never play for us. He's too old for the loan farm. These are the kind of players I don't mind releasing back into the world. So Kari, though, he probably does need a new contract if he's willing to do it. Oh, yeah. That's absolutely fine. Just to get him back down. Holy comes today. Nice. I think I should be getting signed from Holy soon. Sign Matt Cash with the Polish connection. We can't sign him. He's already here. Like, he already plays for us. Except he doesn't. That's the problem. We signed him last... Oh, no, not even last year. It was the year before, in fact. Emergency backup. $5 grand a week. It's a little bit of a much, but if I get rid of that... There we go. Yeah, those were our existing contracts that were up. Too old for 22. Somehow, it makes no sense and all the sense at the same time. How's it going, Prince? Benko, Hadashige. He's not really playing for them either. Kramer might be. Not really. Wow, he fell off hard as well. I remember when he was a guy... Oh, that was Krauser. Never mind. Sepe, or Sepel. Thank you so much for the 2 months of Prime. That's very kind of you, friend. I really should have dealt with this bit a bit sooner. But I think a lot of these guys are going to be... Now, he probably does need an extension. As long as they're not asking for stupid money. I mean, that is quite a lot. Some of these guys might be better if I do just let them go. If they want anything beyond $5 grand... I'll probably let them go. If he doesn't want $5 grand... That's the maximum I go to for the kind of mid-as-hell loan farm dudes. The big loan farm dudes, obviously, I'll pay more. We can tell that these ones are at the club because they've got potential stars, pretty much. He sounds like he's Malagasy, but he's at Pushni Pormitsa. That's usually a bad sign. Viala, Polonia Beatom. These kind of guys are just kind of, I think, mostly going to... Oh, Ingo Taria, wow. I think it'd be for the best of his career to let him go as well. Free up a bit of extra cash. Kebe as well. Nwaza. Quentin Coman. Same kind of story. If he's here and can't get the team, then there's probably a reason for that. These guys are mostly... Thiago as well. That's why I offered him a new contract. He's wanted by GKS Katowice. Maybe I'll just let that go. Guido. There's not many in here as I thought there was going to be. Andre Luis. There's no one in here that I'm seeing and being like, oh yeah, definitely got to keep them around because they're absolutely crushing it. Although what I might have a closer look, a bit closer to the time, is just look on the squad screen. Look whose loans are finishing soon. Aaron's contract's nearly up. Well, that I can't have. That I absolutely will not abide by. Right, Aaron, new contract. A 40-year-old Aaron. Doesn't look a day over 39. Bad people say. For 50% off 100%. I guess it depends on who you're listening to ultimately, right? The reviews at the beginning of the game cycle were they were absurd. The game was not good at release. Let's not pretend that it was. But the reviews were massively inflated in terms of how stupidly negative they were. And it was completely out of proportion to how actually bad the game was. It was more of an anger thing. And if you haven't played 11 and 13, then 100% it'll be like a brand new... You'd have probably find it was okay on release as well if you hadn't played since 13. But you'll find it actually really good now, particularly with a couple of skins. Alec, thank you for the 23 months, my friend. How are you? But yeah, Chris, definitely for 50% off. 100% worth picking up at that point. Dortmund to Glory Bar. Oh. Hang on, Bayern Munich get a takeover, so then they've got more money. That's... Well, it's good to hear, Prince, I suppose, but sucks that you've not been able to be here. When was the last... I can catch you up if you like. It depends on the last thing you saw, I suppose. Yeah, the game is definitely fun. You just have to sort of go about it in a slightly different way. And also hope that some of the things that definitely do need to change are changed in time for FM27, I suppose. And they've got time to do so. That's a massive block of text. Export, right. No, there is a piece of... crashes are few and far between these days. I've had maybe 2 since Christmas. And one of them was caused by something I did and not because of the game. So if there is any kind of crashes because the hotfixes come out, there's way more frequent updates. But as far as I know, there isn't any like stupidly game-breaking bugs. Absolutely not. But yes, for the player export thing, you can't do like print screen like you could before. They really do need to bring that back. But there is there's a mod you can get that does allow you to do it. I haven't installed it yet because it's a bit complicated at first. But it's called like Beginix. Basically, it will allow you to have that similar kind of functionality, which is obviously what we are looking for. It would help my videos out a hell of a lot, so I don't have to manually export data to Google Sheets. Right. Harv, you're here just in time for the next gen list. Perfect timing, my friend. How are you? The summer transfers. To be fair, this season's gone a little bit slower just because of all the weird things. Like, obviously, I had the sponsored stream. We had Easter. Despite the consistency of me putting the streams out, this is like 8 streams to get through one season, whereas it's been like 6 or 5 for some of the others. Fix this game. I think it's one of those things where it's a little column A, little column B. They're probably separate teams, David, where they'll have development teams and they'll have sort of like bug fixing crews that go around and do that kind of stuff as well. The fact that we're still getting updates suggests that they very much actively are fixing this game because we literally got an update last week. So, and we still haven't even got the international stuff back in yet that was promised, which means there clearly is still a lot of work going into the current game cycle. You see our knockouts? Yes, knocked out Brighton on the way here, which is just a bit strange. Right, next gen list. Is it actually the guy? No, it's a guy called Shafak7. who's number 1. In fact, is that a turkey double? It is a turkey double. 2 Turks at the top. I just want somebody... Oh, hello. I tell you what. Number 6 is looking a bit fancy. And maybe number 9. There's a couple of guys in here that might be worth a little look. Yeah, SI is very much not the small studio that they sort of make themselves out to be. I think they have like 300 employees these days, which is quite big for... Not like AAA, but it's still quite big. I do use editor data files, not in this save, obviously. Well, actually, technically we do, because we've had the Patreon thing, which is an editor data file, and also the slight tweaks to loan rules and stuff. But I know for a fact that basically what happens is that when there's a proper new full-on version update that changes all the database stuff, you have to re-verify editor files because they change a lot of stuff in the database. So that's what happens with a lot of editor files not working. That, and I believe there was a bug with the editor, but they, I believe, have now fixed that as well. Right. And, of course, we haven't got that many faces in the games in this save, which is delightful. Hello, the Beast. I'm excellent, my friend. It's beautiful weather. I've got chat with me, and we're going to hopefully get to the Champions League final today. I'm being optimistic there. Right, Shafak 7, good player, not paying that tax on him, especially given he's this left-sided winger as well. 3 steps to get to the button. Oh, okay, right. Yeah, I haven't actually used the custom database on FM for a little while. Probably when I was setting up the Santa thing, and that was just to do Patreon stuff as well. Yeah, I haven't really used any kind of fancy custom databases this year. That might change soon. No, he's not a classic number 7. I was trying to explain that to Pog the other day. Wow, he's very good. But also £20 million. And I'm wondering if the ceiling isn't quite there on old Mehmet here. But good name. Mehmet Fatih Arataman. Worth a scout. I mean, we already have him scouted, apparently. This feels like player who played a lot early and has developed a lot. And he is good, but I wouldn't drop £20 million on him because I don't think he's going to be much better than that. Now, obviously, our scout... Who scouted him, actually? Who was the report done by? What should be our director of football? Nino Rausch, who has elite and outstanding. So I trust Nino's judgment on this guy to probably steer clear. Oh, cool, FM. Yeah, that's fine. Just take me off of that screen entirely. Always good when that happens. Another dude. Getting better at it. That's good to know, man. What would you say is the thing that you've noticed has improved the most, Kenneth? I'm just curious. Oh, that's the same guy. Right. Moving on. Delcio Casticcio. Portugal tax, similar story, very expensive. Also, they're all wingers this year, it seems. Wingers and strikers. Finding young talent, fair enough. I will absolutely do that, Harrow Bishop Ultras, right after we've checked through this next gen list. There's a guy called Rolf Hansleman. He's only 18. He is a centre-back. He can tackle. Why are the centre-backs so low on aggression? The amount of centre-backs I find that just do not seem to have decent aggression. It's so odd. He is... Oh, shit, sorry, I haven't updated this. It's 6'1". 14 jumping reach, though, is reasonable. I'll scout him again, but unfortunately, it looks like he might be another one of those guys that's... Actually, he hasn't played that... Oh, no, he has. Yeah, he's played 33 games this season. That is, after all, how you tend to get on the next-gen list, though, by playing games. So, obviously, Mamadi Mane is another left-sided winger, very good, but also playing for Benfica, so very expensive, too. Good ball playing, though. Yeah, but it's like... I mean, we'll scout him again. But I'm not convinced that he'd be worth paying that kind of money for with these types of... I mean, his attributes are fine, but I'd need to see some hint that he's actually got some potential to his game to be spending that kind of cash on him. This guy here, though, intrigues me a bit more. Elvis Gonzalez. Oh, yes, Elvis! Now, I know that his potential stuff looks kind of similar, but I like his attributes more, and he's a lot cheaper, and he's called Elvis Gonzalez. I'm a fan of it. He is fickle, though, unfortunately. He's a proper loan farmer, if nothing else. Look at that aggression. He's just a brave, aggressive man who jumps real high. That's my guy. And such. The Miracle of... I haven't, no. Don't look stable. I mean, to be fair, that might just be... It might just be that that's just Italy. It's very unstable at that kind of level with the clubs anyway. Look back into streaming. You'd love to see it. That'd be cool. Political football manager. Oh, I think I played a game. There was a game called Democracy that was kind of like that. And there was a few games like that, but they never seemed to really like capture it properly for me. Low passing. 9. I don't think 9's low. Not for... I already said, though, if we were looking for a centre midfield guy, I'd be happy with 10 for the centre-back centre midfield guy. But for me, 9 passing on a centre-back is absolutely fine. At 18... Oh, and
I
that's
was
the
at
name
the
of his
bank
first
this
album.
morning and an old lady asked me to help her check her balance. So I pushed her over.
I knew where it was going, and yet I still enjoyed it. He's easily shook up, yeah. Worst case scenario, he could, jailhouse rock, something, hound dog, and whatnot. But thank you for the 51 months, Kaka. That's very kind of you, friend. Ben, it is beautiful today. Genuinely, such a nice day out there. Oh, yeah, that's fine. So worth it. 5's first touch. Yeesh. Oh, he's got 6 first touch. I mean, ultimately, he's a centre-back. Like, he's not going to be our passer of the ball. He's not going to be playing for us at all, really. This is just a loan farm dude, most likely. Ooh, a bit more expensive than I thought. So let's make him more expensive. Oh, he's got a release clause. Yeah, that's fine. Just slightly under. I'm happy to pay that. We've only got £6 million left at the moment, by the way, because of that 20 bomb I dropped on that guy in January that hasn't actually joined us yet. Sorry, it wasn't January, was it? It was last stream. He could definitely do well in the match engine. Only a 0-0 draw at Volendam, 1 point behind. Hell yeah. So you basically need a big dub there, basically, right? So Stuart Collins. He's not even a Palace player. He's an Arsenal player. He's very good. Another winger, though. You're at Real Madrid, so we're not even going to bother with you. Nelson Santilli. Patronato. He is a left-sided winger, which doesn't really help us, but I'm still intrigued enough by him to keep an eye, to keep it going. Oh, Paul, yeah. I went for a run yesterday morning, and it was cold as hell. This morning, beautiful day for it. Not got my run today. I am looking forward to getting out there doing intervals tomorrow, though. I haven't done intervals since I was feeling unwell. Then we've got Matisse Mathieu, which is a left-sided winger. £31 million. So I'm going to move on from the incredibly expensive Belgium, despite his incredibly good name. A little less conversation, a little more action. Oh, amazing. Also, crap out here. I don't know if you're here right now, but thank you for sending over that quote. I do want to find a way to do something with that quote. Even if I just turn it into a motivational poster, I think it needs to do something. Start a council. That's kind of sick, actually. Have a race on Sunday. Yeah, bad Achilles. As someone who suffers from bad Achilles sometimes, I feel that pain. I've started doing some deep squat sitting to try and help and open up my lower back as well. Did a little bit of it this morning. I'll tell you what, it's loosened me up really, really nicely. I think my mobility is just a bit in the toilet, you see. Another guy at please tell me he's just in a position we can use. So Dmitro Shmurgan, Ukrainian at Dynamo Kiev, 18 years old. Probably worth at least getting him scouted more so we can have a closer look at his attributes. Shmorgan is a great name as well. Does Zag, or is it Julian? It's a different dude. Zag seemed to have a really good record for picking up some players really, really young that we don't seem to be able to, well, we do, but not quite to their level. So there's Teun Vliet of Chicago Fire, who could not sound more sort of Dutch if he tried. Oh, he's got Bonaire second nationality. He was born in, that's Joliet, isn't it? Joliet, Illinois? Because my head immediately wanted to pronounce that as like Joalier. Big man, who's he wanted by? Leipzig, of course, because they have that. He's not as Dutch as I expected, but Bonaire is like nearly Dutch, right? That's how it works. Man City dude. Oh, wait, hang on, I missed a guy. Claudio Backenheim. Dom Jarle from Maritimo. Wow, what a weird little, what a nice little loan spell. Well, how does he speak Spanish? Probably because United States, right? I think a lot of the American players come with Spanish as an extra language sometimes. He's 16. We have to at least scout Eduardo Henrique. You don't see 16-year-olds on the next gen list very often. And he's 6'6", and he has 19 jumping reach minimum. It's Dutch adjacent. Exactly. That's actually, I mean, his heading is a bit ass, so that concerns me slightly. Yeah, he might actually not be crazy expensive for once. He will be, probably, right? Rufino? Striker. Bit more expensive. Have already scouted him, apparently. But I want to know more. Marking could be a bit good, yeah. Another Real Madrid guy. Right, Zag dude. Oh, wow. He's on loan from us. Oh, wow. He's on loan from us. Levan Gorgitidze. I did not think he was that good. Christ. If you would have given me like 1,000 guesses as to who our best player on the next gen list would be, I did not think it would be a random Georgian dude we've got on loan at Zag. Back into the squad. Why? What would be the point? Don't make me tap the sign. He's very good, actually. 9 caps for Georgia at 19. 4 goals. I assume he's playing as a striker. Because he does like a bit of finishing. He's so perfect for the loan farm as well. Maybe he doesn't have the potential. Actually, maybe he does have the potential. I mean, he's leading extra class level right now, which is awesome. The longer we can keep him at a club like Zag, or even maybe move him to a slightly better club, or make them into a better club, would be awesome. I don't remember even signing that dude, but we signed so many players. Some of them just are bound to turn into good guys. Luca Ferretti, 3 million quid. Low aggression again. Not for me. I mean, 3 million quid's not even that bad, but he's just a bit uninspiring more than anything else. This is a much better net. He's one of ours. 100% he's one of our guys. He's on loan at the Patreon Regen Club where they all just seem to end up for some reason. He's lighthearted and jovial. Patronato as manager. Oh, Fulham legend. Is it Brian Ruiz? I'm just trying to think of players that might sort of maybe make sense there. Oh, Franco Fernandez at Liverpool FC. I think his his physicals are going to be what lets him down eventually, but I do still want to scout him further. Facundo Sava, he of the mask. Things you'll love to see. Ivan Dedic. Ooh. Ooh. He's actually another number 10, annoyingly. But he does have... He's quite good. 19 years old. No Croatia caps yet. Very, very fast. He's like an Arola type player more than anything else. Hello, Captain Guinness. We're just looking through the next gen list at the moment. And surprised that there's actually quite a lot of fun players on it for once, rather than it all just being Man United, Barca, Real Madrid, although the Real Madrid are still there. Rodallega could make sense. Yeah, I think he's still kicking about, isn't he? Literally. Yeah, just Spain in general. Thankfully, we're out of that. Maybe that's what it is. We're out of that little mode now, so we're actually going to get some fun players again. I'm definitely shortlisting him. Maybe in the summer when we actually have money to be able to afford a player like him. Because our budget is surprisingly low considering how much we had. Nestoras Katsamakidis. 17 years old. No, he's not. He's 19 years old. Still, probably worth it. At least he's a player we've not scouted before. Hello, J-Levs. Arsenal dude. Where's he from? Croatian. He's definitely not started at Arsenal, has he? Ah, man. He would have... he's not got very good tackling. He's all right, though. The next year. With Lungby. Ooh. Nice. I'm really curious to see how that goes for you, Oliver, given that that's kind of what we're going to be doing. You're sort of laying the groundwork, walking the path ahead of us. You can report back. Alan Ramos at Young Boys. Hey, a player we've not looked at before. Always good to see. Probably because he's a winger. Then there's Eric Vitorino. Or Vitorino of New York City FC. He's walking here. From Beckley, West Virginia. Can speak Spanish as well. Probably should just end up paying America tax on these guys. I do want to find a really cheap American player that's actually good one day. That guy is at Real Madrid. Ooh. Fabian Puccinelli, Argentinian, centre-back, 18 jumping reach, still low aggression, because of course. And he's 19, but I quite like him. And he's from, he's from Arsenal. What could go right? It'd be good for set pieces. Hello, JM. No voice today. Oh, mate. I'm so happy for Lincoln. It's just nice to see teams like Lincoln just getting into the championship. It's particularly as the top of that league is so clogged with some really good teams in terms of their names as well. Ooh. What about Napoli? He's another striker. Juan Fernando Ruiz. I get the feeling that he'd probably want a really high squad status, unfortunately. Yeah. Those lower nations, it is so hard to get money because even when you get a little bit of money, you know that you can't consistently do it until you start really getting like that European cash every single year. American amateurs, we got none at all. I actually turned the MLS off again to save time because we were just getting zero. It does not seem to work for whatever in my save when I turn them on. Decisions are 9. He's 18 years old. That's so easy to improve. My concern with someone like Fernando Ruiz would be that I think he'll want a really large contract. Oh, never mind. I thought he was going to demand like a really high squad status because of the interest from Napoli. But if we could just grab him now for... Actually, he's probably going to go for about 900k, isn't he? Because his release cost is 1.1, so that's usually fair. I'd pay 900k for him. I like him. AG's teams? Maybe. Booyakasha. Perhaps. He was born in Armenia. Wait, there's a place called Armenia in Colombia? Amazing. I've learned that today, if nothing else. Oh, look at this page. This is so much better than what I'm used to. Karol Hanik of Teplice in Czechia. Okay, he's dreadful. It's rare that you see an E-rated player on the next gen list. Wow, he's awful. I mean, his attributes are quite good, but I don't know if I'd want to pay that kind of money for him, particularly with that aggression. Lower nations, they are a bit of a pain, but it means that when you get those tiny little marginal gains, you can make a huge amount of progress. 18 million is probably a little bit much. Cool to see they've got some good players coming through, though. Aha! We found a dragon. It's Dragon Terzic. I literally signed a guy called Terzic the other day. We'll have a second Terzic. He came from the Dutch leagues, though. Eros Dominguez Nava. Ooh, goalie. A- rated. 1 cap for Mexico. 8 aerial reach. That's going to be a no from me. I don't know. The idea of a goalie with 8 aerial reach concerns me. I feel like he'd just get swamped on crosses. And he's already £10 million. Does have a cap, though, weirdly. I'd have thought Mexico could do better than that. He's actually only 5'11", but that is a little on the low side. Ooh, what about you? This is Brazilian, right? Hagnaldo Rosa Alves. Which team is Afe meant to be? I haven't put the name fix back in again yet. He's an interesting character. Wolfgang Savelsberg. God, Club Brugge are just at... Oh, it's non-league Brazil. Oh, wow. I just assumed I just didn't know the name. In that case, he might be very interesting.
Hashtag AD 33 months of FM Glee. Keep up the good work, sexy yellow chaffinch man.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you for the 33 months. That's so many months, and I'm very, very grateful for every single one of them. Marcus Mendoza. Oh, now we're talking. If he's like even half this, Paraguay caps, loan farm, can play in multiple positions. He feels like loan farm extraordinaire type of lad. Actually, that wage is really high. $9,000 a week. I don't know if I want to pay a loan farm guy that $9,000 a week. That's put me off there. Chris Mendez, LAFC. Oh, wow, he is dreadful. Florence Graham, California. That sounds incredibly posh. Or it's the exact opposite. We found Zlatan. Zlatan Visic. Is that another Croatian number 10? Luis Saha. I imagine that... well, yeah, it probably would do. I think Saha would have worn this shirt during his era at Fulham. It was around that sort of time. Like early noughties, late 90s, I think. Can't remember the exact period it was. Yeah, that was quite... I think it's because he's got Paraguay caps. Zlatan Visic. I would never trust him to come near our central midfield with 2 tackling. Something about him just doesn't really compute to me. Let me just move that on. How did that end up on Smart Shuffle being like, yeah, you're going to listen to this today? I'm like, no, I don't think I am, actually. Zlatan Visic. Yeah. Axel Bauer? He's probably really good, but I suspect his asking price would be obscene because, wow. Hey, there you go. He's Polish, obviously plays for Łódź, so we can't go after him. But part of me does wonder if we should maybe change that rule at some point where we can go after players from second-tier sides as long as they've not been in the top flight for like 3 seasons. Because I don't want to accidentally make teams worse that could potentially come back up again quite quickly. But it might be worth us potentially looking at some of the sides that aren't actually likely to get promotions. We should definitely shortlist him for sure. But I suppose a lot of those players would just... I've offered him a trial. What am I doing? This is where he just signs for us now because of that. Right, there we go. Definitely worth keeping an eye on. Oh, Junior Fofana. Hey, Rakov got a player on here. From ASEC Mimosas. Well done, lad. Oh, that was the guy that we missed out on, wasn't it? He joined them instead. Marlon Ramos of Fortaleza. Extend a loan back. You can, but they tend not to accept it. That's my sort of experience with it. They usually end up... Then again, that was only with foreign loans, so it might be different for a domestic one. So we could potentially try it with a domestic loan. Offer them a 2-year loan back and then just keep extending it. I think we did do that with a couple of players in the past. Maybe. I think it depends on the terms of the contract. Marlon Ramos. He's quite good, but 9 jumping reach. Not amazing. Marco Jimenez. Another centre-back that can't jump very high. But he does have aggression. It's like the game gives them jumping reach or aggression, but never both. Kyle Price, he's got to be on loan, right? He's actually not. But then I am led to wonder why on earth he's on the next-gen list, other than because he's played loads. No England caps. Where was he born? Larnaca. How strange. No Marlon Hillies around these parts. Good point. Colin Lehman, an Austrian at TSV Hartberg. They sometimes produce some talent. And the last couple down here. Ooh. Kao Paju. Very fun. Oh, Norwegian Estonian, baby. That's slightly better. I said I wanted an alright Estonian. Maybe that's him. I mean, he'll probably declare for Norway knowing him, but... And this guy here. Petr Kristofek. Screw it, why not? Oh, I just feel like Estonia would be such a fun nation to get some kind of... Any regions in the national team? Couple dudes. Surprisingly few, actually, considering it's Estonia. There's Tanel Kashik, who we definitely looked at him because I remember his name sounding like Karsik. And then there's this guy here, Solomon Aliu, who came through at Jakarta. So I think he's declared. Either that or he had Estonian nationality before. Either way, he's in. But does he even count? What about their youth squads? Have they must have regens down here, of course. But the question is, are any of them any good? Any younger players that maybe stand out down here? Maxim Roche, a Paidalina Miskond. It's mostly those sort of clubs, I would have thought. If they're going to come from anywhere, it's probably one of those guys. Karaunas, Lermus, Risto. Bit older, I think. Freebie goalie, true. But I suspect he's not likely that good if he's a freebie. Who was he released by? In weird news, he was released by a San Marinese team. Yeah, true. If they're like 21, they would probably be better. That's surprising. Imagine getting released by a San Marinese team. I always feel like I should pick him up just because of that alone. Poor lad. That's got to really hurt the ego being released by a San Marinese side whilst being in those squads. I don't think I've ever seen that before. What was he doing there in the first place is my next question. Right. There's still hopefully some more squads further down. Okay, under 19s is missing. And under 18s. So, wow, they've got no one in there at the moment, in fairness. Is there anyone else here that's interesting? There's Levadia. What teams have we got? So there's a few guys at Levadia. Lermus, Trader. Oh, thank you, Silicon Carnage. I've got more to come. This guy's called Silver Alex. Oh, I've scouted him as well. Ooh. Silver Alex Pareko. He's got good aggression, actually. Is that actually his name? Silver. I love the idea of Silver being a first name. That's cool. Oh, what's your Polish last name? I'm curious to see if I can pronounce it. Gold Alex is definitely trading better these days, for sure. Yeah, I imagine that I would struggle with Estonian last names. Well, as I do, clearly. Can I just sign him? For the memes? 34 grand for the memes. I'm just going to sign a smattering of Estonians and hope for the best. It's usually what works, right? He's F-rated, of course, so that's probably not helping. Anyone else that's fun? They have some good names, don't they? Just in general. Let's have a look at Paida. See if they've got players that aren't in the squad for some reason, but might still be worth a gander. Probably want team report. Then again, we haven't got a report on them. Oh, we actually are getting reports on them. Hans Lel, Mario. I thought his name was Mario Karts for a second there. That would have been wild. Nikolai Aru. Hang on, his surname is... The surnames are so good. Valerie Suits, but does he though? I imagine it's Sweets, but... How sick. He's also 20. There's also... That guy's an 18-year-old in their first team. Tarvo Voronin. Yeah, rain suits could happen. Tarvo Voronin. He almost sounds slightly Russian or Finnish. Born in Turi, though. He looks not too bad, actually. I mean, he's in the first team at 20. And obviously Martin Lenk is in there as well. I feel like they all have the same haircut. Who's the other one? It's Flora Italian, really. It's all Levadia as well, I guess. Flora have actually only got one player in this squad, so maybe they've not got such good intakes lately. What have they got? Oh, they've just got less players, it seems. Blinsky. Amateur. Oh, he's amateur. Do we just nab randos? He's in the under 21 squad, not their first team. Let me try their first team first, see if they've got anyone in there at all. Can I introduce you to Mr. Kink here with his mustache? You can't be called Kink and not have a mustache. It's just the rules. Estonia is an underrated name country, I'm feeling. He's 23, sadly. So he's probably not quite it. Yeah, they've got no youngsters. We might as well sign the Kink, right? Because then if anyone like criticizes him when we sign him, I can just tell them they're kink shaming me. And it's all sorted. £1,000 a week for that, sure. Why not? I'm here for it. We've got off the rate. Oh yeah, Matt, we need to progress today. Not happening. Well, we are, obviously. Anyone else that's worth? Dobrovolsky's 22. What else we got? Anyone a bit further down that might be worth a look? Bilinski. His attributes aren't looking particularly great. But he is an amateur, I suppose. But he's 19 as well. Any of you? Risto Lermus. Did I already scout? No, it's a different guy called Risto. Okay. So many wrists here. I never know what to keep track of. And there was an under-19 squad or not? Oh, just one dude. A single fella. Nikolai Markov. Okay. What was the other one as well? Oh, yeah. Lavadia. That was the other one I wanted to have a quick look at. Just in case, I don't think there's anyone else. We did scout these guys, didn't we? That's Flora Italian, mate. You've clicked it twice. Is what you've done there. Lavadia. Right, what have they got? Only the less squads as well. Any younger players in there? So there's Martin Rose. Now, he must have been in one of the Holy Scoops or something. Because his attributes don't look that bad. I know he's 20. He definitely feels like a punt. He's wanted by Porto. He must have come up in one of the Holy Scoops. Porto outdoes it. Second nationality, maybe? Born in Italy, no second nationality. I mean, hey. He's clearly not that good. But I don't know if we're going to get a better Estonian player as far as their attributes, at least. The problem with him is I suspect he's probably got no potential. But, hey, there's only one way to find out, right? Wait till the summer and enjoy. Can I get a full contract on you as well? Like, 8 years would be great. Nothing else. It's pushed in the appointment. So, yeah, no caps for them, interestingly. Maybe he's actually not that good and he's on the lower end. But, like, if we saw a player, take away the part that is Estonian, take away the F rating there. If we looked at a random player from, say, Senegal and he had these attribute sets, we'd look at him and go, yeah, screw it. Why not, right? No technique and no passing. He's got 7 to 11 passing. 9 to 12 technique. He's 20 years old. Like, depends what you're looking for. It's not like a starting player for us. Not every player is about, like, starting in our first team. He's also 20. He's free as well. Yeah, exactly. Gonzalo. Oh, we got loads of these guys, haven't we? I think sometimes people judge players way too harshly, especially when they're young, and miss out on a lot of talented footballers because of it. Wow, that's a high wage. Elvis, bud. I probably could have kept that in, actually. Because that's league games. Fuck it, why not? I'll leave that in. I don't think he's ever going to play that many league games for us. Well, I'm not actually that bothered. Yeah, VRL, if I'm playing, like, nothing for a player, I'm more than happy to, like, pay a little bit in wages, obviously. But when it's a VRL type signing, I might take a bit more due diligence next time around to not waste 21 million quid on him, because that was an obscene amount of money, and I really do regret that. Because if we hadn't spent that kind of cash, we'd have way more money to be dropping on players like these guys right now. And I probably could have gone straight after that. Not Estonian, sorry. The Croatian number 10 we saw that I quite like the look of, but we just don't have the money in the bank right now to actually go after him. But it's okay, because I will console myself by signing loads of free Estonians. Oh, this is a different Estonian. This is Mr. Silver, isn't it? It's like Reservoir Dogs out here. Right, okay. Oh, of course, yeah, I tried to trial him, didn't I? City have an injury. Well, that's good. I guess that makes it 5-1 to us on injuries, I suppose. Ruiz is set to sign. Mr. Silver set to sign, even though he's... I feel like his attributes look worse than the other guy that we are signing on a free, whereas this guy we've actually had to pay for. Although this guy's younger, I guess. So exactly. Yeah, I think he's unlikely to play for us. Actually, who is going to be missing for that game then? 3 players doubtful for us. They've got 5 unregistered, and Mateus Fernandez, who is at Manchester City at this save. God, he's quite good, isn't he? Only 8 caps for Portugal while being that good. We'll rotate for Krakow, for Cracovia, and go from there. Marta has interest in bank. Bravo. Bravo, game. What we're getting? 3.8%? Like, come on, lad. Incredible. Marta has interest in bank. It's sensational times. Some solid investment there from Marta. I bet she's got maxing out all her ISA contributions. Yeah, are we talking stocks and shares ISA, cash? Like, be a bit more sensible with this. Perfect. I always knew that would likely come up at some point, but the fact that it happened right now. Drop my lip stuff. And that's why the silly names are important. Yes. She's got premium bonds. Hey, I've got £25 worth of premium bonds. That £1 million will be mine. Just you wait. All right, now we need to do a Harold Bishop Ultras, because I literally have just spent nearly half an hour looking at the next gen list. So it's time to celebrate the inevitable really mid-Estonians joining us with a cheeky little Harold Bishop Ultras if I can find the right button. Let's go.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I'm Andrew Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
Tell you what, we are still a lot on the light side as far as strikers, which is incredible considering how many we did have. But I think it's just all the injuries that are happening at the exact same time. So Fila can't realistically start this game, can he? He's still injured. Now, last thing I want is to get him injured again. And Duru's also hurt, but I could maybe start Bellingham and Duru like that way around perhaps. Montparnasse can't be starting either. Oh my days. Where's Aguirre when you need him, or is he hurt as well? Right, what's going on with the tactic there as well? There we go. I hadn't looked at it on the combined one for a while, and turns out it looks hilarious because he's just sat on his lap, apparently. That's very, very strange. Yeah, Marta's been an extremely good manager in this save. It's because they're crossing over. You're right. How's that happened? So in possession, Herrera. Yeah, I want Herrera as the... There we go. There we go. Why did that happen? I must have changed a player around or something while we had this one selected and not this one. Oh, it's my ass man. Does he do that? What a weirdo. That's annoying. I didn't realize he could even do shit like that. I know that used to happen before, but he sort of stopped doing it for a while. Okay, there are players on the bench, I think. Yeah, they'll just be team guys for this game. Not a great lineup to be putting out in the derby, but we do need to make sure we preserve something. That's weird. Right, yeah, we don't want them swapping over quite that frequently. Right, let's just go for... I haven't really seen what this is like in Insta result yet. I mean, this is not a great example of that, because obviously I suspect we may lose this. Hello, Tryhard Fufa. Welcome in, my friend. I hope you're well. 2-all draw, actually, with that squad is not that bad. One of our loanees, Saul Aranda, he's kind of crushing it for Brookbet and Marta. Relishes big matches. He's consistent as hell. He would honestly get in our team right now. And that's what makes him so exciting, because he isn't in our team right now. He is, other than the dribbling ability, he's fucking great. Having a player like him out on loan is like building a nation 101. Guys like him are the bread and butter of these kind of saves. Actually keeping him there. Yeah, no, Marta's got all the money. Oh, we actually came from 2-0 down. John and Duru getting the goals. A 6.7 rating on the midfielder there. Obviously, with players moving all over the shop, it's not that surprising. XG was a little low. Everyone in the chat, I mean, that's what the chat's for, isn't it, really? I mean... But that's awesome that you point that out. I feel like with certain games it's easier to. Like, there's some games that I think it would be really difficult to read chat while playing. Anything that revolves around like consistent input, so like FPS games or like active like things like FC and stuff. But for me, there's no point in streaming if you're not going to interact with the chat, because that's where the real fun actually is, right? Ultimately, because if you're not going to do that, I'd just be making a 4-hour YouTube video at that point. But thank you for that comment. That's very kind. That's a sort of a validation of me actually trying to do a decent job sometimes. That, and I'm just a yapper anyway. So, chat know that they can put one random message that poses some strange question, that's some weird oddity in the game, and suddenly it's 15 minutes later, and we've been investigating it for that entire period. Like our last random 10-minute segue into the Estonian leagues for absolutely no reason than me going, haven't signed an Estonian lately. Hit continue, never. Can't be done. We've got a grand total of 3 days today, but then when I can get my head down and start cracking, just you wait. You're not ready. Oh, we got Juric. Do you know what? It might behoove us for the time being to get Juric up to the first team for a bit, to give him a backup role as a striker for us for a bit. Just because he actually kind of looks all right. He's 21, but we need the depth right now, and he's good. 10k PB. Technically, my 10k PB is like 52 minutes something, but that was set in November 2019, so it's a while ago. And I think it probably should be faster, because... You know how like you can sort of work out where your 10k PB should be based on your 5? Mine probably should have been high 40s, but I just never quite found the way to go and get that done. Same as my half marathon PB is a bit slower than you'd expect. But yeah, it's about 52 minutes. I couldn't run that now. I think if I really pushed it now, I could maybe do it in 57. Found a good Koreans. Weirdly, no. Considering how often you find really solid Koreans in the game. I actually don't think we have had a really good Korean in the game. My 5k, technically my 5k PB is like 23 something. Like 2340 or 2350. Not enough base running. Well, also, again, this was 7 years ago. So that's the other reason. Safi. Oh, I don't know, actually. He's been around. I think he is still playing in Poland, I think. I'm assuming these are a lot of the players we looked at last stream, and they've not turned out to be all that amazing, but we kind of expected that. 4 guys left. Zag Dude, Egyptian fella. 2 Egyptian fellas, and a really expensive guy called Mario Fessa. Oh, 100 miles a week. Yeah, I gotta get my 100 miles a week in. Hey, I've done some miles this week. I'm just building it up again. When I first started this medication, I stopped running basically because my heart rate was all over the place, but now I'm realizing that I need to actually stay on top of that now, so I'm just getting back into it slowly but surely. Like, I think also my estimates on a lot of my apps at the moment, I ran a 26:35k the other day in the middle of a run, which was kind of fun, just because I felt like it. But yeah, played Ball Pit. Oh, Ball Pit is so good. 2 of my friends have also 100%ed that as well. One of them's really close to it. It's a very good game. No top tier questions on cheese, true, but it was a great video though. I now have so much more knowledge about paragliding that I didn't have before, and I'm glad of it. We should at least try and sign this fella, right? He looks okay, he's cheap enough, and it's rare that you get an opportunity to go for a cheap Egyptian. So we'll have him, if he's willing to join, and he is. Nice to see. 100k trail race, fucking hell. The furthest I've ever run is a half marathon. I would like to do a proper marathon, but slowly but surely, I ain't about to try and get myself injured in the process. I'm maybe overly cautious on those things, but ultimately, I run not just because of my fitness, but because of my brain, and I wouldn't want to not be able to do it, essentially. 500k is probably okay. I'm probably going to go a bit cheaper, actually, but that's alright. Mohammed Mayer. Is he another shot? He's only 17. He's a little bit more, but I'm very curious about him. He looks really quite good. Maybe more info required on that guy, though. Where's the youth intake? The youth intake was about a month ago. Well, actually, only about 2 weeks in game, as it happens. A theory. Aliens have visited this planet that came on during the age of dinosaurs, got scared and left. Fair enough. The dinosaur snacks have ships that get scared. A key piece. It could be. I mean, dinosaurs are scary. So, maybe. I do like dinosaurs. They're just cool. Favorite dinosaur chat. There you go. See, I'm off. Didn't take much, did it? Although that was more existential question than I'm used to at this time of the morning. He says at 12:12 in the afternoon. There you go. Get that in there. Was last week for 55k. Nice. I at one point had actually signed up for a marathon off-road obstacle course race. This was again back in like 2019. Was that my 2019, early 2020 was like my most fit, but I think I can get back close to that or beyond quite quickly. I want a hug one. They're cute but kind of scary at the same time, I suppose. Hello, Almaz. Stegosaurus is a quality dinosaur, to be fair. Pterodactyls are pretty dope too, just because they're attacking from the air. Like, you've got an extra element to it there, I suppose. See, some of these I've never even heard of. I do like a Diplodocus, though. Anything that's just massive. Where you kind of go, hey, you exist, and that's terrifying. I don't remember signing this guy, but sure, we'll have him. All Dino Riders. Maybe. How sick would that be? Move over motorcycle. I'm on the back of a Velociraptor. We're being hunted. Well, that's all of those guys. Just some random fodder for the lone farm for the summer, I guess. A big angry bat. I'm going to guess so, yeah. A house crow. Is this one of these things where it's like, in the same way that a shark is technically a dinosaur? Or something. I'm a dinosaur when it comes to content. Right. Progress. Dinosaurs and Cadillacs. Are those the 2 food groups? It's like a video game. You load in, you've got 2 choices. You must choose a faction. Are you with the dinosaurs or are you with the Cadillacs? It's a tough choice. Cadillac possibly more comfy. Suspension could still be a bit wobbly. Dinosaur would need more... Dinosaur probably doesn't break down as often. I'd play Dinosaur versus Cadillac. Yeah. It's better than a lot of the games you see coming out these days. Where is Dinosaur versus Cadillac, damn it? Dino Crisis. Oh, yeah. The only reason I remember Dino Crisis is because the only time I ever saw it get played was in bowling alleys. because the bowling alley we used to go to for like every party for every friend had, or was that Time Crisis? That might have been Time Crisis, actually, now that I think about it. That might be a different game. An asteroid better. It depends, because if you're hitting the asteroid head on, then the Cadillac has definitely got a better chance, because think of all the amount of Cadillac that is between you and the asteroid. But if it falls on the roof, it's just going to cave in. Dinosaur, on the other hand, perhaps more mobile, can bob and weave. PS1, yeah, I think maybe I did see those in bowling alleys as well. Have you seen this film? Is it Mr. the Good Dinosaur? The Velocipastor? I haven't seen it, but I have heard of it, and now I'm 5.1. Not even that bad. I've watched films that are worse than that on purpose. First dinosaur fossil was discovered. Knew about them. Oh, we never knew about them. Do you think if he'd known about them, he would have written something into the Declaration of Independence about it? Be like, oh yeah, and our dinosaur friends. I think he would have done. With his wooden teeth and whatnot. Buying a boat called Kink. Yeah, we've been shopping in Estonia today. We've already found a guy called Suit. And a guy that looks like he might actually be quite good. Kink is not him. Kink is here just simply so that you can't kink shame me. Aaron signed a new contract. Resident Evil with dinosaurs. Yeah, the light gun shooter is definitely the one I remember from bowling alleys for sure. I remember there was a Jurassic Park game. I had that on Game Boy Color, I think, and a PS1 game. There might have been a Jurassic Park PS1 games too. All I remember is I was crap at it, and I used to always get eaten and killed by, I think they were called compies. I asked you this on chat like a month ago. Horrific kinks. Oh, hell. Yeah. I mean, signing expensive Belgian men is probably my most embarrassing of all the kinks, really. Entertainment at Old Trafford. That's really vague. Anwar Kamal is joining us too. I'm actually hoovered up some decent talent there. I was going to say, there is no bigger pot kettle moment than this. Have floppy arms. Interesting. Any particular reason, or did they just not bother to program the arm part? Internet upgrade, I go from suppose super fast to ultra fast. I'm not sure what counts as either of those things. Like, what do they count for each block? Because I have no idea what my internet would even fall under. It's like 1,000 meg. So my upload, realistically though, it's more like 950 if I actually not upload, sorry, download. And my upload's probably a bit lower actually. It's about 110 on a really good day. More than enough for what I do, thankfully. I do wish the upload was a little bit higher though, just so I could upload YouTube videos even more. Yeah, mine is also with Virgin, and to be fair, we've only had one issue with Virgin the entire time, and that was that stream that they cost me last month. I think it's a really cool idea, Sam. I haven't had a chance to properly look into it yet, but I would like to get it involved in the stream at some point, because I think it would be a really cool concept. It doesn't look too difficult to use either. Superfast is 50 to 60. Holy shit. Yeah, that's what my parents have. I think where they live, there's just no access to decent internet. Ultra is maybe 80 to 90. Oh, Jesus. What do I have then? Super mega hyper megazord fast. The great thing about here is that because of where I live, there's a lot of internet companies vying for position. So even when one contract ends and you get out of the initial deal, there's like about at least 10 more that are offering you something just as good. So the competition levels are insane. I'm in Silicon Fen, of course I am. It's Paolo Feno. That just sounds like a signing I would make from Italy, doesn't it? Right, Duru and Catalar, Arola, Lucinio, Hjötedal. I think that's actually okay. Pazos can't play, sadly. Still got a couple of youth players on the bench because literally have no choice. Pena and Fida are not back. Montperus is at least able to get to the bench. Cassidy probably does not make the team today. 33 pounds. Yeah, I think we're playing 34. But it was 17 for like the first 18 months. So it's not too bad. Gig up and down. Oh my goodness. That's impressive, to be fair. Large. I always read that as Large Hadrian Collider. Just you every time you're walking around in the dark. Yeah, I couldn't go back. It's bad. Have any other options in my area? I guess they would know, right? Yes, one of the good things about here is just being able to access that. 2.5. I was going to say, what are you downloading? The Library of Alexandria? Like, fair enough, but man's watching in 16K today. You can see every single... Did you just call me fat? I might have done. Maybe. It's Manchester City. Let's go. Let's actually play a game. Who's getting a squad number? Oh, Jediva, of course. Didn't you already get one? Number 50 for you, Mr. Jediva. Phone someone's house and the internet cut off. Oh, like, yes. Or like, can you get off the phone? I need to use the internet. And obviously the dial-up tool. Plus TV service, plus actual TV. Fuck it, that's really good value. We don't bother with TV package here because everything's just, we literally have a TV, which is not connected to any of that smart bollocks because it's usually shite, and then an NVIDIA Shield Pro, which is the smart part, but I can control it way better, and it's not full of bloated nonsense, although it is a little bit bad in places. And that just runs everything now. It's great. I've just got everything set up through that. Pass it on. I'm saying nothing. I don't have an IP address. What are you talking about? No pressure on the rest of the day. There is a lot of pressure, actually, but let's go anyway. Monday night because Dad did the phone for a couple of hours. God damn. Do you remember long distance phone calls where it was like, my dad's sister, she lives in America, so he would ring her sometimes, and he'd have to work out this like crazy phone plan thing to be able to ring her for cheap in the States, whereas now you'd just be like, WhatsApp or something. They are. Sky coming for me, and let them. Fuck Sky and their shitty internet. It was Sky I had back in Essex, and I was constantly complaining about them. Yeah, that's what I spent my streamer millions flying around the world watching football matches, as well, you know, chat. Yeah, actually, let's see. What's the City lineup looking like? Because I didn't get a chance to look at it. It doesn't show on the screen for long enough usually. So Donnarumma, Rico Lewis, Ruben Diaz, Yarek. Okay, that's an interesting sign. Wow, he's got amazing hair. Hincapié as well, or Hincapié. Rodri, Alex Scott, Phil Foden, Farid Chawi. He sounds like a regen. Oh, at least he's not a random Spanish regen. Although I bet he did gen in Spain. Keenan Yildiz and Erling Haaland. On the bench, Catesby, probably in Kustov's there, Savinho, Roman, Paul Jackson, Naeem Charbonnel. Oh, wait, isn't that guy from Belgium? No, he's a French dude. Oh my god, he's good. Soulé, Nico O'Reilly, Kern McPhee, Gavin Barrett, and Mateus Fernandes, of course, who is on the bench despite an injury. Okay, we could be in trouble. But I believe. It's fine, OC fan. The bins were put out last night. We had a Tuesday bin pickup this time around because of bank holiday and that. Yeah, I mean, especially got right. Back where I used to live, it was basically Sky or BT. Oh, good. The guy we just highlighted scores. I think he's offside. I'm not worried. Yeah, his name sounds very... I say Polish. A little bit Polish to Alex Given. Oh, yeah, he's just onside because whoever that is has dropped so goddamn deep. F127 news. Oh, no time soon. We're not even done with 26 news yet. Like, we're still supposed to be getting some kind of international football brought back into the game soon. So, I would be amazed if you hear anything about anything to do with FM27 until September. That's usually when it was for the last couple of years. We are trailing at home to Manchester City. I just want to see how we do tactically. If we can get a decent amount of possession, keep an eye on certain players in this team. Catalar is better than Haaland. Oh, for sure. Haaland has a Catalar poster. That much I do know. There we go. Jens doing that is exactly why I like this system. Oh, here we go. Obradovic is now free to do this kind of thing. I still think we could win this top. Oh, that's a great pass. See, look. Oh, he's actually scored it. Old Catalar would never have done that. What a goal. Incredible. Top 10 moments in respect. That is... But that's the bigger crosses I talk about sometimes. Like, it's a brilliant bit of play. Arola's shot is struck here, but look at this. The tight angle with his right foot. Oh, what a finish. Hello, my big forehead. What a perfect time to join us. We were just discussing terrible internet providers and how great Adan Katala is. That is an unbelievable finish from him. The confidence definitely seems to be back and flowing. He's now into double digits for the season as well. Ah, beautiful. I just really like the way this team sets up and plays now, with Lucinho cleaning everything up for us. Obradovic able to make those runs forward now, and Hurtado just pinging balls left and right. I think the long-term successor to Big Jens now, if we're going to commit to this, needs to be a proper pass maestro dude. Like, high teens in passes. Like, not to start with, but would develop into, like, sort of having 18, 19 passing and really good vision as well. So he can just spray incredible passes. That's what I'm hoping for out of him one day. Because Jens is good right now, right? But I don't think he's like elite level for those things. 15 passing, 14 vision, decent decisions. Good long shots too, which would be really helpful. But that guy could be, yeah. Red Mumbler back. I worry that the Mumbler wouldn't be able to handle the defensive side of the game playing deeper. And I think he's just so powerful in the position that he plays. But you're right. I think what we'd lose if we dropped him too deep is we'd lose his brilliant finishing ability. Because the amount of goals that he gets us playing in that number 10 role whilst creating play for other people, I think is too valuable. because he usually gets quite close to 20 goals a season from that spot. Lucinio's actually dropped off a bit in rating today, interestingly. He scores, yeah, he, on a good day, gets close to 20 goals. Not on a, on a good day, yeah, get 20 goals a day. That's nearly won a match. I'll bet you're still a little light as far as what we do in the second half, but still getting a decent shot volume. Not as much possession, interestingly. And ultimately, I think the issue is that it's City. They're not going to be quite as easy for Lucinio to just run the show. And if he doesn't like big matches as well, that's probably playing a role here too. A good day at the office is 20 goals. I mean, you can't argue that that's wrong. A good day at the office would be 20 goals. Like, if you scored 20 goals, you'd be happy with that. That was a little too easy there, and the Norwegian Adan Katala has now only his 7th goal of the season in the Champions League as well. So he's at least as good as him. That is a bit of a worry now. I think what happened there is that Naeem just gets pushed so far up onto their left back for some reason that he leaves Kenan Yildiz. That being said, even at this point, they've got to be trying to take that out of the play. They've got bodies in the way and they just don't do it. That was literally 30 seconds into the second half. Dead even on XG, and it's one, yeah, at a hat-trick point. Well, so that's a good question, because it's 6 hat-tricks plus an extra 2 on the end. So I guess you could say it's 2 hat-tricks of hat-tricks plus 2. You almost want a ball that has other balls in it, like a Zorb, right? Speaking of, whoa, Alvarez has gone all the way through. Oh, how is he? That was incredible from Alvarez. How has Duru not scored there? Just slide in, lad. Just throw your body at that. That was brilliant play. But this is where Duru just isn't quite as good as someone like Michael Fila. I actually think he might be the true weak point in our strike force in today's game, because Duru doesn't have the work rate to really make it work for the full 90 in these types of matches. Lucinio can't really come off. Okay. Aguirre is a man I trust off the bench to come in and actually make an impact instead of Arola here. So I'm going to let him do that. Probably should have brought Montparnasse on though. Or do I drop Montparnasse a bit deeper and let him... I'm going to let him come on for Obradovic instead. Because then he's still making forward runs and we can keep Aguirre in then. Bellingham, don't really want to take off my boy. Alvarez has been okay. Actually, kind of hasn't. I'm going to do that change I made before, where I bring John on the right-hand side instead. I could have put Dushan up top, actually. What's the bench options looking like in terms of strikers? Other than Bellingham, I could try Bellingham up top. We've done it before. Fuck it. Roll the dice. What I don't want is to do something that's going to end up costing us like a lot more goals in this match. Watch them now score a goal before we take them off. That's actually a nice little pick. Oh, shit. We're going to concede one instead, aren't we? Before I even get to make the subs. Because Naeem's got caught up the pitch again. His decision-making today has left a little bit to be desired. God, Haaland is very tall compared to some of our players here. That's not a penalty. What is he playing at there, though? He's gone right through him, does Lucinio. No penalty. Good. Just outside the box. If you're going to murder someone, do it just outside that white line, and it's totally fine. At least we can make our subs now. And he's gone after him. Like, that way, if Haaland's injured, he can't continue, although it looks like he is, in fact, doing exactly that. Yeah, he's not had a great game, has he? Sadly. We just need a chance. Just one little opening, which we're usually quite good at creating, because we've not been bad here by any means. City have just been quite good in a couple of places. I can still see us getting a 2-2 draw here. And I think away from home, we might actually find a bit more joy, as they'll have to come onto us even further. Right, big header. Oh, Jesus. Right, come on, Adrian. Just track your man. Nice. Really good from Adrian Damashev. Okay. That's a great pass for Catalar. He's not going to be able to go all the way through the goal here, but he could pass it. No! Oh, great bit of play from Catalar. Great bit of play from Damashevic. That was the chance. Aguirre has got to be at least getting that on target. That was brilliant. The transition worked perfectly. Exactly what we want. And Aguirre's been so reliable in those positions lately for us. Maybe he doesn't like big matches, though. We haven't really seen him give the big ones a go. Go on, where's that run? That's the one. Right, come on, John. Whip it straight across. Bellingham has missed it! A man normally as clutch as that should not be missing in those moments. It does feel like, as they start to drop back to defend the lead, we're just coming at them more and more and more. This is just like the Barca game in the group stage. How has he missed it from that position there? Damashevic. That's 2 great chances that have gone begging. We really should at least be level now. The team definitely loves... Oh, no. Oh, actually brilliant from Hernandez. That is a hell of a yellow card to take. Because that would have been bad. If he lets them go through there, we are cooked. But the chances have been there. It does seem like late game. Look at this again. Late game, we find this like extra second... a third wind in many ways. As other teams start to try and shut up shop against us. And it seems to provide opportunities. Although, please don't get sent off. Good tackle. I still think we get the equaliser. It'll suck, though, because we probably could have won the game. Lucinio finds Aguirre. Oh, the space now. Tomashevic. Round the side for Catala. Yes! He's back, baby, and in POG form. Wisła 2, Manchester City 2. Who else? But Adan Catala. Oh, he's done what's needed to be done today when he's given the chance. Lovely football. Wait. Is this the entire... God, I hate this. This is happening way too much in this latest patch where they show you the entire goal highlight as the highlight. Who was this with the pass? Was it Hernandez that pops this into the channel? Oh, we got ages to see. That's so annoying. 8 goals in the Champions League this season is very good for Catalan. And in the end, 2-2 is the least we deserved in this game. We've been really good as the game's worn on. Frustrating not to win, actually, but you take what you can get. I reckon if we create that amount of chances against them in a different game, we win that. And that's a really good sign. Because they didn't really get a lot of clear... I mean, they had 2 real clear cuts. PogChamp. Kind of, Ben. It's like... We've tried to work out and reverse engineer exactly where the Pog thing came from. Because her name in chat was just... Actually, I think it was like QueenBot M or something as a mod. And then I just started randomly calling her Pog one day when I was first getting into streaming because I was just saying Pog all the time, or Poggers. And then chat just sort of ran with it and started calling her Pog. So she just changed her name and now everyone knows her as Pog, basically. George! Oh, excuse me. Thank you for the raid. Highest paid Patreon players. Oh, I can see that, yes. I think, well, it might be a bit vague on some of them because they're not up to date, but it could be. I'm still going to yell at them. It's short for Pogon, yes. Like, even my friends call her Pog these days, which is just fun. She gets a cool nickname and I don't. Ruined. Catalan, it could be. Maybe there's just a lot of them. I don't think the... Actually, Hadrian, is the name pool weighted in any way? Or is it just a case of each name for itself type of thing, where as long as there is a person in the name pool with that name, there's an equal chance of everything? Macho, I guess. And that was one God given by chat as well, so I'll take it. It's just a random... Oh, it's the cup, which we're, of course, not playing in. I really hope that Arca don't win it. The last thing we need is another rando qualifier. Let me get rid of that, because that was obviously for the youth video I was making. So, patron wages... Oh, I'll just use a different screen, because I can just see contract, right? Well, I should be able to. It'll be in here somewhere. I can add it as a column. General... There we go. So Go to Hale is obviously on the most amount of money, by a considerable amount. Actually, just ahead of Pog as it goes. Weighted by volume. Ah, that would explain. So you get more Smiths and you get more Joneses in Wales and stuff like that. That makes sense. So it's rating it by the lower value as well. So there might be a bit of disparity in this. But you can see that Go to Hale is miles clear of everybody else on that. And then there's Pog and actually Leslie King now at Everton there. And obviously a load of you will be earning 0 because you're either... Patreon here, or Braggadocio, who of course isn't earning anything because it's they're on a lower contract there, as you might see, and obviously we've got our own trialies to go on there. So they're earning a living, I suppose, and that's something. And Ragadox opting to leave Polonia. What are you on? I imagine you're probably down towards the bottom, right? Because you're... Oh, no, actually, no, you might be okay. Falkirk, right? Probably easier to just do by club, right? There you are. So 3.2 to 4.1. It's not even that bad. Oh. Pat is still around, incredibly. I mean, he's injured right now. Possible hamstring strain. Are they still in the same division? How would I find that out? I should probably look at Pat's stats, really, couldn't I? Because that'll tell us what league. Yep, still knocking about in the Thurlow Nunn League. This year's the year, I'm telling you. Not earning a penny, as he should. He gets paid in sausage rolls and Bovril what they serve up there and that. It's quite a good little check, actually. Okay. First leg. Oh, have I switched back on save after... Hang on, I need to make sure I've got the autosave switched on. I think I do, but I always turn it off when I'm doing tests. I do. Whew. Look at me, having knowledge of... foresight for once, from me. Not even the Brucey kind. So Catalan now, Tottenham are back again. Nah. They didn't want him at his worst. They don't deserve him at his best. Marilyn Monroe, something. Michael Scott, Wayne Gretzky. He's cut that already down to 2.96. I reckon by the end of the year, he gets back in there. Lightning Pants? I want to play for Lightning Pants. Michael Feeler's back in training. That's good. He might be able to start in the second leg, and that could honestly be the difference between us going through or not. He won't be super fresh, but I just think he'll do a better job than Duru does. Duru is great in league games. Sparingly, against the right opponents, but... Which one was this guy? Was he the really... I say the really good guy. The guy that's F-rated, but his attributes look passable. Did I say current international? I don't think he was, right? Call us debt-ridden. Yeah, the pre-match reports do have a habit of just randomly sticking the boot in for absolutely no reason. I kind of like it. Use it as fuel and motivation to progress. Like Poznan, whole team meeting. No. Wait. Is this a game? Could we win the title today? Or is this one of those needless ones? No, we can't. We're 6 points clear. Sorry, not 6 points clear. 10 points clear with, what, 6 games to go? That's one of the dumbest meetings. Rose, I think, was the Porto like... Yeah, I think. Or Arola wants a new contract as well. 3 years currently. Might have an extension clause as well. He's earning 16 grand a week. Jesus Christ. He's so much better than I thought he was. 19 pay... Christ, I'm kind of glad we did start giving him some football because he is elite. He is a bit injury prone though. And does he like big matches? He does. He relishes them too, which would explain his Champions League final goal. He probably does deserve a new deal, but I actually don't know if I can even offer him one right now. So I'll ask him to do that. Nice. We'll sort that in the summer perhaps when I've got a little bit more wage budget available. Yeah, I think we need a lot of results happening elsewhere because... But surely though, even if we won and everyone else around us lost, we could only go a maximum of 13 points clear and there'd still be 5 games to go. I just don't see there being a... I don't think there is a possible way that we could have won the league here against Lech Poznan. I wonder if it just does it because it's the run-in or something. European qualification. It could be, yeah. Because I don't think we've wrapped that up yet because it's actually getting kind of tight behind us. Legia are at least back in the conversation. But Cracovia have had an absolutely nightmare of a season because they can't stop conceding goals. Which is not great. Because they're the one team that have kind of been consistent in Europe for the last couple of years and now they're going to miss out entirely. Speaking of Europe, actually, how did Lech Poznan themselves get on in Europe midweek? Because they were still playing against... I actually don't know who they were playing against. But they're in the next round. They were the only team we had left. Europa League? Come on, lads. Oh, was that away or at home? It was at home. It's points, but it is a bit rough. Wait, no, it's fixtures I want, isn't it? We'll go back to one. And... Oh... Finally, a Polish team actually... Oh, mate, are you serious? They've absolutely battered Cadiz off the park and come out with a 1-1 draw with a 93rd minute equaliser from Esteve. That they did beat... Who was it? Was it Aruca 6-0 in the away leg or the home leg or whatever? So they're clearly good enough to go deeper. And as I already wrote the script earlier, they do go deeper. So it's 2 more points for Poland. The crucial thing is, I worked out that we needed the equivalent of like 3 more wins in total to get above Italy for this year. Because Italy have no teams left in Europe. They lost all of them. So currently, we are behind Italy, but only by a 0.806. And we're really in under very little doubt. Oh, by the way, cop a look at Belgium there too. 21.25 points on the year for the 12th place team in Europe. There's a very strong chance that Belgium come second in the coefficients this season, which is mad. And the main reason for that is that they've actually got 2 teams in the latter stages of the Confo. So they've got Cercle Bruges and Anderlecht, and they've both been kind of crushing it there. I think we could actually get above Italy here. We would need... Because we've got 5 teams in Europe right now, which means a win for us in a game would be 0.4 points, and a draw is 0.2. And there's still us and Lech Poznan, minimum 2 games to go. I don't know if there's any extra points that are awarded. What do we need to get above Italy? Yeah, the problem is if we get 2 wins, that would take us to literally 6,000th of a point away from Italy. So we'd need to get another draw in there somewhere, which means both of us have to, or one of us has to get through at least. If we both win those second legs, then it would just take one of us to not lose both of the other legs in the semi-finals to get above Italy into 4th place for next season, which is a big step up because that would push 7 teams into to Europe for the following, or for the year after that. 5th place is still really good though, because that gives us 3 guaranteed Champions League places, 2 guaranteed Europa, and then 1 in the Conference League, which is still pretty good going. Because I think we just need to start getting more teams in Europe, because it would at least offset some of the weirdness of the constant teams going up and down. If at least by doing that, they're still finishing top 7. More money, more guaranteed things. Right, so our next match only. Rotacion. Aguilar, Abdullahi, Coffee, John, Cassidy, Herrera, Montperouche. Why is he in the rotated squad? I think it's just because he hasn't played, right? I should probably start Arola in that one then. Fila not in this one either. He will... I start Duru for this, though. And... maybe Job up top for him for a little bit, just for the memes, but also just to make sure that we've got to play. Oh, and Araya. I forgot about Araya. He was the first guy we ever tried in that role as well. Where even is he? Oh, he's in the B team squad, isn't he, technically? Yeah, we need more places so they can sort of afford to slip down a little bit. Because I think we are going to enter a period where there is going to be a little bit more difficulty in terms of us actually getting consistent success. Because we've had some really strong results, but the second you move to 7 teams, that dilution goes from being 0.4 for a win to 0.28. And that stacks up especially. But if it works brilliantly. And given some of these guys' teams, you never know. Right, that should be okay. I wouldn't be surprised if Duru absolutely pops off in this game. Maybe. But we've got to get there first. 6-0. What the... Naturally, the rotated squad just humps Lech Poznan 6-0. Didn't really need that right ahead of their second leg, though. Right. Also, Legia sacked their manager. They replaced him with... wait, was that ages ago? That was ages ago. You can't sort this by date, can you? It's just random, it seems. Don't think there's... there is a guy called Mattia Crocchi-Torti, though, in charge of Piasklevica. Sorry, sometimes the song request can take a little while to go through. There it is. It takes a little while sometimes because of the new Spotify rules. Round of second tier team. Exactly. I mean, that could be this year as well as it happens. Right. What was the actual... Bellingham got 1. Coffee got 2. Cassidy scored. Pazos. And Thomas also scored. That's the kind of result I'd expect to see from us... John's hurt. When we're playing the first team squad. Unless they rotated as well, which they didn't. Cracovia, yeah, that would make sense as well, because Cracovia were really struggling and have actually got infinitely worse since then. We're also now only 1 goal away from equaling our best ever season as far as goal scoring in the league. Okay, that's not great, but I'd rather those guys be getting injured than the guys that we absolutely need now. Oh god, now Abramovich is going to kick off. Prefers Duru to Martinez. Now that could be anybody. Who is the Martinez? Is it Lautaro Martinez? I mean, he is the third... I mean, actually, even at 35, Lautaro Martinez is still absolutely... Christ, he's good. Has 20 natural fitness, I guess, so he's unlikely to drop off too much. You've still got 3 years left on your deal, so I will hit you with the old... influential member of the squad. Oh, shit. I forgot that didn't work. I should have hit him with the Michael Fila one. I'll do, Shan. Now such a bad time. You were the chosen one. You were the man I was using for misdeeds and such. It's weird. I haven't thought about Fulham and like the Premier League for like a weird amount of time now because of the international break, then just followed by the FA Cup. It's almost like it feels like the season's kind of finished in a way for some reason, and it's hard to wrap my head around a little bit. Are we all playing on the same day, except for us, apparently? Yeah, it does feel like they've been gone for ages, but I guess that's kind of what it's going to feel like when they bring back or bring in the larger international break thing they're doing, right? Because I think, is it from next season onwards they're starting with either in October or November, they're like combining them into a single one. Rule change to get into Europe? I mean, ultimately, yes, because with the way the league is this season, there will be teams finishing like 7th and 6th and stuff with quite low points tallies compared to last year. And someone is going to get those spots. And like, why not us? But the problem is we just seem so uninterested in it a lot of the time. It's frustrating. You'll beat us. I mean, Liverpool are get-atable, but I just worry that Fulham are the exact type of team that don't get at teams when they are get-atable, except for Tottenham, because I think that's sort of an exception there. So I mean, the game against City was, I watched the highlights of that one because obviously I was out during that game, but it certainly was, it looked quite easy for them, shall we say. I'm more interested to see how De Zerbi's Tottenham are going to shape up. I didn't watch the Southampton game. No, I was, don't know where I was during that game. Mostly, I just didn't think it would be a particularly interesting game to watch, to be honest. But I'm very, very glad that Southampton did that, just because the FA Cup semi-finals were shaping up to be incredibly boring. So it's nice to actually have someone in there that makes it a bit interesting, I guess. Then just gave up. Yeah, I mean, Salah's penalty as well. He doesn't look confident. Yeah, the fact that if it was Saints versus Leeds, it would have been even better. Because now it's just looking like, what? Manchester City versus Chelsea probably wound up being the fight. Unless, you know, Southampton have knocked out Arsenal. Why couldn't they knock out City, right? Probably because City will just absolutely... Nico O'Reilly specifically will just annihilate them. Back from the back even more. I was watching James Alcott's video about De Zerbi and the sort of predictions for the way that Spurs are going to set up under him. And he had some quotes in there talking from Lewis Dunk when De Zerbi was Brighton manager about how it wasn't like an overnight thing with De Zerbi. They had to... Like the first month, he said, was absolutely brutal because there was so much stuff they had to take under account. And it took them like a month. They didn't actually win, I think, any of their first 5 games under De Zerbi at Brighton. And it doesn't feel like the kind of guy that, for a quick turnaround... But maybe this is different. I don't know. It's interesting. But it's a 5-year contract though, isn't it? So obviously there's some long-term planning. But like, if they get relegated, does De Zerbi stay? Do they, like, at that point, what? Met schools, son of the Port Vale manager. God, that's... Yeah, he must be getting absolute dog's abuse then. That's when he just didn't... I guess, I mean, ultimately, a good manager will be able to adapt his style as well, to an extent, to some of the players that he has. So I suspect that when they were interviewing him, they probably weren't going in there going, so you have this style of play that's kind of antithesis of what we do at the moment. You'd think they probably had that negotiation up as a part of that, regardless of division. That would be... I almost want to go down just so we could see a Tottenham managed... A De Zerbi managed Spurs in the Championship, because they would... You'd think, at least, would annihilate teams. Or they would end up finishing second to Wolves somehow, and they'd still go up, but in second place. No trophy allowed. Wouldn't even have the desire to win the playoffs in there. Anyone else getting in there? So Duru back to the bench, probably. Yeah, they could absolutely clark teams. Lincoln versus Spurs in the league would be incredibly cool. For Lincoln, especially. What I would say is, though, the one silver lining to any time you get relegated from the Premier League, and I know some of you will know exactly what I mean by this, is that you finally start seeing youth academy players playing a lot more football for you, and there is something quite nice about seeing guys from your academy actually coming through and getting minutes in the Championship. Doesn't always work that well, but there is something quite special about being able to see that, especially as if you then do go up and those guys get to stick around, you know? And I know Fulham have managed to blood a few guys whilst in the Premier League, but a lot of these players we brought through came while we were in the Championship, like your Carvalhos and your Sessegnons and Harvey Elliott and all those kind of guys. Oh, that actually technically was the Premier League, wasn't it? Dane Scarlett run. Yeah, Mikey Moore especially. With Archie Gray just controlling that as well. It'd be really fun to... They'd be a really fun team to watch, especially. Right, Manchester City, let's go, not go, because Bellingham's hurt. Not that I'm saying you should want to go down, because there are still a lot of other things that are very, very negative and will be incredibly disastrous at the same time, right? Will be gone. I mean, they have to do everything they can if they went down to hang on to him. I honestly don't know if there's a more important player for their future than him. I absolutely love what he is. He seems like one of the few players that has covered himself in glory sometimes in that Spurs team. I always feel like Richarlison at least tries, but Archie Gray certainly doesn't strike me as the down tools type of dude. Lives north of the border. Yeah, is he at Celt? No. Where is Archie Gray? Not Archie Gray, sorry, Mikey Moore these days. Is it Celtic or Rangers? Or I actually don't know. Rangers, fair enough. Well, they've all got like wage drop clauses, don't they? Because apparently there was like a 50% wage clause inserted to all their contracts. I do love it when players do that. It's like, oh, we'll have a massive say in whether this team gets relegated, but I couldn't possibly lower myself to play in this league that I have contributed my team to playing in. Oh, that would be silly. What might happen with some of those guys is like what happened when Fulham got relegated with players like Anguissa and Seri, where they ended up being loaned out for a season. And then when we got promoted again, they just came straight back and were straight into the first team again. It was very strange. And they were actually really useful. And then Seri, the second time we got relegated, then just played for us in the championship anyway. And then he moved to Hull and he's never really sort of kicked on from there, which is odd. SecondYellowCard predictions. It's a bit too early, right? Is there midweek games this week? Because if so, I could get involved. Ilano, thank you for the 40 months, my friend. How the devil are you on this? Genuinely lovely. Oh, it's even nicer than before. I might go for a walk later. Champions League. Oh, in that case, yes, I've got to get involved in that. And it's nearly 1 o'clock, which is usually about that time of the day. Oh, what a clearance! Naeem off the line there.
Do not hate me.
Kaizero, 7, thank you for the follow.
Dance moves and I am programmed to get
yeah, if someone gives me the fixture list, or I can have a quick gander at it, because I've got to let the vibes percolate, you know, to make sure I get the exact right prediction for you. And by that, I mean the exact wrong prediction for you. This has started much like the last tie. I reckon this could go to extra time. It feels like one of these ones that's just going to need the tiniest margins of separation, because both teams are kind of killing each other in transition. Oh, shit. Give it back to them, why don't you? Depending on Europe, the likes of... Yeah, that's very clever management, actually. From an admin standpoint that maybe won't get enough credit. A roll-up with the pure speed of 1,000 suns. Great save from Donnarumma. I mean, a sentence that's been said to death, but there you go. Right, okay. Real Madrid Bayern. These are first legs, right? Real Madrid Bayern. 2-2. Sporting Arsenal. 2-1 Sporting. That's right. You heard. It's only the first leg. Barca Atletico. It's at the Camp Nou. Barca are going to have to try and impose themselves. 2-1. PSG Liverpool. I actually think it's going to be closer than you think. 2-1 PSG. There you go. Got there. Sorted. Place your bets now. The thing is, when I predict a draw, you're not quite sure who to put your money on. I think at that point, I'm more likely to be correct, am I not? Maybe. I don't know. Hello, Andy. Oh, shit. In getting induced today. Oh, damn. I was about to be like, oh, that sucks, but then I realised what that meant. Congratulations in advance, I suppose. It's rare that we get the early Babby announcement. Haaland's injured. And that's a great save. An early congratulations to you, Andy, on the birth of your child. First child, second. Regardless, that's awesome. Welcome to the Champions League. You join us in the quarterfinals against Manchester City. It's 2-2 from the first leg. Catalar is finally back to being a good footballer again, which is a nice change, I suppose. But I'm a bit concerned. This game is still quite open, weirdly. The more important fixtures are... Oh. Surely those are Thursday games, right? I could never predict Thursday matches on a Tuesday. That would be an abomination to the system. Oh, God, not again. What a save. I don't know how he even got that shot through, but I think Diakite does tip that onto the post. Maybe he does like big matches. Just needed to get to them first. Perhaps. Scored 0. Oh, we've had some games like that. We had a game earlier this season where we created 5 XG and scored, I think, 1 goal. I think we did still win the game, thankfully, which is why I'm like, you know what, it's okay. But this tactic definitely has the ability to do that sometimes because of the amount of shots that get taken by. That's a foul. Surely that's a foul. Yes, it is. Love to see it. Warwick's about to say, well, I mean, if Simeone's managing a team in a match, it's going to have sort of a war-y, tempestuous element to it, right? Hello, Gato. I'm very good. Friend, actually, genuinely very good. I've got to do my research. I've got to let the spirit speak to me. Last night, that spirit was vodka because Pog and I went out for dinner and I was like, oh no, I don't think I want to have a spicy beverage like that. But then Pog saw Purple Rain on the menu and I decided that it'd be rude if I didn't imbibe in a bit of Purple Rain. Because any alcoholic beverage that essentially tastes like refreshers is okay in my book. Particularly when you buy a picture of it, right? Couldn't let the poor lass drink it all by herself. Unacceptable. Yeah, sure, why not? Lost 3-1. There are some bizarre games. There was a game in the Conference League in this save. In fact, this season. You'll see more about it in the recap video because I've got a whole section about it. For Corona, between them and Rosenborg. The game finished 5-4 to Corona. Neither team had more than 1.6 XG. I can't do Parma Violets. Pog loves a Parma Violet. And I remember one time we were at Viking's wedding and afterwards we were at the pub and they did a Parma Violet gin cocktail thing there that even I admit I actually did quite enjoy it, but just never been a big fan of the Parma Violet type flavour. Just doesn't agree with me for whatever reason. Vanilla Coke Zero. The cherry float thing, I've had that. It is It's not as strong and vanilla-y as you'd expect it to be. Or like the floaty part, the sort of creaminess to it. It's not as creamy as you'd think. Something I also tried last week was Dr. Pepper Cream Swirl, which we're starting to get very like American style. Really? American style drinks now. The ones that they've got some cool flavors, but Dr. Pepper Cream Swirl isn't bad. It's again a bit subtle with the creaminess. It kind of just tastes like a slightly more creamy Dr. Pepper, I guess. I've just realized I didn't actually start Montparnasse in this game when I should have done. Feeler's been awful, sadly, which is a real shame. And Catala's really fallen off in the second period. Obradovic has been gopping too. Maybe Herrera for the... That's probably got to be Cassidy, isn't it? Neither of the wingbacks have really got involved too much either. Coffee, maybe? I would bring John on there, but he's a bit injured, isn't he? Screw it. Damasiovic did great off the bench from the last game. We'll get another sub if we do go to extra time. Yeah, she's never been my thing, Palmer Violet. Used to love a refresher, though. Our tuck shop at school back in the day used to sell those, you know, the chewing bars. About that long, like the size of a ruler. The refresher ones that were chewiness, but it had like sherbet in the middle of them. They were banging. From Vinto. Palmer, does it? I do like a Dr. Pepper. Just, The new Coke. Which is the new one? Pepsi Zero Strawberries and Cream. Oh, I think I have seen something like that. Oh no, I think I did buy that. I just find that those ones can sometimes be a bit sickly. Oh, that's a good interception for Lucinho. Come on, fire him through. Duru's in. This is the moment. Duru to kill it. No! Oh, that was the chance. That was the chance of the tie. Oh, after 100 points for that one. Quality. It had some quality sweets and some quality streets. Hello, Flute Dude. Doesn't work for orders in the French shop. Ah, you hate to see it. That's awesome, Flute Dude. Either way, I'm just glad that you liked what you had, right? I didn't realize it was only for UK orders. I know some you had shipped them to certain places, but maybe there's certain things. They actually have a big deal on right now where they're doing the deluxe starter kit for £10 off, but my codes work on top of that as well. So you either can get an extra £5 off or an extra 10% off as Catalan. 93rd minute, Adan Catala, 1-0 Wisła. He surely won it for us. Haaland who? Beautiful ball into the channel. I think it was Duru, right? Or was it? No, it wasn't. It was Cassidy. Cassidy down to the channel. They've got 3 players in there. They've got to be stopping this cross. Catala with the tap-in. There he is. Champions League semi-final. Here we come, baby. That is... He scored all 3 goals in this tie against City. Surely that's it, right? That is a huge win. The game still says it's 0-0. And in the end, deserved. Diakite had a brilliant game. He may have only made 3 saves, but they were good saves too. The German cop... Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that... Well, they're only just branching out into the UK at the moment. I probably should make... Back-to-back, maybe. I didn't think we would be able to, but you just never know. Every single goal he scores, Spurs are like, that's another 10 million. Finally. He's just... He's been unleashed in this tactic. Even Lucinho in the end. This feels like we finally have brought balance back to the force. Beating Man City is huge. Because I think they must have been one of the favourites for the tournament. You think it would work there too? Yeah, potentially. I mean, ultimately, it's too late for that now anyway. But regardless, I'm just happy you got involved. That's nice. 300 million. I'd say at least $1 billion. I would say. That's my starting price is at $1 billion. E-Clay. Wow. Thank you so much. That is so bloody nice of you. I really, really do appreciate that, my friend. Very unnecessary, but I do appreciate it. Who could we get in... Oh, it could be Barcelona. No, it could be Bayern. We've not played Bayern for a while. Actually, the last time we played Bayern, we beat them. So there's that. Wait, did Bayern win that in the 120th minute? Yes, they did. 122nd minute, Bayern win that tie against Barca, so they'll be tired. Which is nice. And, crucially, that win for us is big for coefficient too. Because now there is a real chance that we can get ahead of Italy this season. We needed that win. Because that should now move us to within... Oh my god, it's so close. Because you get round progression points. We are 0.106 points away. I think basically a single draw is enough for us to take 4th place away from Italy this season. We're actually likely to get top 4.
Winter, it can get very depressing.
That's huge. And that doesn't matter what. Lech Poznan could be about to just do it for us here. If they could do a jobby in their second leg... It might be even easier. Control ACV, thank you for the follow. That's amazing. So PSG Oh, that's the first leg. They played that game. Yeah. I was getting excited there. Where's the thing that tells us who we're going to play yet? Ah, there you go. We do draw Bayern Munich. Okay. Rematch. They'll want revenge after last time. Shout out to Eintracht Frankfurt for getting to the quarterfinals, though. That's pretty dope. Spurs absolutely crushed Man United 4-0 in the Champions League quarterfinals themselves. PSG put 7 past Eintracht Frankfurt. The other side of the draw is looking a little bit tough, because it would be either Spurs or PSG in the final if we were to get there. Especially if we got to back-to-back Champions League finals out of nowhere. I'd almost be a bit worried if we did, to be honest, because it'd be to do that. To get to 1 is a bit of a blip. You can have that happen, but 2 in the first 8 years would be wild. A Man United manager, I believe, is Didier Deschamps, or is it still Amorim? It might still be Amorim, actually, just because of the way that FM is. Oh, they've gone out, haven't they? Of course. Yeah, ruin all my recaps, man. Man United's manager is... Oh, it is still Amorim. They don't change managers a lot when they're not in a playable league, sadly. If anything, it seems to be even worse than it was before. Thank God I caught up on the script from last season. But I did say we were going to get past Manchester City, but I must admit, I think I said we were going to do it in extra time, didn't I? So I might have to change that little wee part of the script. David is doing bits. I mean, not enough bits, but... Big up David. I was hoping... Wait! Hang on. That is him, right? But his name is David Frias, but in the game, he shows up as David. It was in added time. Good point. Must be the tactic. I mean, hey. Fair. I'll take it. Our team is actually very good, and I think we have benefited from the fact that we unknowingly signed a load of those Spanish guys at first, and that's definitely made us better, because I'd be willing to bet they are very, very good. But hey, if it ends up giving us a chance to finally end up actually getting to the promised land of #1 in the coefficients for once, then you never know. A few injuries, which is not ideal. Probably should check in on team report scouts just in case. Although we do appear to be scouting Belgium right now, so maybe it's a bad idea if we're scouting. Nipping in here, some good names though. Jefferson Van Wyder, Eden Mikkels-Penza, and then just Dante Yillison. All of whom will be ludicrously expensive, I suspect. Ladislav Peck as well. Just good names all round. Not quite Estonian level good, but still decent. And now we get a little rest right before Bayern. We could actually get our foot down a little bit. Oh, I should have 2 games. But Polonia beaten, we can kind of go a bit more full strength in, which would be kind of nice. Said Al-Maya. Cologne Wonderkid. Ooh. That reminds me, I should have my Holy Cologne flask coming soon. This guy here. Oh, is that Al-Ain? Seems that he hasn't... Oh, he got 10 caps for Germany. So he definitely did get towards the national team. I wonder if his national team caps stopped around about the point that he left for free. The fact that Köln didn't even make any money out of him kind of sucks for them. Although he has kind of hit the ground running at Al-Ain, it would seem. That's quite a good... 12 goals is a reasonable amount. Yeah, maybe he got a really bad roll. 1.2... God. 1.5 speed with my voice must be damn near unlistenable. I don't know how you managed to do it. I guess after a while you just kind of get used to it. There are a couple of podcasts that I listen to at 2.3 speed. Because I'm just like, I do want to hear the breakdown of the Avs game from the previous evening. But they're like an hour long, and I don't have time for that. Like, give me it in 23 minutes and I'm your man. But sometimes it will come on in the car and Pog's just like, what is this? Like, how is that intelligible to you? And to me, it just sounds completely fine because I've got so used to their voices. But still, yeah, not amazing. A podcast, I guess, yeah. I know a lot of you do, actually. Particularly the VODs. I imagine it's probably a bit hard with, like, Twitch when I'm live to use it as a podcast. But I suppose you can do, right? He's not even on that money. He's one of the few players that are probably underpaid in Saudi. Or is he in UAE? I shouldn't see which team he was actually at. So he might... Either way. Celtic under 19s. Now, they look like they had some players. 100 more guys. I might turn up the frequency of these reports because I am worried that we might be receiving them too late. And it's actually meaning that we're not getting information on certain players. Or it's just triggering it whenever there is 100 players, and that's fine too. Ooh, Hungarian man. Istvan Bence Nandori. 19 years old, no Hungary caps, but he's got about potential apparently. Might be worth a closer gander at him. Don't mind a bit of you. Who is this guy, other than him being free? Did I try to sign him before, and that's why he's technically shortlisted? Either way, if he's free... I wouldn't say no. Ooh, bit more of a... I mean... I've never even heard of the team, which is actually what makes it more of an interesting pickup, perhaps. Do that. The loan farm is certainly going to be well stocked for years to come. Actually, speaking of that, I really do need to put that call out for anyone who has a save file that's doing Building a Nation is really struggling to get anyone out in the loan farm. If they're willing to send me a save file, I would like to investigate to see if I can figure out why, and also then potentially make a video about loaning players out, because I think that would be probably quite helpful. But I might be better off to put a call out for that in the next recap video too. Because if I had a couple of them that I could have a look at, I could just try and figure out what people aren't doing that I am, or what I'm doing that they're not, or vice versa, really. Because there has to be something. Because building the loan farm for me has actually been relatively straightforward in this year's game, but it might just be like managing in Poland, I don't know. Some of these guys are actually not that bad. And for free, there's really no downside to them. 18 years old, whack him in the loan farm, good to go. You know, test it, it's definitely a low roll. Wow, holy shit. He's just all blue. Yeah, I suspect that the one I got just had a... Because is he one of the guys that's got the sort of the potential ranges, as it were? Because you do something... I mean, that's why we ended up with Phil Foden that time around, if I recall. Was because we likely got a really low potential roll on that particular Foden, because he was still young enough to have that. Ooh, Burkinabe, dude. See, these are actually reasonable players. They seem to have reasonable CA more than anything else. Which is perfect, because these are the kind of guys I really do like for a bit of loan farmery. And getting a head start on some loan farm signings for the summer is always a good sign. And give us some players to look at after the Champions League final, which we're getting to. I can feel it in my bones. Because, like, Bayern in the way, there are much worse teams to have to go through. Belgian dude at Genk. Xander de Kaiser. He can't... Oh, I was thinking maybe he was like a long-term... Could be the guy, but no, he's got 4 jumping reach and is 5'7". Not quite what we're looking for that role. Hello, guys. The knockouts are going superbly. We actually knocked out Manchester City. All 3 goals in the tie came from Adan Catalar. And I think we scored in the 90th minute of both games. But crucially, 93rd minute of the second leg at the Etihad, Catalar tapping goal gets us it done. Slovakian dude. Hey, he could be more scouting on... Oh, do I just want to go... I mean, he's a winger, obviously. That does be a problem. But that's great. You know, I'll scout him further. But he's intriguing as hell. I really like the look of him. You're not even that expensive. Oh, it's 2 guys at Mulder. One's a goalie. You never know. Yeah, Bayern was the team last season that we scored 3 goals against in the first 2 minutes of the game, and 2 of them were disallowed. Yeah, he has got, I think, 9 goals in Europe this year, which is wild. Just can't do it domestically, apparently. Like, Morgan Denham. Does he have the right... Oh, sorry, Durnham. 19 years old. Scout further for sure. Jumping reach is a little low. Aerial reach, therefore, is very low as well. Oh, he's kind of just ruled himself out there. What about this guy here? Tor Olve Nikolaisen Ormbe. I mean, he's a tackling monster. At 15? Okay, he might be the kind of guy that could develop into the exact type of player we're looking for. He's got 16 to 20 tackling at 15. He's 13 to 16 jumping reach and 6'1" at 15, which means he will get taller. His marking and heading are also quite good for 15. Positioning's a little shit, but we can improve that. Aggression might be okay. He's very slow, but that's okay. I don't think I can even afford to right now yet. New contract, that's fine. Oh, he is very intriguing. We have quite a few guys on the Santa Baby list to go back for in the summer as well. Top scorer in the Champions League. He could be... He probably isn't. Expectations. I think a lot of people forget that 67% on loan is really good. It may be, Steve. I tend to use it more on the pure number of loanees. But that's actually kind of why I want people to send me their save files if they're struggling with that, so I can actually look and see if it is a question of expectations or whether there is something that I do that they don't that I've never thought about. Because I think it'd be really helpful just to make that video. Because it is probably the most common question I get asked outside of, like, what skin are you using? And so there's obviously something going on. Right, is he the top scorer in the Champions League? Top scorer... Oh, he's joint top scorer, I think, because Vinny J's got 9, and I believe Catalar also has 9, right? Or at least very close to it. Might be 8. No, he's tied with Vinny. Unfortunately, he's played 2 more games, so... But Real Madrid aren't in it anymore. So there's a chance. Want saves? Yeah, I want to... if people are struggling with getting players out for loan in their Building a Nations, I kind of want to get some save files so I can have a look through people's saves and figure out what might be causing it. When they met for the first time in it, they were just like, hey, look, you got to speak real quiet and real slow because you get skittish easily and he won't understand the accents. Yeah, loans is what we're doing it for. Yeah, the fact that Vinny's still there, it's kind of like how PSG are in this save, where they've just got everybody. Basically, everyone you could think of are there. Why was your save pissing you off, Goosery? So I should be able to go full strength here to get some... but we will bring Momp back in to rotate finally back around to being the full team I actually want. I regret not playing him in the last match, actually, but... I keep forgetting Eldrick's still here. Okay, that should be okay. Unless I've still got players missing. That should be alright. This will be another good test of the instant result. I know we beat... Who was it? Lech Poznan 6-0 with instant result. But that was with the B team squad. I feel like our B team does occasionally just dump out absurd wins. 3-0. It's okay. It's nothing major. It gets the job done, though. We are now all but champions as well. In fact, I think we might actually be champions, potentially. 12 points clear. Goal difference is absurd. And I think we've got the head-to-head over leg. Or do we? We didn't check the second leg. No. Montperus with a brace and one for Fila. Lucinio keeps a good rating. Catalan has a poor day, actually. But Montperus has another absolute romper of a day. Right, okay, the big question now is Lechia. Not Lechia, Lech Poznan. Did they get through? No. You know what? Quarterfinal is not bad. The second Lech, indeed, yes. How close was it? Oh, wait, did they go to extra time? They did. They took them all the way to extra time. They were winning until the 81st minute. They deserve the win over two legs. They've created nearly 5 XG against Cadiz. They were the better team over the two legs. Beat them on paper in both matches, but it's about what's on the pitch. It was an incredibly undeserved win. They should have won probably about 3-0 in the first game. And it was, what, a 1-1 draw? And then they probably should have won this one 2-1. Welcome to building a nation. That is frustrating, but that's what happens when you play these guys. That's so frustrating. The fact they were so close as well. No, a lot of them actually came from the penalties, but actually, no, it didn't. They still had a good amount of shots on target. It's a really good effort from Lech. The question is that enough to move us ahead of Italy, or are we going to need to do something in a game against Bayern? I think we probably will, right? Because I don't think they get any points for travelling this far. No, they have. We've officially done it. I mean, technically France could still overtake us, but it would require an insane effort. They'd still need to get another 3 full points on us, and they're obviously getting diluted way more, which means we officially, most likely, got top 4 for not the season coming, but the one after. That is a huge jump. To go from 7th to 4th in one season. We're going to get to skip having 6 teams in Europe and jump straight to 7. And that means 4 teams in the Champions League. So next season in the league, the top 4 will go straight into the Champions League group stages. So, Christ, I pray that we get the right teams in that top 4. Because it's usually those 4 teams that tend to start cooking after that because they get that huge influx of cash. Then again, didn't really work out that way for Cracovia this summer. Yeah, and the cheaty points as well if it doesn't go too badly. However, I suspect that it may end up going quite poorly for us. At least the first couple of seasons are going to be quite difficult to deal with. But it's broken into the top 3. Nice. Toughest ever done. Trying to get people... Yeah, it can be really difficult. The thing I liked managing in Portugal, was the fact that I could bring in Brazilian players and they counted as homegrown, essentially, because of the sort of Lusophonicness of it. That was quite fun. That is just a fun league in general. Radomiak have done okay. They do have some good players. They had a weird blip last year where they missed out on Europe. I'm most disappointed by Korona Kielce this season. Got into the Conference League, won the Conference League phase, didn't lose a single game, literally get knocked out in the round of 16 to Braga, who came 14th in the Conference League. It's that kind of shit that you can't have. And that and the fact they're getting relegated as well. It's even worse. It's a double whammy of nonsense in the fact that they played badly in Europe and they are most likely getting relegated also. I mean, they're nearly? They could still stay up, but they'd have to win all 4 games and hope that nobody else down here wins. And it looks like Lechia Gdansk could be heading down as well. They really wouldn't deserve to. They are underperforming by 17 points this season. That's insane. Their goalkeeper is having an absolute mare. Shout out to Radomiak, who actually really should not be as high up as that. That's a bit of a worry as well, that they're the 10th best team in the league and they're 3rd right now. We don't need some like bad XG merchants this season if we can avoid it. Goalkeeper performance graph. So the goalkeeper stats I find are completely busted. So if, for example, if I was to look, because I actually did this before while I was writing the notes for the recap yesterday, if I go onto the extra class goalkeeping stats, it implies that every single goalkeeper has a negative XG prevented for each game, which is not possible because loads of teams have positive benefits on that. So yeah, the game doesn't track it properly at all. It's like when we first got Docampo in, and he was basically, I think he kept like an absurd amount of clean sheets, and we were like +6 on our XG. Oh, sorry, expected goals against, and the game was saying that he was still in the negatives per 90, which didn't make any sense. So it's a real shame. Oh, you mean like the data hub one? We could do. It might show up in there at least, even if the data's a bit skewed, but I reckon it's going to show up weird stuff. So we want player analysis, goalkeepers, advanced goalkeepers. So the Gorny Zabja, that's the one. Yeah, we don't have the right, is it this one? Where's the one that shows XG? I'm pretty certain we've got a good enough analysis department. Now, it just shows the expected save percentage. Goals on target. I think you're right. That's probably what's happening, is that it's... But the issue is that it just makes every goalkeeper look like they're doing well, and it doesn't give you the choice to switch between the two, and you can't access the other one, which kind of sucks. I'll show you. Because there wasn't a single goalie when I was checking. There might have been the Ferencvaros one, actually. Either way. But you can see here, like... Teams like Radomir are +6 on that. So there should be... Their goalkeeper, in theory, if they're playing one goalkeeper most of the season, should have some good stats to see. But if we actually go to... wait, where the fuck is it? I think it's on defending, right? No, where is it? Or is it attacking? I think it actually is attacking. No, where the hell's it gone? General? That's team stats, Matt. You're a moron. I am an idiot. Expected goals conceded per 90 minutes. Ah! Wait. Now it seems to... Wait, no, that's not the right one, is it? It's expected goals prevented. That's the one. So it implies basically that every single one of us, every single goalkeeper in the league, has a negative expected goals prevented.
Hi,
Some
Matt.
of them are absurd
what do you
as well.
think
Like
is
30?
the optimum way to set up transfer room in? Do you just have multiple requirements set up for each position of your tactic for all the different playing times?
Pretty much. That's what I do at the moment. I just have a different playing time requirement for every position in my tactic. So, breakthrough prospect, although it's largely the same. Breakthrough prospect, future prospect, and also, thank you very much for the 13 months now. That's very, very kind of you. And then for the senior squad roles, I tend to put an age bracket on it as well that's between 15 and 21, but obviously you don't have to do that. I just do it so that we tend to focus on slightly younger players. But yeah, I mean, hang on, let me just move my camera so you can see. It's implying that some of the guys down here, this guy apparently has an expected goals prevented of -25. And I'm like, where is this number coming from? Because clearly they've not conceded 25 more goals than they should have done. They're bad, but they're not that bad. So one of these stats has to be lying somewhere. And it's a shame because it's a really good stat to be able to keep an eye on. Oh, God. All the injuries. Actually, Alvarez being injured there could be really bad. That would actually suck ass. He's going to sign up a couple more guys, but wait. Where's this guy come from? He wasn't rated as high as that before. Hello, Amanda. 4-2-3-1 for a striker. That's a bit like how long is a piece of string, right? Because it depends on all the other roles you've got, what type of team you're playing as, where you're playing, what other roles you use in your tactic. It's not as simple as just this one works better. It's about what it is as a whole. Rarely does one role make a lot of difference. I mean, advanced wingbacks seem to be quite powerful, but you need to sort of think about it in the macro rather than just like one single thing is going to make all the difference. Hence why we make so many changes to our tactics. This guy's rated as top as well now. It was Molsky that was the one we really liked. Oh! Sorry, I went all Soyjack again. He's finally had an upgrade. He's now considered, whatever the hell this one means. That's nice. Is it team member? Oh, absolutely. I mean, there is still going to be a good role that will work best for you, but it's not like, as in, I couldn't tell you what that is without seeing all of those different things. And even then I'd struggle because we'd have to do tests and stuff. That's how we have taken all season pretty much to find ourselves into this position, right? So yeah, Bartolome Molsky. I haven't changed his name yet today. In fact, it's probably a good point to do that right now. But that's great news that our youth intake guy might be better than we thought. What does it reckon? Was a bit too young for that yet. Performed well in training. That's good. There might be something there. Hello, Cry About Heat. I'm going to get that made into a motivational poster, I think. It's the best way to do it. Then I could look at it and be feel motivated by it, you know? Is he in here somewhere? Where is he? There he is. Right. So LMN. So we're looking for an N name today. Double, of course. We will keep his Norbert no name. No, I quite like Nasty Nick, actually. It's giving me EastEnders vibes from back in the day. Nasty Nick, there he is. To be fair, with a mustache like that, how could you not be? He's really quite good, isn't he? Maybe he doesn't have the CA, but he seems to have developed quite nicely. And I think it'd be really good for them in the second tier when they're inevitably relegated again. Oh, Nasty Nick. I don't know if I actually have... I may have to copy that. I don't have easy access to my... There it is. There we go. Nasty Nick. I can barely even see that. That's a solid alt use. Twisted ankle for Alvarez. That is bad. Because I think that might make... Yeah, he's missing the buying game. So he might not miss the second one. But he's certainly missing the first like that. Krakovia set record for a number of draws. Wait, how many draws have they got? Have they been that drawy? Oh, they have... Wow. Yes, they have. They've managed to draw more games than they've either won or lost. That's quite impressive, actually. It's rare that a team finishes a season with more draws than either wins or losses. Wow. They could just stop conceding, man. They are very drawy. Hello, Cardinal Wiggles. Change coaches. Very, very rarely. Ultimately, changing your coaches is not likely to have that much of an effect on improving your players. Like, getting better coaches does kind of matter, but we're talking really marginal gains. The actual training schedules themselves and the way you're training the players are far more important than just having the best coaches. Although, I probably should look into it at some point, but for me, in a save like this, I'll maybe do it 3 times in the entire save. So when we first get there, obviously we appoint backroom staff. Then usually after a couple of seasons, after promotions and stuff, we'll look again because by then we need to clear it out. And then maybe about season 10 to 15, we'll have another closer look as people retire. Yeah, so what I find I use my coaches for mostly is, like Hadrian says, to find players for our under-19 coaching staff that I want to become a manager later, pretty much. Fullback Slovenia. Downside is his personality. What's the personality? In before it's unambitious. Oh, wait, is his personality unambitious? Unambitious is not a bad personality. I would not be worried about that whatsoever. It's like, is it the best personality? No. Is it actively bad? Also no. Unambitious, if anything, can sometimes be a good thing because it just means that they're going to be less likely to push for moves. They can still have decent professionalism. It just means they have things like quite high loyalty as well, right? Or just, yeah. I would say he's fantastic and I would not worry about it. Yeah. Unambitious is not a bad personality at all. Because think about it, an unambitious player isn't going to constantly try and push for moves. So it can sometimes work out in your favour. Right, he's not there, is he? But we're rotating for this game anyway, actually, so it shouldn't be an issue. I should have to bear that in mind, though, for the next one. Full rotation. He's done it again. I'll let him do it for one game. I just want to see what that works like for our Doffy. Fila and Montperus are not rotation players. Why is my assistant consistently trying to put him in as a rotation option? Duru there, I guess. And then alongside him. Cassidy. John's going to have to play the next game, so I might start Tomashevic here. The rest of the team should be okay, though. Not good as well. It's not a good personality, but ultimately it's not going to harm the player's development because you can't tell. Like, they could still have decent professionalism underneath, and that's ultimately what matters. Professionalism is really all you're caring about at that stage. I mean, there's other things that matter, but for development of a player, professionalism is the be-all and end-all, pretty much. But if you're playing them, they're going to develop. Yeah. They'll be more likely to take good contracts. They're not going to kick off as much. You don't want a whole squad full of them, obviously, but the occasional player could be really good. Yeah, it just means that the rest of his hidden attributes that form the personality types are so middle of the road that the game sees his ambition, which is obviously very low, as being the deciding factor for giving the personality. Like, things like fickle are ones that I dislike. Mercenary as well. You can have a mercenary player who's actually amazing and will develop brilliantly, but they'll just be a pain in the arse to deal with. Right, once we picks them. No, the squad planner thing, unfortunately, Gordo, doesn't work like that. I wish it worked like that, but it doesn't. In my perfect world, the squad planner would be a thing that you can basically set priority order for all the different players, like you can, and then when you did quick pick and selection advice, it would follow that advice to make the team, but unfortunately it doesn't do that. I mean, then it would actually be usable. Sometimes that happens, Lewis, but ultimately, the only way you're going to get out of that is probably just by continuing to play, and then you'll just... The results will turn around. You just need like a lucky win from time to time. So we signed a really expensive Romanian guy, Quimby, for £21 million, and he was absolute ass. And I have also now dropped another £20 million on a player who hasn't joined us yet. We've just lost a Brook bet. Shout out Marta. But I believe is... Wow. Speaking of that, there you go. Some strikers missing their chances. Who is very, very good. He hasn't joined us, obviously, because we've done it outside the transfer window. But we've locked down... I think... In the same way that the Iranian-German guy from 2 summers ago was him, this guy is him as well. And we actually looked at him at the time, but he's now got way better and was way more affordable this time around. Didn't cost any less money. I just mean that we had the money to actually buy him this time. He's the main one, I would say. Dan Alvarez, potentially. Although you may have seen us sign Alvarez, actually, because that was in the first stream of the new season, in fact, I think. Or certainly the second one after that. It's a shame he's going to miss this next game. Legia win again. Okay, that means Legia are pretty much guaranteed Europe for next year as well. Have we still not won the title yet? Because I think... do we have to play Legia again? Have we lost to them home and away this season or something? 1-3-1. I'm sure the other result is in here somewhere. I've just missed it. Maybe we did lose. I think it was 3-2 to... Either way. Beat him into the 4th through Spain. Nice. Bit too good for that level. But then you've got that decision of... 21 goals off of 6.2 XG is insane. Is he just twatting it from range and going straight in every single week? Because I don't know how sustainable 6.2 XG getting 21 goals is. However... If his attributes are good, and he's playing well, then it could just be that the league is counting stats really weirdly. Lost to bottom of the league, had 2 XG and scored 0 goals. Ultimately, Lewis, you can do what you like, it's your save. If you're creating 2 XG in a game, then look at it like this. Is the team actually performing well in the sense that you're creating chances in every single game? And is it just a case of missing some chances from time to time? Because ultimately, if you are in a situation where the stats and underlying numbers are really good, then by switching away from it, you're more likely to make it worse than you are to make it better. So I would just stick with it and accept that sometimes you're just not going to win every game, right? We've had some games like this season, quite constantly, in fact. But the first game that we played this tactic with, this exact setup, we lost 4-1 to a much worse side. And the knowledge we gained in that game is the reason we're still playing the tactic. Sometimes it's about the intangibles. It seems like Marta has maybe taken her money out of the bank. She's now put it under the mattress. It's a new strategy. Let's see how it plays off. 2 seasons ago, developed like a madman. Oh my God. The fact that he's still only 17 as well. I assume you've exposed him to a lot of first-team football because he's driven as well. Driven and resolute, I love as personalities. One of them technically doesn't need to have professionalism as part of it, but I always find it's a reasonable personality to have anyway. I forget which one it is. It's either driven or resolute that doesn't technically have to have it. Oh, Robert Perring's finally got some interest from Polonia Beaton. There you go. About time. At least most of the Patreon regions found trials this time. Guaranteed to get relegated. Where are you in the expected points? Like, what are the numbers like? Because this is the issue we had before. What's the like XG for and against type situation in the expected points? Because sometimes that is it's not even like the be all and end all, but it's a good little it's a good first look because then you can kind of work from there and work out where to go after that. Draw yesterday. This is full on like you could go cook dinner while this is happening. I like the fact that there was situations where they actually missed at the same time as each other as well. What was the actual final score of this penalty shootout? Does it say somewhere? Jesus. 14-13. Good. You'll love to see it. It's another draw for Cracovia, the draw specialist. In fact, now, officially, as a result of that draw, Cracovia are now unable to finish the season with more wins or losses than draws. Even if they lost all their remaining games or won all their remaining games, they'd still have more draws. That's wild. They've drawn like nearly half of their matches this season. Surely Corona are now gone, right? Yeah, they must be gone. So, Hyde United. I mean, there's your answer. Minus 15 on goals. I mean, the fact that you're not scoring is an issue, for sure. It's that. To be at minus 15 on goals against means you're conceding so many more goals than you should be. Like a catastrophic amount of goals. And I would say strikers not putting the ball in net in the one thing, but it sounds to me like these are end-to-end matches, but your defenders are the main issue here. Or your goalkeeper again, but I suspect it's likely with that amount, probably a bit of both. That's likely what's happening there. It's more of a defensive thing. What sort of tactical stuff are you doing? Because it sounds like it looks like quite an open tactic. Holy Christ! Off of 5.59 as well. Who got the most goals in this game? Was there anyone that got more than a hat trick, or was they just spreading it about quite nicely? Shout out to the hat trick of assists. You'd love to see it. That's an absurd amount of goals. I reckon this tactic could do that on its day. It just needs the right circumstances. I bet it must have taken ages to go through that many highlights as well. I'd have been tempted to do insta-result at some point, but I think once you get to 8, you're like, no, let's see this through. Are they starting to turn it around a little bit? I figure they probably would do anyway, just because of quality of player, but it would have been interesting if they had taken a drop. Panda is a player that was at GKS Katowice. Oh, he's at Radomiak now. There's a few of them. Wait, there's multiple Pandas in Poland. Did not think that was going to be a thing. So yeah, there's a regen called Panda at Arca Gdynia, who I think is maybe the one I was thinking of. No, that's a different dude. This is Panda. His actual name is Romulo Barreros Chavez. And then this is, I think, the guy that I was talking about. Yeah, this was the guy that was around. He used to score quite a lot against us. His name is Elidio Augusto Bunga Panda. Hey, he's got Panda in the name, at least. That's something. 4 goals. That's not too bad. Picture of this guy for finding through holy score. Oh, nice. Ooh. Oh, my God. There's something weird about, like, when I put out the scouting guides and stuff, it feels like situations like this where you come and you say, hey, look, I found this guy. It's always better players than I've ever found with my own tools. You can lead a horse to water, and I am the horse in this case, and apparently I'm refusing to drink, it would seem. Oh. Right, let's see. Yeah, I mean, having a ball-playing defender in League 1 as a newly promoted side is brave, I would say. Particularly if he's not got the ball-playing ability, I suppose. There's a tracking back. I feel like your fullbacks aren't really doing a lot. They're just sort of fullbacking. You might want to look into, I don't know, if you have pressing or something to get them to do something. Because these guys are pressing. But if they're pressing, it means that they're pushing up quite a lot. And the centre-back that's got ball-playing centre-back in League 1, as a newly promoted side, I'd be amazed if he has the ability to do that job. Probably. Yeah, I like using... We tried the holding fullbacks or holding wingbacks at first, but because we don't play with wingers in front of them, we couldn't really get away with it. So we had to go to pressing. But it seems like transition phases are getting quite a lot. But it sounds like you're conceding a lot of goals, clearly. And I suspect that's likely why. If you could tighten that up, you'd be amazed at how much easier it gets. You'll probably find that you'll actually get better attacking as well, because you'll be turning over a lot of those transition phases. See you later, Kaka. Apologies for knocking out Brighton earlier this season as well. Stasiak. Oh, I forgot I sent him back out on loan again. That was his punishment for that red card he got earlier this year. It probably does mean that your defenders just aren't up to the task, but that doesn't mean that you can't get better results than that. When you've got defenders that aren't quite up to the level and you know you can't sign better ones, at that point you have to think, right, how can I get them... How can I get the best out of them and put them in the least danger tactically as often as I can? I think that's probably the best bet at that stage. Like, we've been in that position in the past when you know that you can't sign or improve the team from where you are, so you have to try and make the best with what you've got. And at that point, it's just... Might be the reset. It could be, but I mean, how far off of relegation actually are you? Spurs put 5 up on PSG in the first leg. Hat-tricks for both Matthijs Tel and Bernard Pias, who's another of the Spanish scourge. Mikey Moore getting a goal there as well. 10 points. With 8 games to go. I mean, it's not impossible, given your output's actually not that bad still. But with so many pens, has he got really high dribbling by any chance? Physical final? Yeah, sure, why not? I'll do a prediction for right before we start the buying game, because we've got no game in between because we're not in the cup this year. Which was, I think, exactly like what happened last year, in fact. We got away with it. Now, you probably wouldn't get fired because I suspect the expectations would be that you're probably expected to fight bravely against relegation anyway, so you should be okay. High agility and balance, yeah. And if he's got decent dribbling too, combined with, say, a tactic that dribbles more, you're going to get penalties. We don't get as many penalties in this save because most of our players aren't set to dribble very often, and those that are usually in wider areas. So a lot of our central players that are in the box don't dribble with the ball very much. So it is a way that we could maybe win more pens by doing that, but I quite like the passing play we do instead. It's just more fun. Yeah, I have discouraged dribbling on most of my team except for my fullbacks, mostly just because they have to be able to get up and down the pitch. And I think if we took that off of them, they'd just end up turning back even more often. Regroup as well, yeah. If you find yourself on counter press instead of regroup, as an underdog team, regroup works way better, because otherwise, if you lose the ball, your team is going to try and get even further forward to try to win it back. Whereas if you regroup, your team will just drop a little bit deeper and you won't get caught in transition as often too. I used to use counter press all the time, and I think we do have counter press in this system now, but we didn't at first. Let me just see. That's the wrong one, Matt. Even now, as a Champions League winning side, we still play on regroup as a defensive transition because I just prefer it from a it just makes you more stable, I find, more than anything else. I actually couldn't remember because I think I do have it set to counter press on my Plymouth version of this tactic. 18 dribbling. Yeah, it sucks. So we've got some players with crazy good dribbling as well who are being asked to do a lot more passing than they are dribbling. I've never really used... I always like to have one or the other on it for some reason. It's like, I would never normally have attacking as our default mentality in a tactic. It's like I've never really done since I started to understand how those work. But since we started playing it, we've got very good. And I kind of like how it makes us open. But the openness means that we're sort of taking the risk in transitions where we know we're going to give the ball away a bit more because we're taking more risks. But doing that seems to open up more spaces for us in attack as well. Both were applicable. I guess if you've got a squad that's like... The lower you are further down, I think the better that is, because if I'm building a really lower league tactic, I usually put as few instructions as I can as few instructions as I can, basically, with the hope being that they can just kind of get the basic stuff done. With Argyle, yeah, I've got a Plymouth save for a video I'm slowly working on in the background. I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen with that, as I've done that sort of assessment of what I actually want to do with content, but I am still doing it, so we'll just have to sort of see if I decide to do the running thing instead at the end, because the problem with it is that I'm worried that it's stagnated a little bit too soon, and I need to kind of reassess how I actually want to make those kinds of saves and that kind of content in general. Over the last couple of weeks, I've been understanding this stuff a lot better, I think, and it's allowed me to stay much more balanced professionally. Like, I'm just excited for work. I was actually working on stuff before stream today when I normally would just kind of, you know, take it easy a little bit and then go into stream so I can be full. But I was working from like an hour and a half before stream today just because I've got things I'm excited about doing, and I think that's kind of nice. I'm just really enjoying my job at the moment, and that's partly thanks to you guys and the support you show for the videos and things I do, you know? Prediction, yes, absolutely. I'm just setting up the team so I can have a wee break and get myself a holy. But if I don't set up the team now, I'll forget to do it and it will get all buggered. So we need one extra player for the bench. But I'm sure there's players available for that. Oh, Pena could actually see action this season, which I did not think was possible. Bless him. Hernandez and Adrian. John, who I'd rather not start, but such is life. Right, let me do a prediction for this game. Oh, what I'll do is I'll do the prediction. I might still have one, actually. They will just really mess up the intros. Ah, there it is. Will we make the final? There you go. Right, I'll do like a 2-minute prediction on that because I'm going to have my wee now. Enjoy your whiz quiz. I'm going to grab myself a holy, have a refreshing break, and I'll be back in just one moment. Big time to come in, One Ring King. This is where it really pops off. Which I missed earlier. Hang on, sorry, what did I miss? I'm confused. But thank you, man. That's very, very kind. Sorry, apologies if I missed something. 1 second. It was Guillermo Molins. That was a really, really tough one, I figured. It's not quite as easy as all the Premier League ones we were doing before, right? Little bit better. Right. Got myself a holy. Well, rather, I've got a cup for some holy, at least. Doesn't sound Swedish. No, exactly. If anything, I thought I clicked the wrong button when I clicked on it in the first place, because I was under the Swedish section, but I thought, hang on a minute, this guy's probably like Spanish. But no, he is. The other one I think is even more difficult. I've tried to at least go with these for players that are in the last 20 years. Oh, I have no idea who the guy is. But there's always one person in chat who knows, just because, you know, knowledge is different to different people. People might have more knowledge of certain things. Might be Spanish. That well-known player, that's the guy. I see you've met. Is he back at Malmo again? Oh, that's cool. Is he the reason that one of the Patreon regions isn't playing at Malmo? Right, there we go. We know who to blame now. That's the guy. It's actually it's who was that guy? The chief dude. The chief inquisitor guy. Is it Cervantes? No, he was Portuguese, wasn't he? Who was the guy? The great Spanish explorer. Not Galileo. Bolivar? No, I wasn't thinking of Bolivar, I don't think. Pacus, thank you very much for the prime, my friend. Which Pushka, they are third, I think, at the moment. Cortez might be the one I was thinking of. Cortez, yeah. Walter Raleigh, that's the guy. Isambard Kingdom Brunel. Magellan, perhaps. Galileo, the famous Spanish conquistador. Exclamation mark holy. You know the drill, chat. Code SYC or Code SYC 5. Why am I taking the lid off again? Why does that keep happening? I keep trying, Pep. They just do not want to do it. This is their best chance, for sure. Inventor of the bike. That's the guy. It was Tim Berners-Lee, I think, was the guy. Pizarro. I think it might have been Cortez was what I was thinking of. Cervantes? I think it was Cortez. That was the guy I was thinking of. Donkey, look at the planet. Hey, speak slowly and carry a big stick or something. I can't remember. Is that Don Quixote? Yeah, Herman Cortez invented the internet. This is a true fact and you will never convince me of otherwise. List of conquistadors. Amazing. Do they have like a career history I could put into the Wikipedia quiz? Ah, man. Next stream it's just going to be like places conquistadored. Oh, dearie me. Hello, Pegasus. Oh, thank you, man. That's very, very kind of you. So have you just got into FM this year then? As a result of FM26? That's impressive. Welcome in. Hope you enjoy your stay. And thank you so much for the prime. That is very, very kind. Am I saying your name right? Is it Pecos or Pacus? I'm guessing Pecos. Who's your favourite Spanish conquistador? Oh, God, that's good. I had strawberry... I can't remember that. Strawberry shark yesterday. Hadn't had that flavour before. Banging. Right. The prediction is now expired, which is good. Let's get into the game. Only share names with conquistadors. Do you know what? That wouldn't even be that hard. Look at what we're working with here. Cespedes, Chatitas. We had a Cespedes before. Carvajols, Cano. Loads of these guys. Morenos. Basically, just make a team out of Spanish men. Your strawberry shark. I mean, I've been called worse. 2 members. What? Favourite flag and favourite conquistador. Hello, Hayden. Curse Bank Holiday. Oh, mate. Yeah, I'm so glad that I was able to that my pill outage came last week, so I was at least able to get them on Monday. But that still fucking sucked. So I hope you're feeling better now, though. Pecos. Nice. So I see. So you've returned to the game. A lot of people seem to be doing that lately, actually, which is kind of cool. How are you finding it? I imagine it's very different, because I never played it back in the day. I didn't start playing FM until 2013, and even then, that was like very sparingly. Look at Tony Pasta. It's a brave shout. You're spared, my son. I hope you bowed, like, as you wrote that. Half having powers is dangerous, but I feel like actually weirdly, sometimes you need that, like, strongman, you know? When occasionally I'm a little bit too light, if someone's kicking off and being a little bit naughty, I feel like Harv is the kind of man that can step in. I feel like we're a little bit too kid glove sometimes. I must admit, sometimes I do like to play with my food. If someone's kicking off and being a little bit silly and it's all like, you know, a bit of first time chatter shenanigans, I do sometimes have a little bit of fun with it. Because if you don't get Sassy Matt out every now and then, is life really worth living? On the Mega Drive. Damn. I see, I'm like, The first console I had was a PS1. That was, and I never had any outside of, I had like a Game Boy Color, but I think I got the PS1 first. Long live the regime! Long live Harv! I don't know, it wasn't the Mega Drive. What was your first game console, chat? I'm curious. I'm talking like non-handheld. Ah, fuck it. Include handheld. What a weird distinction to make, Matt. Why am I orange on there? Is that an orange away kit they're rocking? Yes, fair. A lot of people, I imagine, would have been. Amiga. Yeah, I had a PS1. That was my first introduction to it. Outside this place. True. Do you reckon you're wielding that kind of power on the street as well? Game Boy Advance. I had a Game Boy. No, I had a Game Boy Color, actually. Never had a Game Boy Black and White. Oh! This is the first leg of the semi-final, and that is one hell of a way to start. Big Jens. I don't think I've seen a shot like that. Holy shit, what a strike. Bounces up, and he just goes, you know what? No one's around me. Outside of the foot, perhaps? Oh, my goodness. Take that, Looning. No moon cycle for you. What an absolute gibbous moon. The moon gibbous and the moon take us away. Holy shit, what a strike. I mean, hey, if that puts us in the final, I really hope that is the goal that puts us in the final now. Jens has not scored a lot of goals this season, despite the amount... He has the most shots of any player in the extra class, but he has only got 2 goals, I think. Yeah, I feel like people have like a pathway. So for me, it was just PS1, PS2, PS3, PS4. I don't have a PS5 because I have no reason to have one at the moment. I might get one for GTA 6, but not if they kept putting the prices up on them. I think that's the only... I was talking to Viking about this the other night. Probably the only thing I would actually buy a PS5 for probably would be GTA 6 at this point. Ah, fuck. Oh, come on, goalkeeper. How old is Kimmich? He must be fairly... I mean, we're in season 8. And he might be one of those players that's deceptively young, but he's got to be mid-30s, right? Jens was like, hey, this will fix your toilet. Also, Vietnamese dude playing for Bayern. Is that straight at Dick? How is bro missing that? He looks like he's Vietnamese. I imagine that he's possibly like... I'd be willing to bet that he's Vietnamese French. And that he's come through at like Lyon or something and Bayern have signed him off of them. Nguyen Van Tan. 2 clubs. Imagine. Oh, it's just Bayern B. How's our goalie doing? His rating is good. But every time I see him, actually in matches, he does be doing stuff that are not good. Things like that. He just seems to be beaten too easily from shots that I would expect a goalkeeper to be able to save, basically. But the other guys have not covered themselves. Jeremy struggled massively. Aguilar struggled massively. I even at this point might potentially give Alexis Segura another chance next season, perhaps. Because he is still around, and it's Hernandez now. Come on. Oh, okay. That's an interesting decision. Oh, good save. He does brilliantly in the match. Basically, he doesn't feel reliable. I feel like he lets in too many of like the weaker shots that I'm expecting to get saved. He does occasionally pull out some absolute worldies, but I think his reflexes is his biggest problem. He's lacking a great goalkeeper. Yeah, but that's okay. Remember, we are far... We wouldn't expect to even be at this stage of the save right now. So the fact that we're having to sort of scramble around to try and figure that system out is absolutely fine. And we're good enough that we can kind of get by for the time being and don't rush it. So I'm not going to go out in the summer, for example, and go and buy a starting goalkeeper or something like that. He must be offside here. See what I mean? Like, those are ones you'd expect him to be at least saving. He's surely offside. No? Just... Thank you. Bloody hell. It didn't even look close to being onside. Although I must admit our defender is actually kind of holding a little bit far back. Oh god, it is much closer than I thought he was. We did get cooked a little off the break there. It's usually our job to do that to them. Abramovich has been quite poor today. But we're having shots and chances. I feel like over the course of this game, we will just have moments. Especially as the game wears on. We just seem to get better as the game gets to its latter stages. No, they haven't. He's not played a single minute for Bayern's first team since they signed him off of us. In fact, they were even interested in another one of our goalkeepers since then, hilariously. Because they thought, you know what, we've already ruined one goalkeeper of theirs, why not do it twice? Surely he's not going to score then. Nah, silly. What's he shooting for? Did they draw the lines? Oh yeah, the lines have been drawn wrong in 26, pretty much since release. They have not fixed that yet. Hello, Palace News. We'd be a lot better if our goalkeeper could make a save. I wonder if he just hates big matches, perhaps. Which was obviously what got Campo in the end, but I think the biggest thing that lets him down. Like, he's a good goalie, particularly as he's only 20. I just think the 12 reflexes is what gets him. Other stuff he's decent at, but his just basic shot stopping with things like that, when it's a little bit closer, he just isn't able to be as reflexive as Campo was. Because if this was more like a 16, like a lot of his other reasonable attributes, I'd be very happy with him. And obviously we are training it to him, but I don't know, with goalkeepers I find training is so hit and miss. I'm going to yell at them because we're playing okay. What I also want to see is if the thing I've been noticing about us as a second half team continues into this game, because it seems like we are very good in the sort of last third of a match and start to overrun teams a little bit. But maybe that only happens if that team is winning and we're trying to like push at them. We have seen some very strange offsides. I think actually in our game against Bayern last year, we positioning 17. So that certainly isn't the... I think the issue is the reflexes. Sadly. And I don't know how much better that's going to get, because I don't know how easy that is to train. I've never really looked at the deeper side of training goalkeepers, sadly. Naeem, I think the reason he's having a horrible game is because he's getting routinely cooked by their Vietnamese winger. And it's unlike him, because usually what happens is he's the reason that the guy can't get forward, but he, for once, is having a poor day. That doesn't help either. John doing shit like that. God, I miss Alvarez so much. I'm tempted to throw Coffee on around about 60 minutes and just put him out of his misery. If anything, John's played okay today, just not there. It's poor again. But Naeem is the kind of player who is so good that at any given moment he could pop up and do something great. Like just a really good cross here or something. Or just dribble through the entire team. No. Life is really good, Chris. How are you, my friend? As for the game itself, semi-final of the Champions League. And again. It's going okay. I mean, ultimately, we are going to be fourth in the coefficient charts at the end of this year, unless something crazy happens with France. We're going to go up 3 spots in one season, which is wild. Mr. George, thank you for the 15 months as well. That is very kind of you, man. Wait, sorry, we're still playing here. Oh, go on. Jens again. Oh, that was arrowing into the bottom corner there from beginning. Have another go. Just keep on shooting, Jens, you know? Champing, where you camp out in a disused church as a B&B. I think I'd be scared, honestly. I don't like haunted things, even though I don't really believe in that kind of stuff, but I just don't like the idea of it, I guess. Did that just trigger the sub-goal met thing after the... Oh, fair enough, we'll take it. Thank you, friends, that's very kind. A takeover. I actually think that... I'm starting to understand why people give up on saves, because I actually think that the situation you're in is the sort of thing that would actually motivate me more to play the save. Things going wrong sometimes make me more interested in stuff than things going right a little bit. I like a conundrum. I like a puzzle to solve. Right. Obradovic has been poor again. Naeem has been kind of shit today, to be fair to him. Coffee's on. Obradovic out for Cassidy. The Momp hasn't had the best day either, but Arola's got raw speed and sex appeal. Dura off the bench could be a useful candidate, and Catalar I'll keep on because... we still don't really have the depth there yet. And luckily, we'll get Suarez back. I wonder how he's been getting on out on loan. I'll save the other sub for the time being, but I might get John off in a bit for Domashevic just because he's a guy. He's a guy. He does things. We've been so unfortunate in this game. Yeah, I love the struggle to me is what makes the good stuff feel better. If you struggle a little bit, you get those... amazing moments when it just... like the best example I can give in recent FMs for me was when it all went tits up for us. At Tenerife. That first season in the top flight in La Liga where we were really, really struggling to make that tactic work with the players we had. But I was happy to stick with it because I felt there was something there. And when it started to turn around, when we started to incorporate the right signings and right personnel into it, because we didn't change the tactic, if I remember. We simply changed the personnel around a little bit and found what worked. And then went on this mad run, and I think the following year we ended up qualifying for Europe with a couple of signings. And little things like that is just what I love about FM, being able to do that sometimes, right? Go on, Arola. Oh, Jens is in again. Go on, Jensi. Blocks again. He's getting so much space in the edge of the box. One of these days, another one of those is just going to ricochet into the back of the net. Nice from Coffee as well. It saves corrupted. How does this happen? I don't think I've ever had a save file. Now that I've said that, this one will fucking corrupt. I think we'll be okay if that did actually happen, because I've got so many versions of it at least, but still... Oh, cleared again. We are starting to pepper them a bit more now. We're camping in their half a bit more. I feel like the winning goal is coming, although it's just going to be Yen smashing goals. He's had about 15 shots today. That's the other thing, yeah. The better you are, the more restrictive the pool can be. At least we're not at that stage. That's usually more of a season 15 onwards kind of thing. I think that's why I enjoy Outcast to Icons as a save so much, because it means you get that struggle repeatedly throughout the save. You can never really get too good unless you're going for the main goal, which is why ultimately, if we did manage to somehow complete this save, which I actually don't think is impossible, then I would probably switch over to Outcast to Icons again, just because it's just such a fun-ass save. And I think it would run faster on 26 now. No-nonsense central midfielder. Yeah. That's kind of like what Zucchino is actually doing for us right now. He's the epitome of no-nonsense. 1-1 draw. We should have scored more in this game. The chances have been there. I just wish I could see how many shots Jens has taken in this match. I don't think there's a way for me to see that, but we've seen him take at least 6. So it has to be more than that. Yeah, Diakite was awful. The only reason Bayern scored was because he let one right through his hands. And there was another one they had which was ruled out for offside that he should have saved. So we got lucky there too. I think if someone was to bid on Diakite in the summer, I would probably sell him again. And then start fresh with another goalkeeper next season. Maybe even give Segura a run. Is he in the squad? I might just check where Segura is. And see what he's looking like these days. OTR resets a struggle. Yeah, the thing about what I don't like is saves that can stagnate. And that's the reason that I stopped the Malta one when I did. Because at season 30, I did not feel like it was realistic within the next 10 seasons that we were going to get anywhere close. Switch to OTR by adding leagues? No, because I wouldn't be able to use custom databases to add the leagues. Because you can only do that at the start of a save. And so I'd only be able to turn on the vanilla leagues then and not be able to do it from scratch. And we wouldn't be able to bring the Patreon regions back in with the new players and stuff. So it would have to be a new save. And that's okay, actually, because the save files can get quite bloated after a while too. Plus, we would still have the issue with the Spanish players, wouldn't we? I don't think there's any way we could get around that other than not loading Spain, but we couldn't really do that because we'd probably have to manage there at some point. And then we'd still have to load like Italy and Germany. I don't know how we'd get around that issue. No, I guess people are just kind of getting used to the new setup of everything, right? 5-3 in the... Fiona! Oh, that was the first leg, wasn't it? Yeah. Hang on. The Ouija Dragon. Why did I feel like that had to be said in a Scottish accent? I have no idea why, but thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, friend. Sign of Spanish line. True. But it would have that effect of bloating out a lot of the better sides for quite a lot of the saves, sadly. And I don't really know what you can do about it. Particularly if I took the same approach to Outcast to Icons that I did the last time around. Because I think we could have min-maxed ourselves a lot more in that save. But I really did choose clubs based on stories. Like, there's no reason why we should have gone to Sochaux after Tenerife. We'd had no reason to drop down as far as that. There were much higher jobs. But I think it's so important to choose the right job in those types of saves because it just makes it so much more fun. Right, that was another point which should now have kind of entrenched us even further as far as Europe goes and the coefficient chart, crucially. Spurs could actually knock them out. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Yeah, I think France would struggle to catch us now. They'd need to catch up 3.2 points, and I don't think there's enough available left. It also seems like this bit gives up after a certain round and stops counting who's left and who isn't. Don't know why. I'm noticing it was one point saying there was 3 French clubs left when there was clearly only 2. ABC OTI, good God. I think saves like that are the sort of saves that I would just have zero interest in. I really do like... I like saves with restrictions, but the restrictions have to be sort of fun restrictions that make you use players and characters that you wouldn't normally. Constraints make characters for me. That's where the main fun comes from. That's why I feel like I still like the idea of the not the top 20. But that's almost too broad. Maybe I'll bring the Santa thing back this Christmas instead for 27. Wait, hang on a minute. 5-star. We did it. Bartolome Molski is now 5-star PA. This is our youth intake player from this season. He's gone from being 4-star to 4 and a bit. Now he's 5-star. Okay. Right then. What do? We didn't do nothing, but the reports. Yes, the physio's doing the report now. Who's doing the coach report? No, it's Volgamuth, our Doff, who has really good judging CA and PA. He's got elite judging PA, Whereas before, is it impossible? Just to clarify, his potential hasn't changed. Simply our reports' judgment of that potential. So basically, it depends on who's looking at the player. So basically, sometimes your initial scout reports of your youth intake players won't be accurate when they first come through, depending on who your Hoyd is. And even then, they can still be a bit weird. But now that he's being assessed by our director of football, who has elite judging PA, he now considers him to be a 5-star player. So I'm hoping, because I'm coping massively here, that is where he's going. He might actually be the guy. Right, in that case, we now have to make that make sense for us. So basically what I mean is we now have to plan his career. So where does he fit into our team? He's got 14 passing, which means there's an advanced playmaker there, which is the role that we use. That makes sense. So basically, Montparouse is the guy that he needs to somehow get out of the team. I think he could do that. I think what we've got to do is what I always do. I don't think he's quite striker material, but I do think for an AMC, get his mentals well. I might just start playing him. First team squad him and just play him in matches. Start trying to develop him early so we can get an idea of what he might potentially become. Because he's got fairly professional personality as well. MC, 4 tackling. No chance, not in this team. He can't. He wouldn't be able to cope with the dropping back to defensive midfield role in this team. And ultimately, I don't think he's as good as Jens. He's actually got good passing. His long shots are only 8, though. I think for me, he is probably an advanced playmaker, which is what he technically already does. A Bradovic role, maybe, but he's only got 8 work rate. He does at least have good teamwork. Natural fitness is quite low as well. Yeah, out of possession. I mean, they don't actually get punished as much as you think, but we would get punished as a team because of the 4 tackling. I think he's got to be a number 10, just in that rotation. Right. Luckily, that's his strongest position anyway. What have I got him on currently? I've got him working on his composure and decisions because that is something he's going to need for that role anyway, and they're so easy to get through the roof. He's decent enough for his age in terms of quickness. And he's only 15, which means his strength will come up massively, and he probably will grow an inch or 2 as well. In that case, to the senior squad with you, I'm going to get you into football matches, and lots of them. It looks good. I don't know. I feel like this is the first player we've had in this save that I reckon we could actually develop into being the Blaise Lisic of this save, perhaps. Ragnarok! Thank you for the 27 months, man. How are you? I think he sits in where Aguirre does, yeah. Youngish Polish player. He might not even be able to get that record because I'm pretty certain we might have already got that record earlier in this save. Yeah, the value looks decent. I'm just going to start rotating him into the squad for our any rotation match we have, basically. Literally the next game. I just wanted to see what my Doff thought about him. Could prove a lot in future. That's a good sign. He's got the right personality. The wardrobe, yeah. The wardrobe, I think, was 15 when he played for us. Oh, there's no midweek game. Of course there isn't. I always forget that. As for Lech Poznan, oh, sorry, someone else. No, Lech Poznan unfortunately went out. They lost the home. They lost 3-1 in the away game and drew the home leg 1-1. They should have won. They were the better side in both games. Have him as a winger, absolutely would do. But we have obviously not got a tactic with wingers. And does he have good crossing? And I know I said that if I got an elite youth player, I would potentially change the tactic for him. But I feel like I don't think he's quite that good. He might be, but I think he's well-rounded enough that I think he's okay in the position he currently plays. Where the fuck has he gone? I'm trying to think where I was even looking. Oh, youth setup. I'm just looking there, wasn't I? Might have to take... This screen is definitely better in the latest patch. He should be in... No, he's not. He's just in the first team, isn't he? We'd have to mould him to be a winger as well. Yeah, he doesn't have good crossing or good dribbling. But they'll get better, but I look at him and I don't see winger. I sort of see more of a central player. But we'll just have to sort of see where his attributes go. Given that he's got decent professionalism, I'd hope that game time is going to be the crucial thing. We have to give him football. Let him play and see what he develops like. No, he's not like a change the tactic level elite player. I think those guys would come... He might be a guy with low CA, high PA, though. And maybe he will get good. But the change the tactic guys are the guys that come through that already have the good PA. And Arca have just beaten Lech Poznan in the cup final. Welcome to the Europa League, Arca. This definitely won't be a massive nightmare. How close are they to Europe this year? Yeah, they were not going to get in there, were they? I mean, Lech Poznan... It would have been great if Lech had won it again. considering just back-to-back qualifiers for the the Europa League in seasons alone. So that means now it's only the top 4 get Europe. Yeah, the Cup gets a Europa League spot. I believe it stays the same all the way. As far as I know, at least. It'll always be a Europa League guaranteed spot now, at least. Callum! With the raid, my friend. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. We've just found out that our best player from this year's youth intake has essentially sort of been upgraded, and by that I mean reassessed to be 5-star PA, which with the team we've got means we might actually have like a Poland international level player here, which is awesome, and we're a little bit excited about what to do with him perhaps. I believe it's about 12.7 million, I think, roughly. That's how much we get. But then you also get extra money on top of that too. So you'll make that minimum and you get that paid in pretty much straight away, but you'll also get extra cash on top. Hello. That Estonian dude isn't even that bad. I mean, he's quite bad. Who was the guy we actually signed? I genuinely can't remember. Lermus. Okay, most of those guys are... Was it... Belinsky looked okay? No, he did not look okay. Never mind. No worries, man. Enjoy the rest of your day. Word to your mother. And other terms of endearment that people would use that aren't me, because I'm apparently the most awkward human being alive. Oman haven't popped off, unfortunately. I mean, unless there was one sneaking further down. You never know. Ooh. Jonathan Carlson, right wing back extraordinary. Tell you what. At only 6... he can't tackle. He's one of those wing backs. Yes, I do, Hayden. I think it might be ! Save file. If not, it's definitely in the description to the first Building a Nation video, and I believe it's in the Discord as well. But yeah, I put the database up, and I also put the exact save file I'm using up at the start, so people could play along if they wanted. Because I know some of you are actually doing it with the exact same... there you go. It actually... Wow, look at that. It was the correct command. That's how you know that I'm a new man these days. I actually have the correct command, and I remembered it. Oh, all of those guys are already joining us. You're not that good. You've fallen off a little bit, which is a shame, but you are called Øystein Haugen. Very strange player, in fact. Right. Those guys are fine, because all those ones are already joining. Back to 14 players again. Jan Zayak. He says... Wait, he's 16. Okay. I think he might have been on the next gen, wasn't he? Because some of these guys are likely going to be next gen players. I think our scouting has got quite... not vague, but we're down to like this. So we can actually do with a holy scoop at some point pretty soon, I would have thought, just to re-up this. Because at the moment what's happening is that the players that we are looking at now, we're just getting over and over again, which is good because we'll get really fast knowledge of these guys. But we do need to put some new guys on the stoke the fire a little bit. It's mostly just, yeah, it's all these guys from like Rosenborg and that. There's some good players in here though. Is there anyone we have full knowledge of yet? Of course it's one Belgian dude. Typical. Do we know more about this guy yet? Because I quite liked the look of him as well. 8 million is a lot, and I have been burned before by signing a very expensive Norwegian centre-back. So I might just give him another run. The CAs on these guys are obscene. Oh, that's the Estonian lad that started the entire thing, isn't it? He's not even Estonian, he's actually Norwegian. And there's Xander de Kaiser, who is at Genk. Ah! Oh yeah, he can't jump, can he? I forget now. Right, licenses. There's no licenses involved because obviously it's just a save file. The save file doesn't affect things like that. It's just, yeah, it's just a save file. It means that you'll just start with like the database I'm using, but the exact same seeding. So any random regens that were actually generated at the very start of the save will be in your save as well. Whereby, we drew 1-1 in the first leg. Jens scored an absolute worldie, and then Diakite let in a howler. Standard performance, basically. The Mad Atta, thank you for the follow. Yeah, we do need to be on the lookout slowly. We've bought ourselves time to actually look for the perfect players for these, because the guys we've got will tide us over for a season or two. Lucinio, Jens. We want to be looking for young players that fit these following molds. The goalkeeper, obviously, because I'm always up for a goalkeeper. We want that midfield playmaker guy, and we want that brutish N'Golo Kante, basically. I think those are the positions that we really do need to be looking forward to. Navix came out. OTI issue. Which OTI issue was that? I don't remember there being an OTI issue. Because we started that mid-game cycle, because obviously there was the extended cycle. What's happened? What's cost 6k in channel points? Forgive me, I've missed something here. Oh, You mean Wroblewski, Steve? Yeah, he's still knocking about. He's actually, at the moment, he's getting relegated as it happens. This is the guy I think you mean. He's still only 22, which now we all feel old. But this was the guy that, where was it? Yeah, that season there. Our first season of the top flight. The only time he did anything was in his opening game where he got 2 assists and a goal because we had no other strikers because all 4 of them got injured. And since then, he spent a lot of time on loan at Tiki. Unfortunately, they are getting relegated the last time I checked. Yeah. Nah, he probably wasn't going to develop too much. Lorchina improving. He's one of those players where he's like 22, 23. So the game says he's got more potential to go, but it's going to be a tough one to balance. The point is he's so good that it kind of doesn't matter, but we are going to need a backup for him in the summer for sure. Now that we're kind of committed to this tactical style for sure. Actually, funny you asked that, Matt. I actually spotted the first 2 players to do exactly that prior to stream today. So the 2 guys that joined Motor from a Spanish club, or Spanish clubs, like 5 years ago, are the first couple of guys to move over to do that. So yeah, there's 2 guys. There's a guy called Marty and a guy called Trevino. And I suspect there'll be a few more like that as well. But that's the current situation. Pushcha have got a really strong chance at actually getting the promotion this year, which would be amazing. Had no league names. As far as I know, I don't recall that being an issue. I genuinely don't remember anything to do with league names being a problem. But ultimately as well, the league names, that's not to do with the save file. You just use an LNC file and it changes them for you. It doesn't need to be done at the start of a save anyway. The only thing that changed in the OTI save files was, I don't think anything. Because even the Patreon thing was an EDT file, wasn't it? So I didn't have to do anything with that one. The OTI's base save file was just a vanilla one. Still in Europe we are. The second leg's about to come up. Unfortunately, we are the only team left though. But in good news, we have pretty much... No, you know what I'm going to say? We've got 4th in the coefficient charts this season. There's no way France can get enough points. Even if PSG win the Champions League, I think it'd be tough. Shoba's facing... Ooh. He could be out the door. Stellar Club. They sound nice. And in other good news, our prime youth prospect from this year's intake has been sort of reassessed to being 5-star PA. So we've decided that we're actually going to make a man out of him. We could change his name to Mulan. John Grace is a Northern Irish keeper who was at Wolves, under-19 international... Oh, yeah, I mean, ultimately a player who's 19 in the game in real life. Obviously, if we're 8 seasons in, so it's sort of not really relevant to the save at this stage, right? Because in a way, it's one of the reasons I actually quite like doing saves further down, because it means that I just simply can't have access to players like that and wonder kid type guys, because I can just be like, nah, I can't sign him. You know, I can't sign Gilberto Mora. Well, that's what I'm hoping is going to happen with us, Matt. Because if you think about it now, we're in season 8. The Polish sides didn't really start going after those Spanish players and those other kind of more eclectic signings until the rep got to a certain point, which was about season 3 or season 4. Which means over the next couple of years, a lot of those guys should start declaring for Poland, which means I think we'll see an uptick in the number of foreign nationals in the Polish national team very soon. Yeah, I don't know. Name fix files, as far as I know, with a few exceptions. I know there are some that do have to be inserted at the start of a save file, but I can't remember which ones. Because there's a difference. There's LNC files and EDT files. An LNC name fix file will just be read by the game every time it starts, and it will adjust things inside the game accordingly. That's usually what name fix files are. EDT files are files that are read by the game prior to actual launch of a save. That's where the old Patreon regen system used to be done. It was the Brazilian ones, yeah. Although weirdly, as long as you apply the fix again each time they break it, it does still seem to work for me at the moment. One kid. Okay, but even more so, meaning that it's like, I found that when I would take, like, I never used to really take scouting like players from chat, because ultimately it was like, if we didn't know about that player organically, it seems a little unfair that we'd suddenly have that knowledge, I guess. With the exception of Regan Booty, of course. We'll always have that knowledge to our hearts. It's just less fun when you just sort of get told players to sign rather than actually going out there and finding them, because part of the fun in FM is the hunt, if you like. I'm going to put Molsky on the bench. Might as well get him started on this particular journey. Who do I take off the bench to put him on there? Maybe even a JT. I could loan him out in the summer. Kimry South. Oh, nice. Bagland Dragons. It is great, Mad Atter. This is going to sound crazy, but I've actually played in the same league as that last FM. We had a save. Is that the right team? Yeah. I was doing my Outcast to Icon save, and we ended up managing Cardiff Draconians in that exact same league. I'm not going to give him number 12. That would be insane. I'll give him Who's number 6'7" out of interest? Ah, someone useless as well. He can be 90, number 90, year of my birth. Oh, really one ranking? That might be why mine's just a bit balked as well. Just give me our first look. It is a really fun league to manage in. Because what happened when we were in that save, we had a team. Who was it that won it? Was it Avon Lido? From the second tier, they won the Welsh Cup. As a result of that, they got into Europe, and all the money they got from getting into Europe allowed them to get promoted by buying loads of players and then win the Welsh League like 2 years later. It was crazy. The tiniest little difference, and of course we found Josh Allen. That was probably the biggest thing that happened while we were in Wales, was the uncovering of Josh Allen and that Dino Kaiser guy from Fulham. There were so many Cardiff teams in that league because we had Cardiff Draconians, Cardiff Corinthians, and several others as well. No, in this save I have Poland loaded as playable, but I also have England, Spain, Germany, Italy, and France top 2 divisions view only, and then England down to 6th tier view only, just to provide a little bit extra context, so that when someone says, "Can we look up this team?" and it's usually one of the teams in those leagues, I can at least show them like league history. I'm not sure if that's made England overpowered or not. It looks like they would have done it anyway, but they do seem to be dropping off a little bit. They're not getting the 30-point seasons like they were originally. I wonder if that's just because they've not been able to sign all the Spanish players. So the other teams have caught up a little bit, perhaps. Bayern have gone 2 up top here. New save. Okay, 5 is in the future. Ooh, I do like those types of saves. I was going to make... It's on the list of things to do. But I'm letting my just kind of random vibes guide what video I make at the moment, rather than trying to force myself. It's much easier. This is how we get more content out. But I do want to do some make this your next save simulations, and he's in again. He only scores that goal lately. 10 goals in 14 games. He is going to be the top scorer in the Champions League this season, isn't he? Despite the fact that he's barely scored all year. We lead 1-0 inside 2 minutes. Lovely football as well. We just weren't doing that before. Look at the run from Michael Feeler. He's turned provider as well lately as well. Get in. Lovely ball across. Casselar makes the run off the defender. He's just poaching goals like he was before. Loves big matches. Hates anything else. Yeah, what was I going to say? I should have forgotten what I was talking about. It's gone. It's completely gone. I got distracted by Catalar and his genius. Oh yeah, content.
Cooper.
Oh yeah. Recommendations for saves outside that. I love Scandi, personally. I think Scandinavian leagues are some of the most fun you can. Sweden is a league I haven't managed in for a little while, but I'd love to go back to as well. Norway, obviously, I have a little bit of love for, but the loan thing does kind of get on my tits. Oh, it's another chance as well. He's finding some wonderful positions. Go on, have a shot. Luchino never shoots. He's just here to do that, apparently. Clark, J9. No, 9J. Thank you for the follow. And Mikkel Meinert as well. Lots of follows today. Thank you, friends. That's very kind. You won a game. You love to see it. How many points of relegation is that now? But yeah, give Sweden a go. Lots of good teams with good youth ratings as well. Bromma Poikina is a particularly nice one you can have a little look at. Oh, hello. Oh, brings it back to Montperouse. Oh, it should have been 2. And it is. It's not even... We are absolutely chefing here. We may have turned up a bit weird in that first leg, but we have come to Munich here, and they haven't been able to handle us in the first 11 minutes of this game. Montperouse should really score there, honestly, but the fact that how easy this was as well. I think their goalkeeper's having a bit of a mare here. That goes right through him, right? Love it. It's... I think it could be back-to-back Champions League finals, you know? And I've got to say... Actually, PSG, when we beat PSG in the Champions League quarterfinals last season. Yeah, there was some issues I used to find in Swedish saves, because in in Nordic Nomads, I had that problem where Swedish clubs weren't signing enough players to meet the squad rules, and as a result, they'd only have 1 player on the bench sometimes. So hopefully they fix that. 10 goal for them. Maybe. We did a little swappy. I daren't bring on the new... Oh, right, there you go. Immediately buying straight back in it. Keeper is flapping like a seagull, and the team is doing their very best to make his element unimportant. But Joshua Kimmich just dropped this in, and to be fair, 97 does lose his man easily there, but what is Diakite doing? We're just going to have to keep being better today and hope that it's enough. That's their first shot of the game. We've absolutely annihilated them. They've gone very aggressive. This game could easily finish like 5-3 again. Just, I guess, don't let them... Please, no. I swear to God, if they score a corner... We don't really concede corner goals anymore either. We've actually got quite good at defending these lately. No, he's still 20 years old. I mean, he might hate big matches as wow. He may hate them as well, but the issue for me, I think, at the moment is his reflexes. That's a great save. See, those ones he's quite good with. But when it's slightly closer, or when he has to make a decision, he just seems to be completely gone, basically. But frankly, the way Bayern are playing, it really is going to be a case of, I think we may have to score like 4 goals in this game to actually avoid Diakite's nonsense. Particularly if Naeem starts to get cooked again. But we'd have to wait quite a while to find out if he likes them. And I think I'm sort of seeing enough from him just watching him in the match engine to make me feel like he's done it again. That nearly should have been 2-2 then. He's very lucky to have got away with that twice in one game. Are Bayern just targeting crosses under the crossbar? Good Christ. That should have easily been 2-2 there. He has been woeful today. He cannot have big matches. In fact, I'm starting to think that he may have like actively awful big matches. Yeah, it's the close-up stuff. The reflexes things. It's weird that he flapped at that, because he actually isn't that bad in terms of his command of area, but I wonder if it's a case of he actually doesn't like big matches either, and he's got bad reflexes, so it's kind of affecting him on both sides of the coin and costing him dearly. Hopefully it doesn't cost us dearly. Sell the tactic, change the keeper. Damn straight. It's kind of what we've been doing this season, really, isn't it? Surely that's offside. Better be now after you finish like that. That was the finish of a man who definitely thinks he's offside. Should have dinked it over the keeper. That's quite a good first half from us, actually. Only 2 shots on target, in fairness. We started well, and then after that, Bayern definitely started throwing bodies forward, but that will open up spaces for transitions in the second half. I think we'll be okay. Name fixes are balked on this file. So which version of the license is it? Hang on. Well, the name fix... Basically, your best bet is just to do the name fix for all of the different files, and then you should be absolutely fine. But I believe it has to be done on the most recent one and the one that it was created on, which was the earliest version. Ah, Asiriska. I remember those guys. Wait, I was about to yell at them. We're literally winning. Montperus has been a little anonymous in this particular game. How Diakite is still on a 6.7, I will never know. Oh god, what have I done there? Appeared to lack belief. Bro's got 2 assists in the first half. I didn't check for Segura. You're right. After this, obviously, we couldn't have put him in the team anyway because he's not registered in the squad. But I want to, if you remind me after the match, because I would like to have a little look at his attributes just to see if maybe he's worth a shot. Because we didn't try him. We tried Jeremy, who was just not up for it. The other guy, Aguilar, really looked bad, despite being Paraguay's number 1. But Segura never really got an opportunity. The other goalie I quite like is Vasquez, the guy who's out on loan at Lech Poznan, but he's doing much more good for them than he would be for us. But he always seems to be doing good things. Like, he's constantly on those, like, loan report things where it says, this player played really well this week, and I'm always seeing Vasquez on there. Oh, fuck. Oh, he did get a touch on that one, to be fair. They are definitely starting to get more bodies forward now. It's almost like the first sort of 12, 15 minutes of this game, we just blitzed them, and ever since then, they've just been coming at us. I don't know if we're going to be able to hang on to this. Actually, don't know. I've got faith in the lads. We'll roll some changes around about 65, get some fresh legs on, particularly with John, who's injured, and I didn't even notice that. Maybe I'll do it now, actually. It's going to have to be Tomashevic, which is not ideal. Naeem's been better, but he is absolutely cooked. Time for a coffee. Abramovich has been a bit better. Montperus has been awful today. Strikers have been a bit better. Feeder's lacking belief still. I'm going to roll the subs there and get Duru on instead. I know he's played really well, but that lack of belief thing does concern me a little bit. And I think half an hour of Duru could be quite dangerous. Watch us immediately concede now. Okay, cool. Never mind. I don't think he can do much about that one. That is very much on the defence. It's 2-2. I think the first 15 minutes of this game gave us a bit of a false sense of security. John's positioning here. He pushes onto Kimmich instead of allowing our midfielder to deal with it, and it just leaves this giant gap behind him, which Michael Elise, of all people, is easily into. He probably could have got that. It's 2-2 now, right before the subs could even happen. Shit. They have been throwing buddies at... Throwing buddies? Throwing buddies at us. And apparently Diakite's on a 7.4. Yeah... We were 2 goals up here. But in fairness, this has been a much, much more even game. They're throwing buddies and bodies and all sorts, although hopefully now that Tomashevic is on, we can be a bit more stable defensively. Because John was looking a little off the pace because of... Oh. The keeper does save that, apparently. I thought that hit the post. Our roller's on now as well, and he loves a big game. I reckon he could end up being the hero for us. Christ, we were 2-0 up. I was just thinking, hey, this is looking cushy. But sometimes games are like that, where you'll just get a couple of chances early on, where it's not really representative of the actual pattern of the game, because they've been very good after that. We've barely created anything since then. Oh, hang on, slip it through. Yes! Obradovic! No! He takes that so fast. Play for set pieces on. It depends, because play for set pieces, if you're really good at scoring lots of set piece goals, then it could be a play you could move into. The downside could be that your players will, instead of trying to create attacking opportunities in the final third, will just try to win corners instead. So you might find that your actual your output could drop as a result of it. And if you then don't take advantage of the set pieces, I use play for set pieces as more of a defensive strategy when I'm holding onto a game than as a pure old straight up attacking tactic most of the time. But that might also be because our set pieces are a bit shit. Right, Catalar, come on. 8 corners last season. That's pretty good. Oh, go on. Coffee. That's a roller's moment. Those sort of chances, but it does seem to be opening back up again for us. This is usually the part of the game where we've got very good lately. Final 15, 20 minutes in matches is where we've started to chef a little bit more. And to be fair, we've had a couple of chances and we've missed them. That Obradovic one off the post. That one from a roller as well. This is feeling like extra time here. That the correct one? I believe so. I mean, the way to look at it is like the date modified thing, because obviously the most recent ones will be from this game cycle, i.e. November onwards. Oh, go on, back post. Oh, handball! Hang on, is this going to get given as a handball penalty? Wait, who's our penalty taker? Oh, it's not Duru, is it? Yellow card awarded. Wait, what? Penalty awarded. We got a penalty. 88th minute. Montperouse isn't on the pitch. Is that Catalar? Who is that? Is that a roller? It's Catalar from the spot. Adan Katala. Bash. 3-2 Wisła. Come on. He's as if he scored again. 11 goals in 14 Champions League matches. He doesn't give a shit about the league. He's got balls of steel. I don't think I've actually seen one of those penalties for a while. That's what I'd say, Bidachard. It's good to see that. That's a great pen. He is not pissing about. He's just like, nah, smashing it. Get in. I'd be pissed if we considered a penalty for that. Big moment for Catalara. Oh dear. I was thinking about trying to throw that on defensive now, but we've got 4 minutes. And we'll see what happens after this highlight, actually, because this could be one of those. Wow, that's a lot of space. Nothing would have made a difference there. We couldn't have even put the instructions in place. Coffee's just got completely caught out. But even then, does this come off our defender? I think it does, right? Oh, it deflects off of, I think, Hernandez. At least it didn't go in off of him. Technically. Right. Oh, in that case, never mind. You think you score the winner in the 89th minute, only to then consider... no, this is the end of highlight, right? Then again, we did score one of these goals against Brighton. No, yeah, Brighton in the first leg. No, that's it. Extra time it is. 3-3. Great assist from Hernandez. Vincent Kompany's looking bored, as it is. I like how the Bayern kit just makes it look like a full... Like they're wearing padding underneath. It's like his motorcycle airbag has exploded on him. Too deep. Oh, I'm good, though. I think, you know, given that we won the Champions League last year and we're now back in the Champions League semi-final with a chance to get to the final again, I'm probably just going to stick with the same tactic at this point. We've got one more... No, maybe we have 2, actually. I'm going to yell at them, obviously. We've got... Yeah, 2 more subs, actually. But the problem then becomes, who are those subs? Herrera will definitely... It's probably Herrera and Aguirre, isn't it, really? Or Bellingham. It's one of those... It's got to be Obradovic and Hyerta Dahl, really, I think. They're tired as hell. There's no real replacement for Lucinho. It's got to be these 2, I think. So it becomes either Bellingham, Aguirre... What's Cassidy as well? Yeah, Cassidy. Let's just see what Cassidy's attributes look like again. Passing 14. Good. Yeah, Cassidy would probably be... Ooh, would he? Him or Bellingham? Who's better for that role? They're both quite good, actually. And then obviously Aguirre probably wouldn't be able to do the defensive side of the game as well. And Herrera is just goated. But again, I think it's going to be Cassidy and Bellingham. Who's the better one for going forward? Great composure, great finishing. Bellingham's been clutch. So's Cassidy, in fact. They're both just kind of as good as each other for both roles, I'd say. It might honestly just be making sense to put whoever's on the correct foot in those positions more than anything else. Can I even see that information? Right foot for Bellingham. And Cassidy is right-footed as well. Any traits that might help here? First time shots, that would make sense for Jens. Gets into opposition area, maybe not. Bellingham has... Plays 1-2, gets into... Okay, they're both doing it. I think Bellingham on the right, Cassidy on the left. Just because of that plays 1-2s thing. That's the dice roll. Nice. Okay. And ultimately as well, like, bear in mind, we don't have DMs, so they can't really be too deep on account of them not existing, but our DMs are here to press. So, yeah. It's just one of those things. Okay. He did, but we also didn't have Bellingham on the pitch, I don't think, at that point. If I'm bringing both of them on, I think that's the best way to set the two of them up out of the two, because Job has done more in that position than Cassidy has, although they've both done good stuff. I'm a bit worried about Arola more than anything. He's actually been a bit I'm feeling penalty shootout heading towards this one here, because it's not looking very but that's fine, because that just means that Duru is going to get a Panenka penalty. Oh, wow, what a first half. Bravo, lads. What a game. After all that excitement... Oh. Straight off the bench. I think I'd just go to penalties at this point. We've actually only had 4 shots on target in this match, despite all our chances. Right, this is better. I'm feeling 122nd minute. Oh, look at that. Catalar. I reckon he's still going to do it for us. Here he comes again. Adan Catalar. Big match moment for him. Back to Damashevich. Cassidy on the edge of the box. Can he turn and shoot? No! I mean, yes, he can. Well, go on, give it back to him. He's still there. There's so much space. Cassidy again! No! It's gone wide. It's deflected off the defender. They are giving Cassidy a lot of space here. Even more than Jens, incredibly. Good defending from Bayern right at the death. Oh. I think he's getting it on target, in fairness. Like, it deflects wide. I think that's going to be the chance, isn't it, for extra time. Oh, no, it's not. 119th minute. Yeah. If you predict every outcome, you're bound to be right. Knowing me, I would predict a win, draw, and a loss, and somehow it would still not be correct. Okay. Job's not done great off the bench yet. I wouldn't normally throw it on very attacking because you know I hate it, but this is the only time I will because it makes more sense to do so. Because of our goalkeeper coming up for corners. Wait! Wait! Yes! Come on! We're not cooked yet. Right, let me just remove that. Offside. That must have been bloody close. I'm guessing the pass out wide was the ball that was offside. Yep. He's just leaning. Just leaning. Yeah, you're right. Diakite saves a couple of penos. Oh, just as fucking well. Because that looked like it was straight at the keeper as well. Just as well we've got Catalar still on the pitch as well. Oh, this is just the end of the game highlight. Wait. It's a free kick to Bayern? Nah, we're fine. Just get to it. Unless... Don't you dare. If he'd have given the ball away. Right, we're going to pens. I'm going to trust the game to know what's best in this because I suck at picking this. And after all, it's a lottery. It's not, but it is. It's going to pick the best players for it. Okay. I find that there isn't really a right thing to say here. So that'll do. Yeah, they never respond well to these. I'm just going to go straight into it. It's in the hands of the gods now. Oh, we're just straight off, are we? Bischoff, saved immediately. Come on, Diakite. This is where he just saves every penalty and is just walking around like this. I know it's not a lottery. That's the joke. Oh. I think we did have relaxed pick your spot, but I find that doesn't really do much either. None of the... I've never managed to find a single thing to say to them before a penalty. He'll miss this now because he scored one in the game. Oh, never mind. Catalar is just ice in the blood at this point. You've heard of cold Parma, and now you've got cold Catala. That doesn't really work, does it? And now it's going to slow it right down. The point is, we've already got the lead now. We can chill. Diakite is going to save them all. It's going to be perfect and fine. He saved another one. As if he saved another one. Maybe he does like big matches after all. He likes big penalty shootouts. What a guy. Double save. If he keeps a clean sheet in a penalty shootout, then he might get another chance next year. It's Cassidy now. We've had Catalar. We're about to have Cassidy. Come on. If he shuts them out. Cassidy? 2-0. Surely now. If we balls it up from a 2-0 lead in the penalty shootout. Yeah, I find ultimately with those things, I just wanted to get into the penalty shootout, honestly. Another final. Apparently, yeah, or about to be, potentially. Kuso, I reckon he saves this. I genuinely think he's going to save it. Oh, he's gone the wrong way. You know what? Oh, look at him. He's on his knees. Lad, we're still winning. It's fine. Jesus Christ. That is an holy overreaction, Batman. First penalty he doesn't save and he's down on his knees asking for God. Right, Duru, does he Penenka it like he did last time? I wish he'd Penenka it like he did last time. If we fuck up a 2-0 lead in the penalty shootout. Ah, just like we did in the game. Can a penalty be offside? Right. I think he needs to save this one just to... And he should have saved that one. I think he actually gets a hand on it. Now he's rattled. They're in his head. That was... He gets a toe on it. A toe on it? No, not like this. I don't think I've ever lost a penalty shootout from 2-0 up. It's Arola, the man who's had some chances. He loves big matches. Who's our fifth penalty taker? Because who hasn't taken one? Arola? Good penalty. Really good. That's what we needed. It settles the nerves again now. Because now, we've got several chances to score. If Diakite saves this, we win. If we score our next one, we win. We've got multiple ways out of this. Arola has done well there. Because they were starting to get away from us here, right? Fortini against Diakite. I reckon he saves this one. He has. We're in the final. He's a magician. 3 penalties. Look at the Polar Express tracksuits flying across the field. Come on. We've done it in the weirdest way imaginable. Ah. So he's Superman. That's all we care about. What a save. What a save. Chat disabled for 5 seconds. That's happened a few times with the winning save in a penalty shootout. We had that happen in the first season of the save. View only. Spain, England, Germany, France. I think. Yeah. The big 5, basically. Come on. As if we're back in the final again. And ultimately, a draw in the night was probably fair. Catalar with 2 more goals. Sensational. Diakite gets a 9 point... To be fair, he did save 3 penalties in the shootout, so he does deserve it. I still don't know if it's going to make a difference. Come on. I can't believe that. From 2-0 up to nearly losing the damn thing in extra time... And the coefficient chart. We're going 4th already, but this is just going to make it a little bit more cushy for us. Imagine if we could win back-to-back Champions Leagues. As if we're doing another Champions League final. Like, we've been good in the knockouts, but it's been, you know, tight games in all of them. Other than the Brighton one, obviously, but that was a little bit different. The question is who we're playing. His agent probably will, and I'll say no. You're naughty. Other Polish sides are all long gone by this point, unfortunately. Lech Poznan got the furthest, but they were knocked out really unfairly, in fact, by Cadiz in the quarterfinal of the Europa. As if it's happened again, mate. Accidentally won the Champions League. Meanwhile, Tony's with Darlington stuck in that National League North. All he needs is a goalie like this. What a guy. Yeah. Right, I'll pay it out. I genuinely did not think... Damn. There was not a lot of doubters in that one. Will we make the final? Absolutely we will. Ridiculous. Right, what does that do for coefficient? Yes, Gordo. Yeah, for sure. I mean, this time it actually will be that, because last time we just did the final and then stopped. But obviously Thursday, the final won't take the whole stream, so we'll do transfers and stuff after the first part of it. Then we can finish off transfer stuff on Sunday that way. Right. Obviously, the season isn't over for us yet. We've still got games to play. We get to actually, for once, do this stuff. Pay attention to the loan day. Yes, I do, but it's okay. I'll do it automatically as long as I actually don't forget to do the thing in the first place. We did the poor youth striker one. We did Sven's Hens. Did they get Europe in the end? That is a good question. The big question. Svenny's mates. I reckon they failed at the last hurdle. Yeah, I don't think they got there. That's not enough points, right? Oh, missed out. Oh, they're not done yet. Oh. See you later, One Ring King. Portugal and the Women's Leagues. I had the Poland's Women's League on, but no Portugal, no. Just because we had to draw the line somewhere with the amount of leagues we were switching on. They could still get it. Tied on goal difference. Wow, they score so many more goals, but just concede way more. Final league games. Yes, great shout. We were going to rotate him into the team, but this is the perfect opportunity because we're already champions, essentially. And not to believe, yeah, we are. We're 9 points ahead with 3 games to go. We are essentially champions, but in all intents and purposes, never changed. It's certainly better than it used to be. We were into like 300 at one point, I think, at one stage. That's good to see. Okay. Asiriska. The question is which one? Is it FF or BK or IK? So many Asiriskas. Like, genuinely, which one is it? Wow, are they all in the same... Oh, no. 2 of them in the 3rd tier. 1 of them's in the 2nd tier. Actually did not realise there was as many Asiriskas as that. Yeah, our comparison probably isn't as much behind as you'd think. F-off seemed like the highest... Sorry, F-off? F-off. They seem like the highest one of the bunch, yeah. No, that was the Women's League. This is the first time that the Wisła women's team have really been cooking for once. They've kind of been up and down and up and down and up and down every single year, but this is they stayed up finally last year, and they seem to have built on that a lot. Wisła contingent, not as big as you'd think. However, the best player on the next gen list was a Georgian guy that plays for Brookbet that turns out was on loan from us, but I don't remember when we signed him. I think he was like 8th on the list or something. So that's kind of fun. I think he's kept out the team a little bit because they've got one of our best loanees as well in Saul Aranda. I hope they're in Europe this year because I think Brookbet next year in Europe could be kind of fun. But yeah, that's Asiriska. Obviously, we can't see much more about them, unfortunately. I might refund your points for that, John, because I don't think it was a fair lookup that could show us as much. Right, so Brookbet technically at the moment wouldn't qualify for Europe because of the fact that bloody Arca won the cup. No worries, Hayden. Always here to help as best I can, which sometimes is not at all. 32 injuries. Wow, that is still really low in comparison, especially when you consider that there's more teams in the extra class than there is in the Women's League as well. So the injuries are still massively inflated, but they were worse. Oh, we've already set a new record for goal scoring in this league too. I'm excited to see what Molski's going to be like in these next few matches. It's only 3 games, but Spurs win it 7-4 on aggregate. We will play Tottenham. So we've played Arsenal in a Champions League final. We now play Tottenham in a Champions League final. Naturally. 2 late goals. Not that it mattered, actually, as they would have gone through anyway, but still. Now the back of the cat. Literally. Some of the players that have turned into some of the best loanees are even players that I hadn't thought much of when we initially signed them. Every season now. Pretty much, yeah. The one team that used to be consistent for us in Europe for like the last 3 or 4 years was Cracovia, and this year they are 12th in the league and have drawn more games than they've won or lost. They have 13 draws to their name. It's wild. They just score loads but also concede loads. The 5th best scoring team, but also one of the worst defences in the entire division. Are they expected to be? Where else are they? They're bang on where they should be as it happens. Wild. Have we lost anyone yet? Or are they technically still in the battle? Corona are gone, really, realistically, aren't they? A 15-year-old Angola. Ooh, what's there? Oh, this guy here, Aurelio Mendes. So he must be brand new to this. I will just give a... Do you know what? We'll give a cursory scout to this lot. We probably should start incorporating some of these guys into the searching a bit more. A different one. This guy here. They must have had an intake. Also, did you just see that guy above him that had like 170 games? He's 20 years old, admittedly. So that's probably why he's done well. Oh. I think Radomiak, we were actually discussing this earlier, Lord Justinian, about Radomiak. They kind of come and go. The downside to them doing well is their statistics numbers this season are terrible. They are overperforming their XG by an absurd amount. Please don't be too serious. Which either means that they've got a tactical setup with their manager who is actually capable of doing that for them, or they're really lucky and it just means they'll revert to the normal next season, and then they'll be the next team that gets relegated while playing in Europe. Speaking of, how close are we to the 2nd tier getting sewn up now? Oh my god, it's so tight between those two. Vidjev Wodge are already straight back up, but it's the question of whether it's Pushchya Neopolmitsa or Pogod. Come on, Pushchya! This is your time, lads. You can make it happen. Oh, we're playing Spurs in the final. They won 7-4 on aggregate, so we've had both North London teams in the Champions League finals. Yeah, what's Radomiak's run lately? So actually, they've been fairly consistent. 6th place, 10th place. God, this is such a pain in the arse to use. 4th place, 5th place, 9th place. This year they're looking like 4th or 5th as well. Marek Zub has been in charge for all 8 years of that. Seems to be doing an okay job. Yeah, Spurs in the Champions League final. I know. Do not adjust your sets. It can be done. We've actually only played Real Madrid once in this save so far, and that was when they clubbed us in our first ever... Yeah, we sold... Oh, you're right. We did sell Docampo to Spurs. Imagine he has an absolute stinker in the final against us, and all of a sudden I look like the smartest man alive. Conversely, imagine he puts in an absolute clinic and Diakite drops an absolute howler, and I look like the stupidest man alive. But guess we're going to find out. It's the battle of the idiocies. If it gets cancelled, true. But that's okay. I'll just turn my attention to a different one. I'll at least be able to extend the loans first. So they should still get a nice batch of them, which might actually be enough to keep them up. I reckon if they could get up, they could stay up for a year. Yeah, actually, us turning down all that money for Catalan repeatedly and then him being the one that puts them to the sword is kind of fun too. God, look at that. Actually, I'll show you the stats instead. It's just more fun. Actually, can both nets, yeah. Both goalies put 5.8s up. Right. So yeah, Fila's got 23. He had like 19 goals by Christmas. That injury's really hurt him there. 20 for Montperus. Catalan is still actually minus 2.9. Just because he's been getting so many chances lately. But the crucial thing is we've got Catalan firing again. So I think next season, no issues with that. Abramovich with 13 is great as well. Jens has got 8 goals now, which is a bit better. Yeah, he's only scored 3 goals in the league this year. 11 of his goals have been in the Champions League. His numbers domestically are stupid. Where's the one where you can see it? It's this one, isn't it? So Champions League this season, 11 goals off of 8 XG. In the league, 3 goals off of 8 XG. Mad. Thank God he's going to get a chance to stat pad a little bit in the last couple of games of the season. So I think it's when it ticks over Kernraid, although we're going to find out. But if it ticks over in June, like mid-June, so that should be after I do the loan extension through, providing I remember to do it. Because things are always getting a bit hectic on those types of streams. And you know what happened the last time? Hopefully my loan extension thing still works. Right, go to match. Let's go. Hyotadal obviously will miss this game. Oh, I've just changed the tactic for no reason. Right, next match. Yenzi drops out. I'll bring in... maybe Cassidy, actually, because he did quite well off the bench there. And, of course, the most important signing to be made. Where is he? Where's Mr. Molski? Bartolome Moski, the youngster of dreams. We're building around him. He is our Polish wunderkind. Finally, we've got to go. No, he's got back down to 4.5. I still trust him enough. He's the best we've got right now. Until someone better comes along, he's my man. Pena could actually be fit for the final, you know. There is a genuine chance he could make it to the team for the final. Which is wild for a man that broke his leg really badly. Who are we missing now? Oh, Abdullahi as well. Nice. Take that. Pena back to the bench. I might even bring him on in this game. Start building that match sharpness up. Oh, Alvarez is nearly fit. He probably should start, actually. Because John's been injured too. I just want to keep an eye on what Molski gets up to in this game more than anything else. A wonderkid situationship. There you go. I could not think of a better way to describe it than what you just did there. Oh, shit. Well, at least we've got Molski in the team. Do they have to be in the starting 11? 322 players trained at the club. So 1? Oh, that's under 21. So we're going to put someone else on the bench. Someone like a JT, who I always forget counts for this. Maybe instead of Jens for this game, just to get us through the match. He will count soon, Will Molski, but he's actually not been at the club long enough from his generationing. Oh. Eastside Hockey Manager? Nah, I'm more of a Hockey Legacy Manager, me, or Legacy Hockey. I can never remember which way round it is. Another 10 grand. Oh yeah, you weren't even that close, really. But you should, if you were that good in League One, which I think you were based on the stats, if you could just sort out the defensive side of things, you will absolutely walk League 2 next year, especially as there's extra promotion spots. So I wouldn't be too concerned. If anything, you can use that as having a run at it and maybe try and build a League 1 survival team in League 2 next year. With that in mind, that way you don't have to sort of flap around so much in the summer to try and find it. I could see Corona. Hey! We get the Guard of Honor. I don't know why, because it didn't actually say we were champions, but sure. Maybe there was a news article. God, their tracksuits are pretty awful as well. Bunch of loans. Well, it's tough to do that in League 2 if you're trying to build for League 1, because you probably wouldn't be able to extend them. Yeah, try and get some guys now before you actually are fully down, because they will still consider you a League 1 club until you're officially in League 2. It's one of the things I actually wish the game was better at, is not doing that, because it makes it hard to get players for your team when you're promoted until such time as you actually are promoted. Reg rules. No, Poland has pretty relaxed reg rules, and we're... Oh, well, I didn't actually go in. Tiakite, I think, did scramble that off the line, or smuggle it in many ways. Oh, Dan Katala. With your wages shrinking, true, but you can't really build a sustainable team for the following division if you're trying to loan players. I think that's more of a thing you do when you get promoted rather than getting relegated, I find. But yeah, there's no reg rules changes, I don't think. The big changes was the thing with the loan players and 25-player squads. I don't think that was a change we made, right? As far as I know, I think that the squads are just the squads. I might be wrong about that, but I'm pretty certain there are no registration changes that we made to Poland, because it's already quite relaxed. The only thing they have really is the 22... Oh, that's Europe, yeah. The only thing we changed was the loan regs. It's pretty much that, actually. It was just the loan regs, wasn't it? Naeem, okay. Oh, that's a lovely little pass. He's disguised it. Oh, Bradovic! Oh, and it should have been in as well. Changing massively. It certainly will do to an extent, Lord Justinian, but not as much as you might think initially, because what often happens is, as much as the youth ratings might be better for some of those teams, you'll have their facilities and stuff won't be there. So even if they've got better youth rating, they may not have the youth recruitment to actually get the best out of that, whereas the teams that have got the slightly worse youth rating now will still have really high recruitment, so they'll probably still get some really good players in general. AC Sullivan, thank you for the follow. Oh, space for Abramovich, and it's in off the bar. Lovely. It's another assist for Alvarez. I reckon if he hadn't had a few little injuries and we hadn't rotated as much, he could have been getting close to 20 assists this season. It's also 14 goals for Obradovic this year. What I would like to see would be a goal for Catalar in the league, just to show that it can be done more than anything else. And a good performance from Molsky too. He's definitely the player we're going to have to carry through this performance. Yeah, because obviously if their junior coaching and stuff is still quite high, they'll generate with higher CA. I was noticing the Ferencváros youth test I was doing yesterday, admittedly it's still the first test I've done, that MTK obviously have the best academy, but Ferencváros have quite low junior coaching, so it means that you tend to get players with quite high PA at Ferencváros, but their CAs are a little bit lower than some of the other teams, whereas teams like Pakshi actually have quite similar... Oh, that's a dreadful pass. What is he doing? Have to sell some scouts. Yeah, negative. How do you even end up with negative scouting budget? Although if they take budget away from you, I guess it can do that, right? Hello, Dan. Low for the top 5. And I mean, absolutely, you can do that. It's one of those things where if you change too much like that, you're not really going to see anything interesting. You're simply going to see exactly what you expect to see, I suppose. Which, I mean, if that's what you're looking for, then ultimately that is the right way to go. It was a bit of a mid-first half, actually. But Molsky, he's not doing great, is he? Bless him. I don't know exactly what you're doing in Ireland, to be fair. But Poland is pretty but one of the reasons I like Poland as a recommendation for building a nation state is because you don't have to touch much of the stuff in the league. You could go completely vanilla if you wanted to, but we've obviously added the loan thing in to make it a bit more difficult for us. Because once you get to the stage, particularly in a team league like ours, where we've got 200 and something players out on loan, you could come up against teams that have almost their entire starting 11 could be loanees, and the last thing you want is for them not to be able to play against you, because then you get some absolutely silly games happening. Oh, there he is. Adan Katala. That goal has been happening a lot since we switched to this. Fila running the channels and finding those balls across instead of cutting back inside. Magic. Those channel passes from the likes of Abradovic. Was it Abradovic? Yeah, it was. Fila is going to end up with an absurd amount of assists this season just from making those. I mean, he is a channel midfielder after all, and it feels like we're actually finally getting the best combinations out of these players now. It's really nice. This is definitely the most happy I've been with the way that the tactics balance for a while. Champion of Europe and producing next place, then fair enough then. Then you're definitely going to get that. Well, I say definitely going to get that. You'll definitely get more towards that. Like their youth rate will at least give them the possibility, but because their junior coaching will still be so low, you won't get like the worldies that you're thinking of as frequently as you might imagine. Oh, go on. No, you can just shoot here, surely. Oh, okay. Never mind. Off the bar. He will get one eventually, bless him. Oh, massive loan farm is super possible in Poland. That's what we do. Poland and Hungary are relatively good for that kind of thing. The only rule in Poland is you have to have 3 players in your match squad that are trained at the club under the age of 22. So as long as you've got either some youth prospects around the team, like we do with Molsky, although he actually doesn't count yet because he's too young, or players that you sign at a reasonably young age, then you should be absolutely fine with that. So as long as you're signing players with like the European and stuff in mind, then you'll kind of meet those requirements anyway. The only downside is when you sometimes come to like rotate the squad around a bit. Supermassive loan farm, that is the one, yes. 100%. Nice little run from Molsky there. You know, it's his first game. Oh, he's got another one. Obradovic with the back post head. That's twice in one game. Alvarez does these lofted crosses more than any other player we've ever had in this save, which makes no sense because we play low crosses. Yeah, I mean, that we don't talk about the Brazil scout thing because didn't that cost us like £1 million that we very much did not have to spare? What a ball. It's just a perfect pick out. They don't get on Obradovic. That's now 15 for the season for him as well. Right. Restaurant, not chef. I guess so. Depends. Maybe the chef's named the restaurant after himself. Yeah, that was not a great start. Thank God for the little extra financial boost we got with Sirens because that happened. Obradovic, he's on a hat-trick, but I probably shouldn't keep him on any longer, just in case. I'll bring the Momp on a little bit deeper. Molsky's getting the full 90 because football is what he needs right about now. Maybe Bellingham? Alvarez has done well as well, but Domashevic just needs football. Naeem's actually been kind of poor. I'm going to bring Piakovsky on. Why not? Give a youngster a bit of a run out. And I definitely regret loaning out Suarez. We could have very much done with him. We got through without him, but my God, he would have been super useful for us during those games against like Brighton and stuff. I really hope that at the very least, his little sojourn out on loan at Bayer Leverkusen has allowed him to just develop a little bit more, and he'll be a super usable player next season, unless he gets too big for his boots. Yeah, Lucinho's role is just, in a game that we're winning 3-0 and he's a defensive midfielder, he's just crushing. Ah, blocked again, because he's just mopping things up. Although, admittedly, I would have liked if he challenged it on the ball there. Particularly as he's now allowed the defender to run off of him. Oh, great from Adrian as well. And don't forget, Mana joins us in the summer too, so we'll have another solid centre-back to bring into the fold. So it'll be an Adrian-Mana pairing, I would have thought. That's decent. Recognise that coming to FA Cup second qualifying round, second round proper the FA Cup. Reached the round you're actually starting. I guess. But I think a lot of those teams' expectations probably is just to... Because when they come in... Oh, you mean that they're often in against worse sides? In a way, I don't think it's the end of the world, because it means that you could sort of overperform a little bit more. How on earth did that get all the way through to Montparnasse? That's 21 goals this season from the Momp. Another assist from Domashevic. Match day when he doesn't play. Not the problem is if you have them train within a 19 or like set available for the 19s, he just simply won't be available for any first team games then, and it may as well not be in the first team squad. That's why I tend not to do that, because then he just, isn't going to play. He's been quite bad today, but it's his first ever senior appearance, so I can't hold that against him too much. And it's a tough role to play well in. 4-0 is good, though. Considering we've had less shots than we would normally do in a game like this, in fairness. I think Corona are a better side, like pound for pound, than the position in the league is suggesting, but they've just not cooked at all. We've started our Dowman, yeah. I aim to start him for the final 3 league games of the season, just to start getting him football, because nothing is going to develop him more than just playing first team minutes for us, and it will allow us to make sure that someone like Montparnasse or whatnot doesn't get injured, and I'll bring Momp on in like central midfielding games and stuff. Tomashevic is in again. Catalan, it is nearly another one. Oh, nice. And obviously I'll rotate properly for the last league game of the season. Oh, actually, wait. Isn't the Champions League after? No, it is, isn't it? It is after. 4-0 win for us there. Good stuff. We will... Good winning performance. Nice. Well done, Molsky. I might insta the next one just to see what it's like with him and the team for that. Just to see. And then we can do the last game and then be done. Part with the other kids I know. Bro's got homework to do. Obradovic does brilliantly again. Molsky makes his professional debut. Okay. Nice. He's not even technically on a senior contract yet. Like... And won't be, I think, for another... Oh. In fact, I think he's going to be signing his... No, it's another year, isn't it? Because he's not even technically eligible to be loaned out yet. But just getting him some games. I often find with these youth players, even if they are really, really good, it takes a couple of, like... FM? FM? How do I progress the save? FM? The spacebar is not working and neither is the continue button. Football Manager? Any plans to, like, allow me to progress the game? Lads? Any chance? It's like I can access anything. I've not had that. Oh, we've already saved because the it's autosave after matches. That is shit. I haven't had that crash yet. That sucks. Thank God for autosave after games, eh? Can I at least quit the game? I probably could go to start menu, right? And then just load back in then. I've managed to load back in. This should work. I've just gone back to the start menu. Or like the, you know, the main game menu. And now I've loaded back in. Maybe I'll just mark those as red and then click continue. There we go. I think it's just... I haven't actually had that particular soft lock, I guess. Not a full-on crash, but... It's just easier than me rebooting the game, because sometimes the game does that thing where it'll like double load itself as well. East 5 Hockey Manager. So not quite a crash, but certainly not something you want either. East 5 spelt differently. It's like, how dare you give a debut to this fella? Oh, it's a song request. Never mind. What song came on with that? And that's a song request too. Hopefully that's gone through. Well, at least we know that you don't have to restart to actually fix that now. You can just... I suspect that your idea of the preferences menu probably would have worked as well. I think it's just about getting out of the context screen that the game is stuck in and trying to reset it. Feeler's injured himself. Could you not? Yeah, so they're going to have to be arrested for the Piasklevica game, because that is... Well, there goes Michael Feeler out of the Champions League final. Cool. That's great. He was such a crucial player for us in the last final, and we were missing John for the last one, but that is bad. Being without him is going to cost us. And it's always bloody training injuries as well, but they're never close enough that you could routinely do anything about it. Oh, here we go. Hernandez is now injured as well. Yeah, I can't forget to sub him off if I don't get the opportunity to start. He better not be out as well. 3 weeks out for Piakovsky. Hernandez is out the final as well. Every year. Anytime you get to a Champions League final, it seems like the second you're in there, the game's like, no. Injuries now. Here's your whole first squad. Who's going to go down with an injury next? Amazing. You know, it seems like you genuinely do. Abdullahi in the final, I guess? Yeah, losing Feeler sucks because that means Duru's going to have to start the final, and he is just not a player for those kind of games. He's off the bench fine, but Feeler was the man in that final. Fuck it. It's just going to be even sweeter when we beat Spurs. So, Segura. Not that we can start him in the final, obviously, and he's a goalie, but I do want to sort of see... Oh. I think he's in the second team, right? There's Windles... Maybe he is in the first team squad. Maybe it's because he's not registered, actually. Let's see what all goalies we have. Did I loan him out? Oh, he's on loan. He's very good. But I'm still not convinced that he would... He's got better reflexes, but he also now lacks other things that the others have. And he is 22. What about big matches? Does like a big match, though, which is something. I'm not seeing as much as I was hoping to see. I was expecting to be like, wow! Attack him instead of striker. I'm probably not going to change the tactic ahead of the Champions League final. That feels very much like sell the goalkeeper, change the tactic behaviour. Don't make me tap the sign! That is unfortunate. Everton Iceland. I haven't... Good enough for ban. It's... I mean, unless you're going to change all the rules, it's really not. I mean, you absolutely can change all the rules. But, I mean, he's out on loan, so... If he comes back, then maybe he could get a go, but I'm not going to force him back. I actually thought he was here. Maybe it was Windles I was looking at. Windles probably does deserve a little run. His handling's good. His reflexes is good. His command of area is okay. Aerial reach is excellent. Communication's decent. He's probably the guy. Like life hard. Then you will have a massively, massively difficult time doing a building a nation in Ireland. Because as far... Sorry, Iceland. The squad reg rules will... They're quite strict, are they not? In terms of like foreign players. Which I think will make it almost impossible to improve it. I mean... Diakite probably has high SEA. But I think Windles definitely deserves a run next year. For sure. He's definitely... There's enough here that makes me think he's certainly worth a go. Does he hate big matches or something? No, he doesn't. Oh, we actually don't know yet, in fairness. Because he's only 21. Resilient personality, that's pretty good. He's definitely going to get a go next year, for sure. See the penalty shootout? You'd love to see it. As if he spends the entire season recovering from a broken leg, was actually going to be back in time for the final, and now he's going to miss the final because of a muscle injury. That sucks for him. He's just not been had a chance. He's just not been given a chance to play this year. Such a shame, bless him. Because he was ready. He would have been on the bench, no problem. Now, his match sharpness would have been so low, even if I played him in every game, which we couldn't, obviously, because of the way we're playing. Are you serious? Lucinho, Jose Alvarez both injured as well. If these are moderate injuries... Okay, that's fine. Sure, why not have half of the first team just get injured, despite not even playing? And the other problem is we can't even, like, rest from training because we're so far away from the matches that they just lose all of their fitness. Touch with Journeyman. Oh, you definitely can do that. But I feel like it kind of loses part of the fun that I really like about it, which is the lone farm element of stuff. Oh, every other day off. Nah, I'm not going to... Ultimately... I'm not going to do that because we will just lose match sharpness still, and this shit's still going to happen anyway. They're not even playing loads of games now. That's just shit, innit? So he's gone. I mean, at least Alvarez is only going to be out for a week. Ay, ay, ay. So that's 3 of our starting 11 are going to be missing from the Champions League final now, none of whom were injured in a match either, frustratingly. Alvarez had better... He will be back. But he will lose match sharpness for the game too. It is like FM's been like, this is looking a little bit... Then again, it did that to John before the Arsenal final, and we did still win, but that was only 1 senior injury. This is 3 of them, and Lucinho is a massive miss, because I do not know who is going to play in that role now. I guess maybe Arroyo, if he's even in our squad. Because he was the original sort of progenitor of that role. So he might have to start, which is not ideal. £20 million for him. Maybe not. Wait, he's worth £20 million at Korona Kielce. God, I hope they sell him in the summer. It feels like it just brings out all the moderate injuries to really mess with you. All these guys are... Ratislav Chuddy is a great name. Ah, he's fallen off hard. Pajio's fallen off a little bit as well. That was that fullback I kind of like the look of. Oh, no, his technicals are not good. He's only 16, but that tackling is bad. A JT... It probably is a JT, yeah. And I'm not sure he's going to be quite as good. Well, obviously he's not as good, but he's probably the best man for the job at this stage. So these guys here... Actually, in the interest of time, let me just do that, then select all and send them around again for those guys. I'll set up a little pre-scouting next time as well. Yeah, if Catalar gets injured as well, then that's how you know we're destined to lose it. For sure. Oh, my days. So just since the last game, that's the missing players we've had. Wild. Adrian's only out for 1 game, so what I'll do is I'll all matches this one. So we'll get Jediva in. Lucinho out for... Oh, my days. Where is the JT? Please don't tell me a JT's missing as well. It might just be that he can't play that extra role bit. I'm sure he is in there. My assistant probably just doesn't rate him very highly. Cassidy can do it. He probably could. How tall is Cassidy? His tackling's not very good. He's 6'4" at least, but he would be struggling on the... He'd be struggling with the tackling part of the game, which is quite important for this role. Is he be next to Coffee? Oh god, he's all the way down here. I think it's because he has no CM ability. Job for the 1-2s, but can Job tackle? Job's at least tall. Yeah, Job might end up having to play the role. 6'3". I could see that. Feeder out for the next game. Actually, for the whole thing. So it's Duru in. These two are both off the bench as well. I'll leave the Adrian one in for the moment because I can next match that part. Lucinio off the bench. Piokorski's injured as well. I forgot about that. Technically, that's actually another injury. Also, that means our bench options are going to be limited too because he's one of the under-22 guys. Alvarez I can put back on the bench, at least. Pazos. Eldrick Barnes, maybe? It's not going to let me get into the game like that, is it? I don't think, because of the under-22 players. Jesus Christ. I don't think it'll let me go into the match like that. No. I've only got one. I need to find two more. And JT is one of them, in fairness, and we got an extra spot. Oh, God, it's one of these random extra goalies on the bench instead of... probably instead of Barnes, to be honest. I'm entering this one anyway, but Christ. And Adrian's banned, of course he is. Yep, I forgot to take him out of the team. So our next match that. Then Adrian comes out for Abdullahi. Now he has to come off the bench as well. I might actually leave a fucking space on the bench for this game. It's only Rakov. Lads, it's Rakov. It'll be fun. No shit game. Hey, at least it stopped dicking on about Krzyzanowski. I think it's because of that quick pick I did at one point. It's finally cleared him out of there. How many injuries do you reckon we get in this game then? 1-0 win. Okay, at least we get the game win. No Molsky, shit, I forgot. Oh well, it is what it is. He would definitely be able to play the next game anyway, so I was just trying to rotate the team as much as possible there to get rid of those injured players. Molsky just doesn't occur to me unless I'm genuinely thinking about it. I think Lekia could still stay up here. God, GKS have been appalling as well. Did Lech Poznan lose again? Yes, they did. I think that's pretty much wrapped up the top four at this stage. John did a good... Duru got a goal at least. Huge transfer mission. Yeah, no, 131 million. Get away with 131 million indeed. Pleasing progress there. Oh, Montperusa's completed his leadership course. This is where it says he got no benefit from it whatsoever. I could totally see that being the case. Loan players have now returned. Who's returning? Oh, it'll be anyone who's on loan. There are certain loans that for some reason end slightly early and it's super annoying. Found it worth his time. It's not improved his leadership in any way. Good, let's try again. How about a second leadership course, Mr. President? I'm pretty certain his leadership was 12 before and it's still 12. Maybe he'll get a big bump at some point when he remembers all the stuff. He has to put it into action, you see. You know, got to give a leader a chance to lead. Oh yeah, they're not actually coming back. It just says that sometimes. I think that's another one of those slightly glitched out screens. There must be a couple of slightly early loan finishes, because I think there was one 11-month one. Absolutely thrashing in the second leg. Sure, why not, right? Oh god, what's Dura up to now? African Stars. Actually, some of these guys probably should be worth a team report look. Fuck's sake, Matt. Right. Dura developing concerns. New contract. Nah. I hit him with the Areola one. Oh, that's a shame. Oh well. Moving on. Oh no, glitch screens. As I live and breathe. Who could tell? Do you know what? I might actually call it there. Just because that final game of the season is likely to just be an instant result match anyway. And we know that we're going to be in Europe. We know that we're winning the league because we already have done. And that way we can... that way I can update you if anyone else gets absolutely rinsed and injured. I will rest obviously the full squad out for the last game of the season and try to rest them out of training in the midweek bit at least. But you do it too much and you just lose all the match sharpness so fucking fast. And that means that Thursday stream, it's another Champions League final. Back-to-back Champions League finals. Half the team is going to be missing, naturally. And we're playing Spurs. With a chance to go one step deeper into getting 4th place, which we already have. But it gives us a chance to keep it. Because that's still on the fence. 4 straight years of being finals of some form is still pretty damn good. I did not expect us to go as deep as we did today. I think the tactic is definitely on the right track. But those injuries are going to be a massive issue for us. Of course they are. Right, so, who is live this afternoon? Oh, the lesser spotted Clates on a weekday. You'll love to see it. It'd be rude not to at this stage. Oh, so, Thursday. Recap video, obviously. Champions League final, of course. Because who doesn't want to win back-to-back Champions Leagues against North London clubs? It's just fun. And then, obviously, a little bit of transfers after that as well. You know, and you get to see me extend loans. You know, everyone's favourite part, where chat talks amongst themselves for 5 minutes while I can furiously press buttons. Thank you very much for joining me today, friends. It's always a pleasure having you lovely folks on board. Thank you for being here and enjoying things together. He's ending, I think. God damn it, Clates! In that case, we're going to get a double raid. If I raid quickly, then we can join whoever Clates raids, unless he raids me. That could be a bit of a weird situation. Either way, we're going to find out. Anyway, I'll see you guys very, very soon. Hold your gun, capybara.